modernize our industry, to create clean jobs, to reduce energy costs, and reinforce energy security. And it is, of course, crucial to tackle the existential threat of climate change, because we can stop the clock on European rules, but there is no stop the clock for climate change. That means we cannot reduce our ambition and give up on our climate targets. But to reduce emissions, we don't need to increase bureaucracy. We must achieve our goals not through bureaucratic pollution, but by ensuring that no one is left behind by the climate transition. That is why we invite the co-legislators to accelerate the simplification of the rules to business and to cut red tape. It is also about addressing with realism the challenges that the middle class and the lower-income citizens are facing, for example, in improving energy efficiency of their houses or replacing their old cars. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no competitiveness without trade. The European Union will only lead in innovation, deliver prosperity and good quality jobs, and attract talent if it pursues its ambitious fair trade agenda with partners all over the world. We are the largest trader of manufactured goods and services in the world. We have built the most extensive network of trade agreements covering 78 countries and growing. We are advancing negotiations with countries like India, Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, and the Philippines, and others. Since last December, the Commission has concluded the political negotiations with Mercosur and for the modernized agreement with Mexico. The Mercosur deal alone will form the largest free trade zone in the world, a market of over 700 million consumers. It will boost investment in Europe, strengthen strategic industries in Europe, and create jobs in Europe. We must therefore focus on the long-term benefits for Europe. Policymakers should decide based on facts, not on perceptions. And allow me to mention one example. The Mercosur agreement's quota for beef represents 1.6%. I repeat, 1.6% of the total European beef production. This is also less than half of our current imports from Mercosur. This will simply not be able to destroy European agriculture. If we want to export our social and environmental standards, the way to do this is through trade agreements, because tariffs don't spread standards. Trade agreements do. This is the message that Europe should send to the world. While others raise barriers, we build bridges. So let's move forward and sign the Mercosur agreement by the end of this year. Because shaping social global economic rules, forging strong partnerships, and fostering shared prosperity is in Europe's vital interest. Finally, to reinforce Europe's position in the world, it is more important than ever to intensify our diplomatic engagement in the multipolar world. The support to Ukraine and achieve the enlargement to the Western Balkans are our most important geopolitical investment. But we need to look beyond. We already held important summits with South Africa, Central Asian countries, the United Kingdom, Canada, and Moldova. More are to come. Japan and China, these months, Egypt in October, as well as Latin American and Caribbean and African Union later this year. In a time of fragmentation, the rules-based order needs defenders, credible defenders that uphold it consistently without double standards, whether in Ukraine, the Middle East, or anywhere else where fundamental principles are at stake. Europe is the credible, predictable, and reliable partner that multilateralism needs. Whether at United Nations, the G20 in South Africa, or COP30 in Brazil, the European Union will be there, not as a spectator, but as an actor that shapes outcomes. Honourable members, Europe has shown that it can act, not just react. The European Council has been guided by unity in the diversity of our nations, working hand in hand with the Commission and with the Parliament. Thank you, Roberta. Thank you, dear Ursula. And together, we are strengthening our defence, reinforcing our competitiveness, and defending our values and interests globally. You can count on the European Council to continue on this path, because our citizens expect protection, prosperity, and purpose. We must deliver together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Costa. And now I give the floor to the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen.
Thank you, Madam President dear Roberta, Mr. President dear Antonio, honourable members. President Costa has spoken on the topics we discussed, so allow me to build on this by zooming in on two areas which were the most prominent in the European Council. The first is geoeconomics and the second, defence and security. Honourable members, a year ago, in my political guidelines, I spoke of the need for Europe to build a true foreign economic policy. The seismic and disruptive shift in global economic relations in the last year has made that need all the more acute. But, as we all know, any foreign economic policy must start at home, because we first need to make our own economic and industrial base stronger and more resilient to shocks. And this is the work we are doing in four key areas. First, we need to make it easier for innovative companies to grow here in Europe. Our entrepreneurs, startups and scale-ups all lack access to the capital they need. And this is a handicap relative to all of their direct competitors. And this is why we need to speed up our work on the capital markets, build the Savings and Investment Union, deliver on our first ever startup and scale-up strategy. Second, we need to make Europe a better place to invest. 2 out of 3 European Union companies say that regulation is a key obstacle to investment. So we need to make it easier and faster for companies, speed and simplification. We spoke about this often here. And this is why we're working our omnibus proposals for those strategic sectors. We stick to our climate goals, to be very clear about that, but we make it easier to reach them. We are agile, flexible and adaptable on the way towards the climate goals. My third point is we have to make doing business in Europe cheaper. Energy costs in particular continue to be a competitive disadvantage for our industry. And this is why it's so important we step up investment in grids, in interconnectors and in storage. That we fully implement our Affordable Energy Action Plan, and that we deliver on our commitment to phase out imports of Russian gas and oil by the end of 2027. It is time to turn off the tap and end the era of fossil fuels in Europe for good. So, capital, speed and simplify, energy costs down, the focus on the homework at home. Abroad, of course, we also have a lot of work to do. And let me turn to the United States. As you know, since February, the United States has imposed tariffs on 70% of total EU trade with the United States. The scale and the scope of these measures is unprecedented. So our line has to be very clear. We will be firm. We do prefer a negotiated solution. This is why we're working closely with the US administration to get an agreement. And I had a good exchange with President Trump earlier this week to help move things forward. We're looking for a reliable framework from which we can keep building our common trade. So the message is clear. We stick to our principles, we defend our interests, we continue the work in good faith, and we get ready for all scenarios. We will, of course, keep this House informed. Honourable members, the reason why we're working day and night to find a solution is because we believe tariffs are bad for business. And of course, we're not the only ones worldwide. Since the start of our new mandate, we already concluded new trade deals. You mentioned it, Antonio, with Mercosur, with Mexico, with Switzerland. We will work hard to finalize the deal with India by the end of the year. That would be an enormous opportunity, a huge market. And there will be more to come, because the world is looking for partners it can count on. And of course, Europe is such a partner. And for us, it is a key part for our foreign economic policy. And of course, a key part for our competitiveness. You mentioned the enormous market in Mercosur that is possible for our business and, of course, the consumers on both sides. These trade negotiations with these different countries can open immense new opportunities. So, yes, this is the moment of risk for Europe, but it is also the moment of opportunities for Europe, and it is a moment to seize immediately by all of us. Let me turn to the second topic. Tonight, 728 drone attacks on Ukraine have taken place. It is the highest number in a day since the beginning of the war, 728 drones. And if we look at this battlefield, we see very clearly the war still rages on. The threat from Russia remains. And this is the reality we must always keep in mind when we discuss defense. We cannot rely on others to defend Europe. The defense of Europe is our responsibility. We all apprehend the urgency. We've made a huge step forward since the European Council in March, and thank you for the excellent cooperation on that one. We have set out our white paper, Readiness 2030. We have the Rearm Europe plan, which laid out the necessary tools to deliver on the surge of investment. And we have facilitated the investment of up to 800 billion euros in defense. So the surge in European defense spending that we need is now possible. 16 member states have already requested the activation of the national escape clause. So this allows a substantial increase of defense expenditure without triggering the excessive deficit procedure. On top of this comes SAFE with 150 billion euros in loans for joint procurement. 10 member states have already signaled their intention to take up loans. I expect more to join. And this is crucial because defense readiness is not only about how much we spend, but it's mostly about how we spend. And this is why the European Council has tasked us to work on a roadmap for readiness for the European Council in October, so short time frame. We will work with member states to map their capability gaps, that we have an overview, of course in close cooperation with NATO. We will identify the common European projects for joint procurement, the flagships, so that member states spend more on interoperability and more European. Because that makes more investment to stay in the European Union, to boost our own defense industry, and to have, of course, more research and development in our member states. That is not only good for security. It's good for security, but not only. But it is also good for creating good jobs here at home. So our defense industry must be enabled to consolidate, to scale up, to speed up. We expect a lot of them. That's hard work, and we should certainly not slow them down. Let me give one example of us slowing them down. To authorize the expansion of an already existing factory, defense factory, this can take over 1 year. And we're speaking about an already existing defense factory. And the permit can then be denied because of the size of the car park. That cannot be. And this is why 2 weeks ago we tabled the Defense Omnibus. This omnibus aims to simplify a number of European rules. It will fast-track permitting, it will simplify state aid, etc., etc. Now, the omnibus needs to be agreed in Parliament and Council, and time is of the essence, both because Russia is rearming fast. Let's be very clear about that. And the more we wait, the more European investment will go abroad outside the European Union. Honourable members, to finish, I would like to stress that this investment is important for our member states, but it is also very important for our member states in the future, so the candidate countries. We're talking about our common security and our common prosperity. And this is, of course, particularly the case also for Ukraine. The speed, the cost-effectiveness and the smartness of their defense production is impressive. And it started 3 years ago from scratch. There was nothing. It's amazing to see how much they built. But we also know that this highly capable defense industry is only operating at 60% of capacity. So that is our opportunity. Our member states can take the safe loans and procure directly in the Ukrainian defense industry. For our member states, it's top-notch quality, fast and cheap, so a big advantage for them. For Ukraine, it's both crucial revenues, but also an opportunity to strengthen its defense industrial base. Ukraine and the European Union stand together now. We will be together in the future with this House, with this Commission, and with all member states present and future. Long live Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President von der Leyen. And now we go to the political group speakers, starting with the EPP, Dolores Montserrat. 2 minutes.
Muchísimas gracias, presidentas, presidente. El Consejo Europeo y este Parlamento han acordado la incorporación de Bulgaria a la eurozona en 2026 y, por tanto, nuestra felicitación a todo el pueblo búlgaro. El Consejo también ratificó nuestro respaldo a Ucrania, que sigue luchando por su libertad, recordándonos que la seguridad no se improvisa, se construye. Hoy los aliados estamos más unidos y más convencidos que nunca de que la defensa es la mejor garantía de paz contra criminales como Putin. Europa avanza, presidenta, hacia una economía más competitiva, más innovadora. Pero necesitamos continuar avanzando en reducir esta maraña de burocracia que asfixia a las pequeñas empresas, a la industria y a nuestras familias. También necesitamos el mejor presupuesto para hacerlo realidad. Necesitamos el presupuesto para tener una economía robusta, porque así tendremos la mejor política social que podemos dejar a nuestros jóvenes, que son los empleos de calidad. Y, por supuesto, tenemos que continuar acelerando, abriendo mercados con esta política de acuerdos comerciales tan acertada. Pero, sobre todo, no podemos olvidar en este presupuesto a nuestros agricultores y a nuestros pescadores, esenciales en nuestra economía. También se revisaron las políticas de seguridad interna e inmigración. Solo Europa debe decidir quién entra en Europa y debemos luchar con firmeza contra las mafias que utilizan el drama humano de la inmigración y que convierten a nuestros mares en un cementerio. Pero también necesitamos recursos contra las amenazas híbridas, el terrorismo y el crimen organizado. En el Consejo también se conmemoró el 40 aniversario de la adhesión de 2 países hermanos a la Unión Europea, Portugal y España. Dos grandes economías, dos socios leales y un puente estratégico con Latinoamérica y África. Pero sobre todo dos ejemplos de compromiso con la libertad, la democracia y el Estado de Derecho. Valores que hoy están amenazados en España. Ayer la Comisión Europea publicó el informe anual del Estado de Derecho de todos los países de la Unión y en cuanto al informe de España fue demoledor. Determina que España está en riesgo democrático. Y yo les digo que el único responsable tiene un nombre que se llama Pedro Sánchez. Europa nació también como una promesa contra la impunidad y la corrupción, pero esa promesa se rompe cuando uno de sus Estados miembros está dirigido por un presidente que no gobierna, sino que resiste en el poder porque maniobra y ataca a la democracia. Miren, Pedro Sánchez viola cada día los valores europeos. Es el responsable de una organización criminal corrupta que sus cabecillas eran sus dos hombres de máxima confianza. Uno pagaba prostitutas con dinero público y el otro en la cárcel por cobrar mordidas millonarias. Y es más, este informe del Estado de Derecho denuncia también el aumento imparable de la corrupción bajo su mandato, especialmente en contratos públicos y financiación de partidos. Por eso ha llegado el momento que desde aquí Europa exijamos detener toda esta corrupción en España, porque Sánchez no la va a frenar, la corrupción, porque él es la corrupción. Por tanto, defendamos desde aquí el Estado de Derecho y la lucha contra la corrupción en todos los rincones de Europa. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Montserrat. And now, on behalf of the S&D Group, Kathleen Van Bremt. 1.5 minutes.
You know, Mrs. Montserrat, we have a sort of joke in the S&D Group. Every time you take the floor in the plenary, you wait 1 minute, 2 minutes before you say the name Pedro Sánchez. But let me come to the Council. Dear Presidents of the Commission, of the Council and of the Parliament, when there's a storm outside, people look for shelter. A place where they can be safe and where they can count on protection. And colleagues, I don't have to tell you that there is a storm outside. And anybody who looks to Europe for shelter, they will be disappointed today. Just look at the outcome of the EU summit. Genocide in Gaza, not on the agenda. No action. Further support for Ukraine, blocked. Sanctions against Russia, postponed. Ban on the Budapest Pride, not on the agenda. The Serbian government's heavy-handed attack on protesting students, business as usual. Trump will see. It's very clear who gains from that approach. Putin, Trump, Netanyahu, Vucic, Erdogan, Orban, Xi. Dear Council, and you mentioned it, international law, multilateralism, rules-based order are the principles on which Europe is built. And they are the strongest weapon that we have to defend people. But it only makes sense when you follow them consistently. If we uphold them every time and we protect them when they are under attack, we need to act by finally confronting Orban's attack on his own people, by giving Ukraine a clear and committed path towards EU accession, by stopping the appeasement of Vucic, and by finally doing what's right and suspending the association agreement with Israel. Council and Commission, that would be leadership. Please act upon.
I give the floor next, on behalf of the PFP Group, to King Agal. 1.5 minutes.
Elnök úr, elnök asszonyok. Az emberek...
Thank you, President. People really need the right solutions for Europe. But at the last summit, the Hungarian Prime Minister was the only one who actually dared to speak the truth. You know, this forced Ukrainian membership of the EU would just destroy everything as far as our markets go, our security. Opening up the markets, in this case, would just destroy our farmers. It's just not acceptable to have these agreements decided upon between the Ukraine and the European Commission behind closed doors. We agree with certain competencies being advanced and enhanced, but we shouldn't centralise everything. Now, the forced migration pact has to be stopped as well. We need radical changes. We need a review of the court's orders as well and decisions. It's a huge problem, but the Commission is making proposals with regard to energy prices, for example, which will bring about a hike in these prices. We're not able to really participate, and we're going to destroy the EU. We really need to remove these cul-de-sacs and start talking frankly.
The ECR Group, Nicolas Bay, 1 minute.
Thank you, President. War is at our border. The world is unstable. We're losing time. The Council tackled a number of issues vital for security and our interests. Ukraine, we need a just and lasting peace swiftly. We need negotiations. We welcome yesterday's announcement that Patriot systems will be sent by President Trump. Middle East now. Israel is entitled to defend itself with all the means available to it in face of terrorism. It is vital for stability in the region and security in Europe that Iran and its regime never secures nuclear weapons. Like Italy and Sweden, the Council is starting to open its eyes on migration. We need partnership agreements with partners in the Mediterranean, as Giorgia Meloni did, signing partnership agreements with third countries. We need to be inflexible when it comes to the return regulation. We need mass expulsion of illegal migrants. It is vital to protect Europeans. Finally, Mrs. von der Leyen, you will be judged on the basis of action. We need to free up competitiveness, simplify procedures, reduce taxes, get rid of the Green Act and make our businesses more competitive in a cutthroat economy. We've secured some victories here in this chamber. We need to go faster and do more. Thank you.
The floor on behalf of the Renew Europe Group, to its chair, Valérie Ayet, 2.5 minutes.
Madam President, colleagues. Now, one word which has cropped up frequently in recent years is crisis. Democratic crisis, trade crisis, and also climate, health, or migration crisis. Now, fortunately, it is often said that Europe only makes progress in times of crisis. That was true of Brexit or the historic recovery plan in the wake of COVID. And now we have a defence plan as well as projects to step up our energy independence, plus our fight against climate change and the Green Deal. So the obsession, of course, is to protect our classes who are bearing the brunt of all these crises. And this is the sense we got in the outcome of the most recent summit, President. Unanimous support from 27 for European defence, stepping up our competitiveness, and also support for the Commission in its negotiation with other countries on free trade agreements to try and come to pragmatic outcomes. However, let's go even further. When it comes to Ukraine, let's not lose sight of the danger that Russia poses to our security. And that is why we need unanimity on the 18th package of sanctions, which, however, was a failure. Fico's Slovakia, Orban's Hungary are two supporters of Putin right on the borders of Europe. There have been clearly proven cases of Russian interference. Putin's Russia has only one objective, and that is to drive a wedge between member states and to try and increase doubts over the essential support for Ukraine. And we have clearly identified mouthpieces for Putin here in the Parliament as well as in Council. Now, the only consequence of that will be to favour Russia in its fight against Ukraine. That is why we should prioritise the defence of Ukraine, and that is why, ladies and gentlemen, this subject should be prioritised above all others. Now, the challenge here is Trump. Who has global leadership? Now, Europe has all the cards to have itself respected. We have a market, we have rules to protect us, but we must not be timid when it comes to promoting our legislative agenda, and we should safeguard our unity on Ukraine, as well as bolster our partnerships with those allies and friends who share our values, the United Kingdom in particular. And that is why, colleagues, we need to act. We need to come forward with proposals, we need to advance, and we will also stand side by side with the architects of Europe. So quicker, stronger, further. We need Europe.
Now I give the floor to the co-chair of the Green Group, Bas Eickhout. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the themes were competitiveness, security and defence, and EU in the world. Well, that's a good coincidence, because those are the topics I'm addressing as well, but maybe in a bit more of a challenging way, because it seems that we're all very happy with how the Council went, but to be very honest, I don't think there's a good reason to be so happy about what happened in the Council, because the Council conclusions are quite empty and not really forward-looking. Let's start with competitiveness. Then we should start with our green economy, our future economy. You mentioned that the climate targets will not be debated, but they were. Macron is joining the Visegrad at the moment, fighting climate action, while Marseille is burning. That's the real state of where we are, and that's really condemning to watch. And Madam President, you said we are going to end the fossil era in Europe for good. That's lovely to hear. No, you said in general. Yes, I did take you by your word, and indeed then I'm going to ask, what are you going to do in the negotiations with the United States? Because are we now going to replace our fossil dependency from Russia with the United States? That's not ending a fossil era for good. This shows we are not really solving our problems for our future economy, and in the MFF, I hope you will pick up that we need strong industrial policies. It's not deregulation. We need clarity for the industry, strong guidance, industrial policy, lead markets. Those issues need to be delivered on. Then, on security and defense, the big elephant in the room is Orban. Not even mentioned. He's blocking negotiations with Ukraine, and you are not doing anything. Where's the Article 7 procedure? When are we going to take Orban to court? These are measures that we need to do, but meanwhile we are silent while he is banning a pride in Budapest. And finally, Europe in the world. Europe's inaction on Gaza is shameful. The Council took note of a report that is making very clear human rights are being violated every day. When is Europe finally going to suspend the association agreement with Israel? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eickhout. And now, for the Left Group, its co-chair, Manon Aubry.
Madame von der Leyen, Mrs. von der Leyen, Mr. Costa, you talk of peace, security, but yes, today you have said nothing about genocide in the Gaza Strip. Mrs. von der Leyen, the report is quite clear. Israel has breached Article 2 of the EU-Israel Association Agreement. This comes from your High Representative for Foreign Affairs, Kaja Kallas. It took 20 months of systematic devastation of the Gaza Strip, indiscriminate bombing, children being starved, to reach this evident conclusion: Israel has violated international law, European law. However, what conclusion have you drawn? Did you immediately, unconditionally pause the EU-Israel Association Agreement? No, you have done nothing because you don't want to punish Israel. But we have some 57,000 civilians killed. Aid cannot be distributed. Those that survive are living amongst the rubble, choosing between death through starvation or bombing. If you don't punish the Israeli government when it commits genocide, when will you punish it? You have no fear of punishing Russia and Putin, quite rightly, but you've not taken any action against Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu. What about invading the French airspace? Mrs. von der Leyen, you cannot stop genocide through words. and empty gestures. You need to take action. The EU is Israel's top trade partner. We cannot continue trade with a country responsible for genocide. Otherwise, we are legitimizing massacres in the Gaza Strip. You have failed to take action, Mrs. von der Leyen, and each day you make yourself ever more complicit in genocide. That brings shame on our continent. Every life counts. Every day counts. Take your responsibilities here and take action.
Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, ich möchte
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let's begin with something positive. Nation states have been accused of wanting to weaken the supply chain regulations. And we can see that in this parliament, what is happening very often, things are moving far too slowly. The world is changing quickly and irrevocably. Demographic changes, political tension, everywhere we feel change is happening. Just one continent remains stable and stagnant compared to the rest of the world, and that's Europe. So we're allowing the USA to continue working on development and China, but we are lagging behind. Once again, this is a continent that seems to be stuck to old ideologies, and very rarely do people have the courage in politics to actually take advantage of the possibility for patriotic change. We're available for that. We know that Europe will work when its cultural wealth is respected and not when it just ignores all of these issues, and where we have freedom of opinion rather than trying to restrict that freedom of opinion, as you are.
Yeah, 1.5 minutes.
Sr. Presidente do Parlamento, Sr. Presidente do Conselho.
President, honourable members, the European Council has been very clear. Europe needs to lead in a fragmented world. When it comes to Ukraine, we need to defend our values. In the Middle East, we need to ensure that humanitarian law is respected. The European Union should be firm but not indifferent. Human life is valuable. When it comes to cooperation between member states, we need more interoperability on defence. We have also seen a rise in hate speech in our respective countries, and we need a firm response here. On migration, we need to strike a clear balance. We need to secure our borders, and we need to ensure integration with dignity. On competitiveness, this is a cross-cutting issue. It is vital. Europe must be innovative, create jobs, secure a true energy Europe. Only in this way can we tackle a world in flux with constant change. We know that uncertainty abounds. The European Union must stand firm, be a reliable partner without losing its values. Thank you.
Adesso Nicola Zingaretti, 1.5 minutes.
Cari Presidenti.
Dear Presidents, at this moment in history, there is one thing we should do. We should not weaken a community spirit in favour of a purely intergovernmental Europe. Rather, we need to look at our civilization and peace and not forget the fact that for hundreds of years, Europe was at war, all at each other's throats, and this is just a small parenthesis in our history. We have been at peace since the Treaty of Rome, so we should not be rearming, coordinating, but starting to integrate and establish common values and sharing interests. And this is how we did it, by pooling our economic resources, making sure that our common destiny would prevail over tension and war. And it is particularly the fledgling democracies that have had to face up to the pressures of globalization, and this and nothing else is what has enabled Europe to be a promoter of well-being and welfare. Now, there are forces who wish to destroy our history. We are seeing new nationalisms which run the risk of transforming Europe into a reduced version of the United Nations. That's what they want the EU to be. That is not the way in which we can resolve our conflicts, and certainly we won't be a strong player able to decisively influence and intervene in wars. Now, we should be united, work together, and that way be a driving force, and we will have strength in our unity, and that is something that we need. Let's change course.
Minuto 30.
Ma se
Now, if the future of Europe is what we heard this morning, then really we should be worried. Really, we should be seriously worried, because we've got a president of the European Council who only really talked about weapons and armaments. Now, of course, we live in times in which we have a pacifist European left. And then, of course, President von der Leyen talked about how people are struggling to pay their bills, and perhaps we need to be cutting red tape. I mean, it's the European Union, the European Commission, after all, which has created this system. And you need to explain how you're going to resolve it now. Now, of course, all of this stems from the pandemic and the problem of climate change, and then we've got this alleged Russian invasion of Europe. Now, these really are a lot of scaremongering to scare European people. Now, President Costa, we've got a Europe which seems to be able to find money and flexibility when it comes to rearming. Now, that, however, is a Europe which is betraying its own principles. It seems to have forgotten about retirement pensions and wages, and has forgotten about all the people who are suffering, and only seems to care about a Europe of armaments. Carlo Fidanza for 1 minute now.
Presidente.
Thank you, President. President, Commissioner, colleagues. Now, the most recent European Council was heavily focused on international issues, and once again we had a summit which was chaired by President Council Meloni and co-chaired by Netherlands and France. What we should be doing is clamping down on irregular migration, working with countries from outside the EU and making sure that they can go to safe third countries, because this weaponization of immigration is one of the hybrid threats that Europe now faces. Now, just yesterday we saw in Libya and as well as in the Middle East that when we had a problem with access by Minister Brunner as well as representatives from 3 other countries. Now, when we talk about the situation, of course we need to invest in defence, and following on from the Council as well as the NATO summit, we also need to look at how we counter hybrid threats. We need to defend our borders as well as protect strategic infrastructure, and also control access to critical raw materials, because that is to defend our liberty as well as our sovereignty.
Estrella Galán, 1 minute.
What a shame that Mrs. von der Leyen could not stick around just a little longer to listen to our comments. The European Union is spending billions on rearming, and that will bolster the economic interests of the US alone. What we need to do in the European Union is put an end to genocide in Gaza. Yet we don't seem to have time, resources, or political will to achieve that goal. We are directly witnessing the extermination of an entire people. Instead of championing human rights, we are strengthening NATO and doing Trump's bidding. We need social justice and peace. Mr. Costa, there are 2 urgent matters that the European Union must act on. We need to break off the association agreement between the EU and Israel, and we need to send resources to help the Palestinian people. The individuals in Gaza are suffering. People are screaming on the streets of Europe. Listen to what they have to say. Take action.
Madam von der Leyen, you are going to destroy European Union, and I'm convinced that the EU is going to collapse soon because you do everything in your power to make that happen. Please realize what you are actually expecting from Hungary and Slovakia. You approach us telling us to approve the 18th package of anti-Russian sanctions and to definitely cut ourselves off from the bad Russian gas. But these carbohydrates are vital, are essential for Slovak industry and economy. Without them, our economy would either collapse or would not be competitive. And Mr. Šefčovič, you are sitting here and you know it very well, and I call on you to really defend Slovakia more in this respect. Now, then we have the allies from West, and they are telling us to give 5% of our GDP for arms and for defense and for building roads, for tanks that will go from west to the east, like Mr. Zdechovský alluded to. But thank you very much. We don't want that. And I really wonder why Slovak Prime Minister has not blocked the Russian sanctions in a definitive manner, because we would have done it a long time ago. And I don't wonder that there are Slovaks calling for neutrality because they don't see this kind of future for themselves. Thank you.
Οι εμπριστικές αποφάσεις του Ευρωπαϊκού Συμβουλίου
Council decisions, dangerous decisions by NATO, just continuing the business of war, competition to build bridges, and conclusions regarding Gaza, just masking the genocide that is taking place as we sit here, and the massacres of civilians in Gaza. Israel and the US all together against Iran, NATO and the EU involvement in Libya has led to this dreadful agreement between Turkey and Libya, and we're seeing people arriving in boats, refugees arriving on the coast of Crete under dreadful conditions. You are talking about lowering wages, robbing the Palestinians of their coffers of public funds. We have to show solidarity with Palestine. We should not get involved in any of these massacres and these wars.
Niedermayer, 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And let me start by congratulating our Bulgarian colleagues, like my friend Dolores. I really envy them to have courage to take the right decision. And I'm saying that as a Czech, that unfortunately my country doesn't have this courage so far. But talking about our debate, I would say that this is a little bit half-empty glass situation. And I will talk about 3 issues. Only in one of them, I guess, we are on the very right track. The very right track is concerning the foreign diplomatic policies or foreign trade policies, because here I must say I have great respect for work of the Commission, and I hope we will have courage as the Parliament to take the right decision and go forward with that, because this is something that would strengthen our economy. In other 2 areas, it is not so positive. In defense, we should have more courage to work together, because only by purchasing together, by coordinating, we will be able to improve our ability to defend ourselves effective way. And the same for the competitiveness. We know that the key for the competitiveness is strengthening of the single market, remove the barriers. But I don't see the progress on the member states level, because these are member states that build the barriers that are slowing down our economy. And why don't they start to raise who is quicker in removing these barriers? This would make Europe stronger, and this is what we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Niedermayer. Next is Dan Nica. 1 minute.
Mulțumesc, doamna președintă. Domnule
Thank you, Madam President. President Costa, Commissioner Šefčovič. I would have liked to see something that is missing from the Council conclusions. I would like the decisions to be based on cost. It is very difficult for me to go back to Romania, tell them that they have to pay a price for electricity that is 2 and 4 times higher than elsewhere in the European Union, Why do Romanians have to pay up to 50% more than in other Western countries for energy? What sort of single market is that? The pressure is being put squarely on the shoulders of Romanians. The energy market is not functioning smoothly. Mr. Šefčovič, Mr. Costa, do not forget this, do not overlook this. And what a situation does that leave people in? They have to choose between paying for energy and buying drugs or medicine.
Colleagues, good morning. The Council conclusions are clear. We need to do everything in our power to improve cooperation on returns. But the current proposal is silent on the external dimension. And this is more than a missed opportunity. It's a strategic mistake. Without securing cooperation by third countries through visa, trade, and aid conditionality, any return system will fail. Now, many here, of course, want exactly that, failure, because they do not want illegal migrants to be returned. But let me remind you that there is a working right-wing majority in this House, and it is working for our citizens, and now it needs to work for returns. If the EPP sides with the left on this, they will end up with a regulation that is weaker than their own commissioner's proposal. And now is not the time for weak compromises. It's time to take a chainsaw to the bureaucracy and inaction that have paralyzed our return system for years. And this is only possible with the help of the patriots.
Thank you. Reinhold Lopatka, 1.5 minutes.
Dear President, dear colleagues, the European Council conclusions send a clear and resolute message. The European Union remains steadfast in its commitment, firstly to enlargement. We had the last one in 2013. Time has come for the next enlargement. Secondly, a clear message that we defend Ukraine's sovereignty. And it is a good signal that also the United States now said that they will continue in their support for the freedom of the people in Ukraine. And thirdly, the strengthening of our collective security. Austria was always in favor of enlargement, and we strongly support a credible, merit-based enlargement process. This is essential for the future of the European Union. Enlargement was always a success story. We should continue with it. We need concrete results after years of negotiations, especially with Western Balkan countries. And we have to do everything that we are not losing credibility. Therefore, we have to say very clear that we are absolutely in favor of an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and guaranteed unhindered humanitarian access. This is necessary that we keep our credibility.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lopatka. Next is Javier Moreno Sanchez. 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, President. Dear Council President, Commissioner, honourable members, the European project emerged in the aftermath of World War II and has flourished to become a peace project. We need to shore up our security and defence, which is a European public good. And the ultimate goal, though, here should be to secure peace. We need to improve our defence capabilities. We need to act together and take more effective action through initiatives such as SAFE. We also need to tackle internal threats in our societies, precarious jobs, poverty. To ensure peace, we need to ensure good welfare systems and prosperity. As Pedro Sanchez has said, we need to strike a balance between defence through NATO and a strong welfare state in Europe. We have two wars that we need to tackle. We need to face up to Putin and what is happening in Ukraine, and we also need to deal with what is happening in the Gaza Strip, and we need to consider all options, including suspending the EU-Israel Association Agreement. Thank you.
Speaker is Ms. Brülker for 1 minute, please.
Madam President, Mr. Commissioner, the European Commission has once again demonstrated how little it understands the reality around it. In particular, it fails to understand the economic situation of member states and takes decisions without the approval of the European Council. Reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 90% by 2040 is not a climate plan. It is a plan to destroy European industry, agriculture and transport. It is a plan for poverty for millions of Europeans. Can you really not see that this ideological obsession with decarbonisation will destroy the European Union's competitiveness? That instead of producing here, everything will move outside the EU, that this will have no impact on the climate, that farmers, drivers, small businesses, everyone will fall victim to this radical climate policy. Instead of protecting the climate, you will import products from countries such as Mercosur, which are doing nothing about emissions. Your policy is pure hypocrisy. We say a firm no to this experiment on the peoples of Europe. Climate policy cannot be a tool for coercion and destruction. This is time to focus on developing industry and agriculture in Europe. Thank you.
Speaker is Mr. Pedula for 1 minute, please.
President, the course chartered by the Council is such that we are favouring the interests of some member states. Europe is being very obedient, but is betraying its independence as well as citizens' values. Now, this course will not give us more security. Rather, we are going down the road of rearmament, which will lead us nowhere. And we have ordinary people, small and medium-sized enterprises who are bearing the brunt of cuts to social services and welfare. And with the leaders of the five-star movement, Giuseppe Conte, we had the NATO summit and we went to The Hague to put in place the foundations for a different Europe, a Europe of peace and social justice, the Europe of the citizens and not of the lobbies. And in closing, allow me to add the fact that we failed to suspend the association agreement between the EU and Israel as a result of the veto of certain leaders, including Giorgia Meloni, means that we are seeing children queuing up for bread and being mowed down by the Israeli Defense Force. We are seeing a genocide in Gaza. It is shameful.
Speaker is Mr. Kelly for 1 minute, please.
I strongly welcome the European Council's conclusions on the Middle East and Gaza. The call for an immediate ceasefire, the unconditional release of hostages and the path towards a permanent end to hostilities is most welcome. I have spoken many times in this House about the utterly deplorable and unacceptable situation in Gaza. Our failure to act sooner and apply pressure on Israel has allowed this to continue. Now at last we see a united Council position reflecting the one that has been long advocated by Ireland. A call to lift the blockade, ensure the unhindered flow of humanitarian aid, to enable the UN and other organisations to do their life-saving work, and to reassess the EU-Israel Association Agreement. I particularly welcome the Council's reference to Israel's obligations under international law and under Article 2 of the Association Agreement. There must now be serious and immediate follow-up. If respect for human rights is the condition of that agreement, as it is and must be, then we cannot turn a blind eye. It is time to pause and reassess this relationship and send a clear, unequivocal message to Mr Netanyahu that the EU is united against his unacceptable actions.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Temido for 1 minute, please.
Obrigada, Presidente. Senhor... Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, there was no surprise that the conclusions of the last Council meeting have shown that European leaders are unable to make progress and agree on something. Stepping up defence expenditure and support for Ukraine was agreed upon, but we have to have the bravery to stand out and speak against Israel and its policies. And also we need to address migratory flows. The war is being waged in Gaza. We've got double standards in place if we compare the positions adopted by the heads of government regarding the invasion of Ukraine and the various packages of sanctions against Russia, but no consensus has been found with regard to the association agreement and its suspension with Israel. Silence, total silence with regard to the consequences of the loss of control at our borders, especially in the north of Africa. Protection of international courts, peace in Europe, this is what is important for the future.
Take it. Mr. Oliveira, seat 125, please.
Obrigado, Presidente. Sr. Deputada Marta Temido, além das questões que...
Mrs. Temido, apart from the issues that you raised, you talked about the total silence of the Council with regard to the Gaza genocide. Another aspect, I have a question for you on another aspect with regard to what Mr. Costa said and the statement made by Ms. von der Leyen this morning. Seems to be facilitating rearmament, but there's also a series of advantages for expenditure, no response on questions of poverty, fighting against poverty, the housing crisis, and so on.
Só lhe posso responder por mim própria e pela minha família política. Nós associamos sempre duas palavras: preparação.
We focus on preparing for war and strengthening security, but peace as well. Peace means education and health and a stronger social state.
And the last speaker before Catch Die is Mr. Dimitrov for 1 minute, please.
It is rare to witness an EU summit without there being talk of accelerated accession for Ukraine. When will you be willing to address the economic consequences of such a decision? Last year, Commission signed up to an agreement in Kiev that would further open the way for Ukrainian agricultural produce coming into the EU. Look at the countries that joined in 2004. They had to wait for years before they were given the type of red carpet treatment that Ukraine has received. We know that there will be talk of 20% cuts in the next multi-annual financial framework. It's clear why all this is happening. Where will you find the money for such cuts and shifting around of funds? You will take it from farmers. And what about the Pfizer scandal? You are ruining the European economy.
We have now come to Catch the Eye. And if you promise me to stick to your speaking time, I will give everyone who asks for the floor a chance to speak. But please stick to your speaking time. Otherwise, I've had to cut you off. And we will begin with Mr. Lopez Aguilar, seat 379, please.
Thank you, President. Presidente del Consejo.
President, Council, Commissioner. Now, I think there's actually more for us to do than is reflected in the conclusion of the Council when it comes to defence and foreign policy. We seem to be reverting to Trump and fails to take account of the genocidal policies of Netanyahu and the need to suspend the association agreement and also to boost our defence capacities and, in doing so, commensurately increase our budget. Now, we need to look at those countries that have faithfully complied with the pact and then look at Putin and Lukashenko and look at the most deadly route for illicit trafficking is via the Canaries. Now, of course, we need a space of justice and peace and security. And so, really, the Council, at long last, should be implementing directives and the European law against the sexual abuse of minors and finally comply with the European Union's mandate to make sure that we, at long last, succeed to the European Convention on Human Rights.
The next speaker will be Mr. Tynkkynen, seat 210, please.
Madam President, the European Council has chosen words over courage. Conclusions of the European Council meeting on the situation in the Middle East dangerously ignores the very cause of that tragedy. Hamas, a terrorist group that refuses to release innocent civilians whose only crime in the eyes of Hamas is being Israeli. Where is the outrage over Hamas storing weapons under hospitals or using children as human shields? It is deeply disappointing that the message of European leaders to Israel is about lifting blockades in Gaza rather than fighting terrorism that makes blockades necessary in the first place. Peace will never come from pressuring the only democracy in the region to lay down its weapons while its enemies are arming themselves. The European leaders forgot this once again, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Ms. Grappini, seat 542, please.
Doamna președintă, domnule comisar, domnule președinte al
President of Council, Commissioner, I have to say that when you said, Mr. Koschak, that decisions were based on perceptions, on fact rather than perceptions, but we've been told that we have to have, do more than words, and they have to make sense. But what about people and their lives, citizens, ordinary people? If they can't have a good, standard of living, what is the point when Europe has people living in poverty, whole generations of people, of young people who have no access to housing? It's a terrible shame that there is no social policy to really provide some support for people who are in need or are sick. Can they talk about or think about competitiveness even? What's the point of production increasing if we have nothing to put on the table? It's a terrible state of affairs, so I ask the Commission to put on the agenda at the next meeting this situation in the European Union.
Mr. Oliveira, it's your lucky day. You both have a blue card, and now we have a catch the eye, please.
Thank you, President. President Costa. The Council conclusions indicate that the war in Ukraine will continue, military spending, support for NATO, an arms race. We have the omnibus proposal, more funding for major companies in the single market, simplifying rules for major multinationals, and less support for SMEs. Nothing about the housing crisis, poverty, all those factors that make lives difficult for citizens. And then the European Union is showing itself complicit in Israel's actions in Gaza. Where is our investment in true peace and prosperity?
Jungblut, seat 613, please.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin, wenn man sich die Ergebnisse des
If we look at the outcome of the Council, it really is a bad dream. Let me give you 3 examples. First of all, accession of Ukraine. Now, we go on and on about pursuing negotiations, but Ukraine fulfills absolutely none of the preconditions for becoming a member of the European Union. It doesn't have a proper democratic system, number 1. Second point, economic measures. Council talks a lot about re-establishing competitiveness and that we should have single market integration. But what are we doing instead of that? Well, over-regulation. We're even regulating markets that don't even exist yet. So we're throttling them at birth. Thirdly, European Union 2030. What's the reality? Well, on the energy policy front, we have a Green Deal, which has led to us having the highest prices in Europe, and many member states of the Council of Europe are struggling. Everything the Council does undermines people's lives and the economy.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Andrew Kaitis, seat 309, please.
Thank you very much. Dear President, dear Commissioner, the European Union faces a critical juncture marked by geopolitical shifts, transnational crises, and internal complexities. For geopolitical reasons, European Union enlargement is high on the political agenda, but the European Union is not ready yet to welcome new members, neither institutionally nor policy-wise. You remember excellent report which shows that we need to do more, and only one way is to do our homework, to encourage member states to do their homework. We need to much broader multi-annual financial framework budget. We need on our own resources. We need to integrate Ukraine into EU as soon as possible. Only one way is to achieve peace, the integration Ukraine into EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Ms. Sorel, seat 839, please.
Colleagues, people are getting angrier and angrier, and this is worrying for the stability of the EU and for our very democracies. Our peoples feel that the Europe that is supposed to love them is being built against them. We should restore this pride in being European. And Europeans cannot be respected internationally unless we become stronger. We need to go back to looking at our talents. Our researchers and engineers have gone off to the United States. Our enterprises, we need to revise some of our absurd regulations with regard to free and fair competition, which prevents great champions emerging. Let's have a break in this rushing forward mindlessly, which is weakening us. There is so much to do, so much to say. But one last point I will focus on, that it is very, very sad, and that we are ignoring the talents of the southern countries. Interruption by the chair.
Speaker in this Catch the Eye is Mr. Mazurek, seat 703, please.
Mr. Šefčovič, you're sitting here as a representative of Slovak Republic, as Euro Commissioner, and you're listening Mrs. von der Leyen as she's openly against or damaging policies, rainbow politics, green politics, but also complete ban on fossil fuels. She openly promoted a complete cut of energy import from Russia. You know that your mother country and Slovak Prime Minister in Slovakia openly criticize these things, but you openly approves this politics which damages Slovak industry and Slovak people. What should Slovaks choose? Who they should believe? How should we bear these double standards? I really do not like you sitting here and selling your own country. I disagree completely. I will always consider it as condemn this.
And now we'll give the floor back to the Commission and Commissioner Šefčovič for wrapping up the debate. Please, the floor is yours.
You are too fast for the translators. Yes, I believe.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Mr. President. After this entree, I would focus on what was really topic of this debate, and I think that what is very important is that I would just offer Two aspects from the perspective of the Commission, because I think the debate was covering the overall debate and discussions in the European Council. So let me just elaborate a little bit on the geoeconomics first. I think President of the European Council highlighted excellently the importance of the global trade. Mr. Costa is absolutely right. We have to address the growing volatility by further diversification of our trade partnership. As you know very well, 50% of our GDP and 30 million jobs in Europe depend on our trade relationships, depend on our trade. On top of it, our industry needs critical raw materials. We need access to sensitive technologies, and we have to do it through our tools in which we are strong, and this is our ability to trade and to have fair deals. Both presidents went through the list of the ongoing or completed trade negotiations, so I do not need to dwell on it. But I just would like to add one thought here. And the thought is that we need to give trade policy new strategic importance. We need to laser focus on new market access for our farmers, for our industry, and for our service providers. And we need a new speed to do that. We must simply accelerate our procedures in approving and ratifying these agreements. If you look at the timeline, I believe you would agree with me that we are losing an enormous amount of time. I know that legal scrubbing and the translations are important, but we also have to realize that every year of negotiated and completed free trade agreement, which is not entered into force, means loss of millions and sometimes of billions of euros of business opportunities for our economy. And if you allow me to conclude on the second thought, and this is linked with simplification. First and foremost, I really would like to reassure honourable members that the simplification efforts are not about undermining our climate ambitions. It is about protecting our economy, it's about protecting our business, it's about protecting our competitiveness, our jobs, our standards, and about social fabric of the European Union. And therefore, I would just like to leave you with one plea. Let's not politicize this issue. Let's not politicize the process of simplification, because both goals are very important, and I can assure you that we spend an enormous amount of time and energy to find that right balance, to strike that equilibrium into what we can accomplish by easing the burden, cutting the red tape, and preserve our high goals in the field of protecting our planet and tackling climate change. Thank you very much for the attention. Thank you very much, Madam President.
And we thank you very much also for that. And the final speaker in this round and this topic is, of course, the President of the European Council, Mr. Costa. The floor is yours, please.
Madame la Présidente, Madame et Monsieur les députés.
President, honourable members, Commissioner. First and foremost, on the devastating situation in the Middle East, the European Council did not ignore the humanitarian disaster in Gaza. We acknowledged the unacceptable situation, the dire straits that civilians are in as they face bombing and starvation. The Council clearly called on Israel to put an end to the blockade, to facilitate the delivery of humanitarian aid, and to allow the United Nations and its agencies and humanitarian organisations to do their job freely. We adopted a clear position condemning the escalation of violence in the West Bank. We criticised the illegal settlements and clearly called for further action to be taken in the wake of a report where for the first time it was publicly recognised that Israel had violated human rights in Gaza. It is not easy to adopt a joint position in the European Council. I listened to different views expressed here, and I have my doubts as to whether a unanimous position would be possible here in the European Parliament. The European Council represents the different member states, and as such, there are diverse views, and yet we still manage to reach a unanimous position on this matter. We in the European Union leads the way when it comes to support for the Palestinian Authority. Through to 2024, we invested over 20 billion. We have just approved a new programme to support the Palestinian Authority and its reform. That's to the tune of 1.6 billion. We will continue to support the Palestinian people. Now, we know that the only way to ensure lasting fair peace in the region is to implement the two-state solution. We will support that. Turning now to Ukraine. Firstly, let me say that we approved the renewal of the previous sanctions packages. We are in the process of approving the 18th package of sanctions. We approved the SAFE programme, which will enable member states to offer military support to Ukraine. We will continue our efforts. We will also continue accession negotiations with Ukraine. We should not make formal, informal negotiations a source of drama. In 2024, the Council unanimously approved the launch of accession talks. All the decisions were taken unanimously. Similarly, when Ukraine received candidate status. As of 2022, the Commission began negotiations and talks with Ukraine. We are moving at a good pace. Despite the difficult situation that Ukraine finds itself in, it continues its reform programme. It is overhauling its legal system. Those efforts must continue so that we can conclude negotiations, come back to Council to secure unanimous approval of any decision taken. So there is no blockade. That is not possible. The Council's policy here is very clear. We are working on advancing Ukraine's accession process. A final point. We hear a lot said about military spending in Europe. We're not approving military expenditure to wage war, but rather to protect peace. We learnt that lesson painfully through the war in Ukraine. What we learnt is that we cannot trust Russia. Russia is a threat to peace in Europe. The only way we can prevent a future war is to start our defence efforts here and now. That is why we need to invest in our own defence, not to wage war, but rather to support peace in Europe. Mr. Oliveira, nobody would desire peace more than Ukraine itself. Those that suffer Russia's attacks day in, day out. However, If you want peace, you have to prevent Russia from continuing its attacks and invasion. There is only one reason why the war has not been ended, and that is Russia. Russia has continued its war in Ukraine. Now, when we talk about international law in Gaza, we also have to talk about international law in Ukraine. International law stipulates a right to sovereignty and territorial integrity. We need to stick to recognised borders. That is enshrined in the UN Charter of Human Rights, and that must be defended everywhere, including in Ukraine. Why should Ukraine be an exception here? Let me conclude. We should not just focus on external policies in the European Union. We do need to look at domestic issues, ensuring that our economies are more competitive and that our jobs are of a high calibre. We need to tackle all those challenges. And so for the first time at the next European Council meeting in October, we will have an item on the agenda discussing the housing crisis. The housing crisis is a major problem in Europe, and so we need action here to tackle that huge challenge.
Costa, and with that, the debate is closed. The next item on the agenda is the Council and Commission statements, the EU's post-2027 long-term budget, Parliament's expectations ahead of the Commission's proposal. I would like to remind you that we continue with this new format for this debate, and there will be no speakers list. After the first round of speakers on behalf of the groups, members who received speaking time from the political group or non-attached secretariat will be called to speak and will be reminded of their allotted speaking time. Please keep an eye on the screens in the chamber, where the current speaker and the next 3 speakers will be displayed. When your name appears as upcoming speaker, I would like to ask you to prepare and make your way to the rostrum. The normal rules regarding blue cards and the Catch the Eye procedure will apply during this debate. And with that, I would like to give the floor to the Council Minister for European Affairs, Ms. Marie Bjerre. Please welcome. The floor is yours, and I'm very happy to welcome you here today as a Dane. Thank you.
Thank you, President, honourable members, Commissioner. It is my great pleasure to engage with you today on the next multi-annual financial framework. The upcoming MFF will define our budget for the upcoming years, but it will also represent a strategic decision shaping the future direction of our union for the decades to come. The aim of today's exchange should not be to discuss the possible content of the Commission's proposals. These will come very shortly, and both we in the Council and you in this House will have the opportunity to consider and examine the proposal thoroughly and with a shared sense of responsibility. Having said that, it is clear that the Council will strive for a strong and effective EU long-term budget. The current geopolitical context calls on the EU to empower itself. That means providing the Union with resources to act in areas that deliver an impactful added value. Our continuously in support to Ukraine is one of our most pressing priorities and will remain so as for long as it takes. We are fully committed to a lasting and just peace for the Ukrainian people. EU support in all its dimensions cannot back down. We must also strengthen our hand on security and defense, including, importantly, ramping up our defense readiness. The world before the Russian invasion of Ukraine is no more, and our next long-term budget must reflect the new reality. Let us also not forget that the core of our union is the single market. This was the end goal of the signatories of the Treaty of Rome. It is now a reality, ever growing and ever improving. We must therefore boost European productivity and competitiveness decisively for our businesses to thrive, for our position towards international competitors to be strong, for Europe to remain the greatest social market economy, aiming at full employment, social progress, climate ambition, and a high level of protection of the environment. Finally, the common agricultural policy and cohesion policy will continue to find a prominent place in our long-term budget. The Council will work together with you for a green and market-oriented CAP, supporting our farmers and our environmental objectives. We will also strive for a modern and effective cohesion policy. We share the ambition of an MFF that allows us to deliver on our joint objectives. It will be important that checks and balances are aligned with its flexibility. And I also wish to highlight that the basis for implementing the budget will be compliance with the Union's values and fundamental rights. Now, when confronted with our joint ambitions, we must consider the financing side as well. It must be with due regard for the fiscal position of member states and taxes imposed on citizens and businesses. We will need to continue the debate on a revenue side that is fit for the challenges of the 21st century. The Danish presidency will approach the debate with an open mind and is committed to advancing talks on their own resources. The first phases of the negotiations on the proposals for the next MFF will be key to deliver on our shared priorities. It is our great honor and responsibility to be taking over the Council of the Presidency at this crucial moment. The Danish presidency is ready to open discussions on the Commission's proposals for the next MFF with ambition and determination, setting an ambition and financially responsible course for the Council works. We will do so in a spirit of openness and sincere cooperation with this House in line with the competences defined in the treaties. I look forward to start of our work and for our cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. And then I will give the floor to the Commission and Commissioner Serafin, please. Welcome as well.
Honourable members, Madam Minister, just a week before the publication of the Commission proposal on the next MFF, I would like to concentrate my reflections on what I believe unites us. I think that we are united in belief that the EU budget has to be modernized. We know that the world around us is changing and changing rapidly, and that the new challenges require smarter responses. Smarter MFF means first and foremost a more flexible MFF. The situation in which we are, where 90% of our budgetary resources are locked in from the outset, is not sustainable. There is a growing consensus that that must change. We must create space for the unforeseen, to respond quickly to the new priorities and to crises. But in the search for flexibility, we also must preserve some predictability. Our regions, researchers, companies, they need stability to plan and deliver long-term investments. Our investors need to know where to orient their funds in line with the European priorities. I believe we can strike the right balance, and the national and regional partnership plans could help us in that. They could ensure that people on the ground have a say in how funds are used, while giving them also the necessary certainty to plan their investments. And those investments could and should also stimulate reforms, both at the national and regional level. Investments and reforms are necessary to support convergence among our regions and member states. Second, smarter definitely means also simpler. That is the recurring element that I have heard while traveling around Europe. Deliver more simple budget. So if we want to be truly competitive, we need to deliver on simplification, also in the context of the EU budget. It is as simple as that. Now I would like to share also some conclusions with respect to specific topics that attracted the attention of debates in the last few months. I would start by mentioning that the war at our eastern border has reminded us we must do more on security and defense. It would be naive to think that the Union budget alone can lift this massive task. It is first and foremost the responsibility of member states. But defense is an area where the Union budget can help member states to invest better and achieve more results with less resources. We must nevertheless be prudent. Increased defense spending must not come at the expense of our European social model. That would create unnecessary divisions. We have to make sure that we invest both in security and in our people. My second point would be that we must not forget another foundational policy of the Union, the Common Agriculture Policy. It is undergoing reforms and simplification, and rightly so. But it must provide farmers with the necessary predictability and means. Food security is an important dimension of Europe's independence. Finally, Europe must rise to the competitiveness race in which we are. And we are united in that belief. We need to face the competitiveness gap and address it. For that purpose, we will propose the European Competitiveness Fund, a clear EU framework for investments throughout the entire innovation cycle, from applied research through manufacturing and deployment. And the Competitiveness Fund will use extensively financial instruments to increase the financial firepower. So far I have spoken about how we are going to spend, but now comes the part on how to finance it. You know this well, honourable members, that the debate over the new own resources has never been easy, but this time round we cannot avoid it. Why? Because financial needs are higher, while national budgets are under growing pressure. And from 2028 onwards, around €25 billion in our budget will be committed to repaying loans from the Next Generation EU instruments. The Parliament has long championed the reform of the revenue side. I count on your continued support to move this forward. As I'm sure the esteemed Minister will agree, Member States are reluctant to increase national contributions. Therefore, we must identify a balanced mix of new revenues that neither overburden national budgets nor create extensive financial obligations, and which are in sync with our policies and objectives. Honourable members, the post-2027 MFF will be the fourth I have worked on in various capacities. And I have learned one thing. Despite the difficult and sometimes divisive negotiations, there is always goodwill among participants. Because the MFF, like the EU itself, is a win-win concept. The EU has shown that it can act decisively and ambitiously during the pandemic, during the war in Ukraine. Let us continue on that path. Let us prove once again that Europe delivers. Let us prove it together.
Ce vote, chers collègues, et les combats que nous mènerons ensemble pour préserver l'âme sociale de l'Europe, nous réaffirmerons nos valeurs de solidarité, de justice et de progrès qui ont toujours impulsé la construction européenne. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Now we vote on Amendment 1. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. We vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. We move to the report by Salvatore De Meo on product safety and regulatory compliance in e-commerce and non-EU imports. Amendment 1 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Paragraph 38 in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 39 in two parts. First part by roll call. Who's in favour? First part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 2 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Paragraph 40 in two parts. First part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. We vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. We move to the report by Andreas Schieder on the 2023-2024 report on Albania. Amendment 2. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 14 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 3. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 15 in three parts, all by roll call. First part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Second part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Third part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Paragraph 22 in two parts. First part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 6 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 7 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 18. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Amendment 18. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 8 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 9 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 21 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 22 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 23 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 10 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 19. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Paragraph 28 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 16 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 20. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 25. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Let's check Amendment 25. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 24 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 11 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 17 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 12 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 13 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 4 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 5 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 1. Who is in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. We vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. We move to the report by Andrej Kolar on the 2023 and 2024 reports on Bosnia and Herzegovina. Amendment 10 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 11 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 12 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 13 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 2 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 4. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 5. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 14 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 3. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Amendment 3. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 15 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 16 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 1. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 17 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 6 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 7 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 8 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 9 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. We move to the report by Thomas Weitz on the 2023 and 2024 reports on North Macedonia. Amendment 21 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 24 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 22 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 19 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendments 3 and 14 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 25 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 4 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 26 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 15 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 16 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 23. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 5 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 6 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 17 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 27 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 28 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 7 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 8 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 1 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 9 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 10. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 20 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 18. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. We vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. We move to the report. We move to the report by Irasa Yuknevitsiene on the 2023 and 2024 reports on Georgia. Amendment 1 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 16 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. I give the floor to Ms. Yuknevitsiene to move an oral amendment to Amendment 9.
Dear President, dear colleagues, in agreement with the SND, ECR, Renew and Green groups, I would like to move an oral amendment to EPP Amendment 9 on paragraph 4, changing the last sentence of the paragraph to read as follows, I quote, calls in the light of the blatant breach of the principles under Article 2 for the application of Article 422 of the EU-Georgia Association Agreement related to non-fulfillment of obligations.
Is there any opposition to this? No, I don't see it, so we can vote. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 17 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 18 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 7. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 2. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 19 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 20 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendments 10 and 15. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 3. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 11. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 12. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. I give the floor to Mr. Urmas Payet to move an oral amendment to paragraph 16.
Dear colleagues, I will move the following oral amendment to paragraph 16 so that the last sentence of the paragraph will be reiterates its call for the immediate and unconditional release of Mzia Amaglobeli and the withdrawal of all charges against her, which are politically motivated, expressing deep concern over her critical eyesight deterioration in detention and urging urgent access to trusted medical care. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payet. Is there any opposition to this oral amendment? No, and therefore we vote on it. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 13. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 4 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 5. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 21 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 6. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 22 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendments 8 and 14. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. We vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. We move to the report by Robert Biedron and Niklas Farantouris on the implementation and delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals in view of the 2025 High-Level Political Forum. I will give the floor to both rapporteurs for 1 minute each. So, Robert Biedron first. 1 minute. Press the button. Okay.
Dear colleagues, the Sustainable Development Goals is the only plan for the future of humanity, the future of our planet. It's the biggest project humanity has ever undertaken, agreed by 193 countries. There is no plan B. The European Union has to show its leadership on the global stage and openly and vocally recommit to the SDGs. I would therefore urge all of you to vote in favour of this report. The European Parliament cannot afford to attend a second UN conference in a row without a political mandate. The credibility of this House is at stake, and the world will be watching whether the EU can still be considered a reliable partner. It's a great compromise. I want to thank all shadow rapporteurs and, of course, my excellent co-rapporteur, Nikolaos. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Farantouris.
Colleagues and friends, I wish to thank you all, and in particular my fellow co-rapporteur Robert from S&D and shadows rapporteurs from different groups for your constructive cooperation throughout this process. We ended up to a balanced but also ambitious report, and I think this is a unique opportunity for our House and for our Union to show people out there that we can lead negotiations and global efforts towards a more sustainable society, a more sustainable economy, and at the end of the day, a more sustainable planet for next generations. Let's all vote for it.
Thank you. Paragraph 22 in 2 parts, both by roll call. First part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 23 in 4 parts, all by roll call. First part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Third part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Fourth part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. All the votes on this report are by roll call, so I won't say it every time. Paragraph 24 in 3 parts. First part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Third part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 37 in 7 parts. First part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Third part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Fourth part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Fifth part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Sixth part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Seventh part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 42 in 6 parts. First part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Third part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Fourth part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Fifth part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Sixth part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 47. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 48. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 56 in 2 parts. First part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 1 by roll call. Also, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Citation 15. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Citation 16. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. We vote on the resolution as a whole. By roll call, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Then we move to the joint motion for a resolution tabled by 5 groups on the human cost of Russia's war against Ukraine and the urgent need to end Russian aggression, the situation of illegally detained civilians and prisoners of war, and the continued bombing of civilians. Amendment 7. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Well, let's check this. Amendment 7. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 8 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 2 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 3. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 9 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Paragraph 15 in 2 parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 18 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 1 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 20 in 2 parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 10. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 11 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 12 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 13 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 14 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Paragraph 24, Amendment 4 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote has to be open. Open now. Amendment 4. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 5. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Recital F. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 6 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. We vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Closed. Adopted. Have a good afternoon.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, wir fahren mit der Sitzung fort. Das Protokoll der gestrigen Sitzung und die angenommenen Texte sind verfügbar. Gibt es Einwände? Das sehe ich nicht. Dann gilt das Protokoll so als genehmigt. Als nächster Punkt auf der Tagesordnung folgt eine Aussprache über ein aktuelles Thema, Lehren aus der Budapest Pride Parade, die dringende Notwendigkeit eines EU-weiten Antidiskriminierungsgesetzes sowie die Verteidigung der Grundrechte gegen rechtsextreme Bedrohungen. Ich weise die Mitglieder darauf hin, dass bei der Aussprache weder spontane Wortmeldungen noch blaue Karte akzeptiert werden. Und wir kommen zum ersten Wortbeitrag des Verfassers, Frau Ana Catarina Mendes.
Obrigada, Senhora Presidente, Senhor Comissário, Senhoras e Senhores Deputados, queridos cidadãos europeus. Hoje, mais do que nunca, é nosso dever recordar, com firmeza e com esperança, que a União Europeia nasceu das cinzas, da intolerância e da divisão. Nasceu do compromisso coletivo de garantir que nunca mais as gerações futuras viveriam sob o peso do ódio, da exclusão ou do medo. É por isso que, neste momento, não podemos ficar em silêncio. No dia 28 de junho, milhares de pessoas saíram às ruas de Budapeste, não apenas para celebrar quem são, mas para reivindicar algo básico e algo essencial: o direito de existir com dignidade, de amar em liberdade, de viver sem medo. Marcharam com coragem, com orgulho, com alegria e com a convicção de que a Europa também lhes pertence. A coragem do Presidente da Câmara de Budapeste é um símbolo da luta pela liberdade e pela democracia. A Marcha de Budapeste é mais do que um desfile de cores. É um grito por igualdade, é um apelo à solidariedade europeia, é um lembrete de que, mesmo dentro das nossas fronteiras, a discriminação ainda não foi erradicada. Foi também a denúncia de um governo que, sob o pretexto de proteger as crianças, tem censurado vozes dissidentes, atacado a liberdade de imprensa, enfraquecido a justiça e transformado as pessoas LGBTQI+, num alvo político. Senhoras e senhores, não é aceitável em pleno século XXI cidadãos europeus vejam os seus direitos restringidos com base na sua identidade. Não é aceitável que leis sejam aprovadas para silenciar as vozes LGBTQI+. Não é aceitável que discursos de ódio ainda encontrem abrigo em parlamentos nacionais. E por isso reafirmamos aqui o nosso compromisso, o compromisso do SND, com a Diretiva Europeia para a Igualdade de Tratamento, também conhecida como Diretiva Antidiscriminação. Esta diretiva é uma peça-chave do nosso edifício jurídico e político, mas mais do que um documento legal, ela é uma declaração moral de que não haverá cidadãos de segunda categoria na Europa, de que todos têm o direito a acesso igual ao emprego, à educação, à saúde, à participação cívica, que nenhuma criança em nenhuma escola da União deve ser ensinada a ter vergonha de quem é. E é por ser uma obrigação moral que a Comissão, Sr. Comissário, não pode, não deve retirar a proposta de diretiva contra a discriminação. Se o fizer, estará a ser cúmplice de um ataque ao mais elementar dos valores europeus. A construção de uma Europa livre e justa exige vigilância constante. Não podemos permitir que retrocessos democráticos, muitas vezes disfarçados de valores tradicionais, corroam os pilares da União Europeia. A liberdade não é negociável, a dignidade não é relativa, os direitos humanos não estão sujeitos à vontade da maioria, porque eles são universais. E, caros colegas, não nos esqueçamos que a diversidade é a alma da Europa. Das línguas que falamos às formas de amar, das culturas que celebramos às vidas que escolhemos viver. Somos muitos e é exatamente por isso que nos torna mais fortes. A todos os cidadãos de todos os cantos da Europa, onde ainda enfrentam discriminações institucionais, dizemos: não estão sós. A vossa luta é a nossa luta. A vossa liberdade é a medida da nossa democracia. E concluo com uma promessa. Continuaremos a trabalhar para que nenhum europeu ou europeia tenha que marchar para provar que merece os mesmos direitos. Mas enquanto for necessário marchar, Estaremos ao vosso lado, passo a passo, rua a rua, país por país, porque a liberdade na Europa não é um privilégio de alguns, é sim o direito de todos. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. As we are half an hour late because of the long votes, I will keep the debate in course of the time strictly. So I give the floor to the Minister for European Affairs, Marie Bierre, the floor on behalf of the Council, please.
Thank you, President, honourable members, Commissioner. Thank you for inviting the Council to take part in this important debate today. Let me start by stating clearly that the Council is fully committed to upholding the rule of law and to the protection of fundamental rights, including those of minority groups. Any discrimination, including that based on sexual orientation, has no place in our Union. Equality and non-discrimination are fundamental values of the EU and are non-negotiable. It is our collective duty to uphold them and to make sure that they remain a reality for all Union citizens. Much progress has been achieved on this matter. However, we know that more needs to be done, and this presidency is committed in moving things forward. The Danish presidency plans to organize a policy debate with equality ministers on LGBT+ equality in light of the upcoming strategy. In this context, allow me a reference to the horizontal equal treatment proposal and the Commission's announcement to withdraw it. The Council has discussed the Commission proposal since 2008, including most recently at the Social Affairs Council in June. Despite the efforts over the years, it has not been possible to reach the unanimity in the Council. Nevertheless, the Council remains determined to carry forward work on making tolerance and non-discrimination a reality for every citizen of our Union. The Danish presidency looks forward to organising a debate on the future EU policy on discrimination. We know we can count on the Parliament's support on this crucial matter. Regarding the ongoing Article 7 procedure, let me tell you that the Council discussed the latest developments in Hungary at its 8th hearing, which took place the 27th of May. The next hearing of Hungary will be held in the October General Affairs Council, and you can rest assured that the Danish presidency will continue to dedicate utmost attention to this crucial matter. Thank you. Including in what concerns the protection of minorities and people from the LGBT+ minority. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. And the floor now goes to the Commission, and responsible for the Commission is Michael McGrath.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, honourable members, Minister Burr, representing the Presidency. Let me be completely clear at the outset. The European Commission stands firmly and proudly with the LGBTIQ community in Hungary and in all Member States of the European Union, and always. And I praise many of you who joined the Budapest Pride March. It sent a strong message of support, not only for the LGBTIQ community, but also for our European values of liberties, tolerance and democracy. The fundamental right to peaceful assembly and the freedom to love whomever we love and to be whoever we want to be are core tenets of our democracies and pillars of our union of equality. The Commission is analysing the new Hungarian law related to the freedom of assembly and allowing the use of facial recognition. This law gives rise to questions with respect to EU data protection legislation, among others. The Commission has requested clarifications from the Hungarian authorities and is awaiting their response. I also had the occasion only yesterday to exchange with the Mayor of Budapest, Jorge Karacsony, about the Pride and its organisation, and it was a pleasure to meet with him. The Commission has already brought, in 2022, an infringement case against Hungary on the so-called Child Protection Act. The case is currently pending before the Court of Justice, and a hearing in this case took place on the 19th of November. 16 Member States and the European Parliament intervened in support of the Commission position. The opinion of the Advocate General in this case, as you know, was issued on the 5th of June just gone. The Advocate General agrees with the Commission that the Hungarian law breaches the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union and considers that Hungary has infringed the values that are common to the EU. The Advocate General also supports all the Commission's pleas related to the internal market, notably violations of the Audiovisual Media Services Directive, the E-Commerce Directive, the Services Directive, as well as the GDPR, and the free movement of services under the treaty. And we are now awaiting the judgment of the Court of Justice, expected later this year. Let me be clear. As set out in the Commission's political guidelines, the Commission is fully committed to continuing to build a union of equality, based on equal treatment and non-discrimination. The EU is taking strong action to support LGBTIQ people. We are preparing a renewed LGBTIQ equality strategy that will be adopted later this year. This strategy builds on the first ever LGBTIQ strategy 2020 to 25 and will focus on tackling violence and hate-motivated harassment, both online and offline, and banning conversion practices. The insights shared with us during the consultations carried out since April will help to shape this work. Among those consulted was this House's LGBTIQ+ intergroup, with the intergroup secretariat contributing valuable input to the upcoming strategy. In addition to preparation of the new LGBTIQ equality strategy, the Commission presented on the 7th of March the Roadmap for Women's Rights, a long-term vision for progress towards gender equality in our Union. Building on progress made under the gender equality strategy, this roadmap paves the way towards freedom from gender-based violence, the highest standards of health, equal pay and employment opportunities, work-life balance and political participation and equal representation. Later this year, we will also put forward the first comprehensive strategy to combat racism in all its forms and manifestations at union, national, regional and local levels. The public consultation concluded only yesterday, and we will now spend time analysing all of the contributions. Next year, the Commission will present a new gender equality strategy to continue addressing stereotypes and inequalities between women and men. And we will ensure full implementation of the EU Roma Strategic Framework for Equality, Inclusion and Participation, and the Strategy for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and we will continue to support Member States in the implementation of the recently adopted equality legislation. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to all of your contributions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now we come to the first round of representatives of the political groups. And first for EPP, Sven Simon for 1 minute and 30.
Frau Präsidentin, die Budapester Pride Parade hat in diesem Jahr so viele Menschen angezogen wie nie zuvor. Das Verbot hat also genau das Gegenteil von dem bewirkt, was Viktor Orban erreichen wollte. Kolleginnen und Kollegen, wir können ja über viele Dinge diskutieren, auch ob die Form des Protests immer hilfreich ist. Und wir müssen auch darüber reden, wenn sich Teile der Gesellschaft und auch europäische Institutionen von liberalen Prinzipien entfernen und Symbole eines identitären Gesellschaftsmodells verwenden, das kollektive Zugehörigkeit über individuelle Freiheit stellt. Aber eines muss in Europa für immer klar sein: Das Demonstrationsrecht gilt. Die Versammlungsfreiheit ist ein fundamentaler Pfeiler der europäischen Rechtsordnung. Und das Verbot der Veranstaltung in Budapest, ebenso wie das ungarische Gesetz, welches die Versammlungsfreiheit unter dem lächerlichen Vorwand des Kinderschutzes rechtswidrig einschränkt, stellt einen klaren Verstoß gegen dieses Grundrecht dar. Das ist auch keine Frage, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, der Auslegung, der Interpretation oder der rechtskulturellen Unterschiede. Sie wissen, ich trete auch bei Ungarn immer für eine differenzierte Betrachtungsweise ein. Aber hier, Herr Kommissar, liegt der Fall sehr klar und deshalb muss auch juristisch das Ganze aufgearbeitet werden. Warten Sie nicht, ein Vertragsverletzungsverfahren an dieser Stelle punktuell ist angezeigt. Denn die Grundrechte, die individuell einklagbaren Grundrechte, das ist doch das Besondere an Europa. Das ist das, was uns ausmacht. Sie sind aber kein Geschenk, auch nicht für immer gegeben. Und deshalb müssen wir jeden Tag aufs Neue den Mut aufbringen, sie zu verteidigen. Klar, laut und kompromisslos.
Vielen Dank. The next speaker is Klára Dobrev on behalf of S&D for 1 minute and 30.
Köszönöm szépen. Hát június 28-án elkezdődött az Orbán rendszer utolsó nyara. Semmi nem lesz többet úgy, mint ahogy volt előtte, hiszen Budapest utcáit soha nem látott méretű tömeg lepte el, hogy megmutassák, Orbán nem egyenlő Magyarországgal, és hogy ez a kifacsart jobboldali ideológia nem fertőzte meg még végletesen a magyar emberek lelkét. Pedig nagyon sokan sok mindent elkövettek annak érdekében, hogy ez ne így legyen. A kormányzó jobboldal betiltotta a Pride-ot. Itt ülnek a képviselői az Európai Parlamentben. Hát sok százezer ember nevetett az arcukba azon a napon, boldogan felszabadultan, és nem kértek a tiltásból. De az ellenzéki jobboldal is megpróbálta elsúnyogni, és nem mozgósított a Pride-ra, és tényleg megdöbbenve látom, hogy másodszorra vitázunk az Európai Parlamentben a magyar LMBTQ emberek jogairól, és másodszor is hiányoznak a Tisza párt képviselői erről az ülésről. Ez így nem fog menni. A magyar emberek megmutatták Budapesten, hogy nem lehet elsúnyogni. Sok százezren megmutatták, hogy az emberi jogok, a szabadság, a szabad szerelem az nem gumicsont, és igenis egy demokratának ki kell állni ezek mellett a jogok mellett. Hölgyeim és uraim, az Orbán rendszer utolsó nyara elkezdődött szombaton, és azt tudom ígérni önöknek, hogy bár forró volt a nyár, és még forró is lesz, az ősz és a tél is hasonlóan forró lesz politikailag. Köszönöm szépen!
The next speaker is Jorge Buxadé Villalba on behalf of PFE for 1 minute and 30.
Gracias, presidente. Quiero dar la enhorabuena a Irene Montero por su buen gusto al elegir destino vacacional. Acudió junto a otros 70 eurodiputados del Partido Popular hasta los comunistas a darse un paseo por Hungría a gastos pagados por el contribuyente, y todo para organizar una manifestación izquierdista contra Orbán. Pero me alegro, pudieron pasar por Bruselas, comprobar en persona la seguridad de sus calles y que allí un homosexual o una mujer caminan mucho más seguros que en muchas ciudades de España, ya sea Alcalá de Henares, Tarrasa o El Ejido. Allí no sufren las consecuencias de la invasión migratoria ni la liberación de cientos de violadores, como su ley del solo sí es sí. La cruzada woke contra Hungría por el orgullo de Budapest es algo muy serio, otro ataque brutal para derogar, para doblegar a una nación soberana. A ustedes no les preocupan las personas, solo imponer su agenda. Mientras callan ante la ola de violencia contra las mujeres que azota Europa, critican a Orbán por proteger el decoro público. Miren, la izquierda española, la semana pasada, tras denunciar una agresión homófoba en Alicante y culpar a la supuesta extrema derecha, de repente se callan cuando los medios publican que el detenido es un marroquí. Anda, ya no nos importa la mujer violada. Lo que es inaceptable es ver a von der Leyen, a quien nadie ha votado, dar órdenes a una nación soberana. Mañana votaremos a favor de su censura. Esto no va de derechos, y ustedes lo saben. Va de entrometerse en las decisiones del pueblo húngaro. Frente a los ataques de Bruselas, Hungría resiste, y con ellos todos los que creemos en un futuro de libertad para Europa. Gracias.
Alessandro Ciriani from ECR.
Colleghi, ogni cittadino ha diritto di manifestare e di esprimere la propria visione del mondo, assolutamente. Ma questo diritto vale per tutti, non solo per chi è allineato alla visione dominante o meglio a quella più mainstream. Perché sapete, il vero problema è quando si pretende di trasformare una visione politica in dogma, usando le istituzioni europee per colpire chi ha sensibilità e valori diversi, che per qualcuno non sono altrettanto legittimi. Si parla di difesa dei diritti fondamentali contro gli attacchi della destra, ma in realtà si punta il dito contro interi governi democraticamente eletti, contro popoli che hanno semplicemente scelto un'altra strada. Si cita il Pride di Budapest come simbolo di resistenza, ma a sfilare non c'erano gli ultimi, gli indifesi, i dimenticati, come si è sentito dire in questi giorni. C'erano tutte le elite politiche e culturali progressiste, attivisti finanziati dai soliti noti, influencer di ogni sorta. Un fantastico quadretto che dall'alto di festosi carri brandizzati da multinazionali pontifica su ciò che è giusto per ogni popolo. La realtà, signori, è molto più semplice di quanto ci si aspetti. Se volete che le vostre idee diventino legge, convincete i cittadini e vincete le elezioni. Altrimenti accettate che ci siano politiche diverse e avverse ai vostri convincimenti. È così che funziona o dovrebbe funzionare la democrazia. Grazie.
The next speaker is Fabienne Keller on behalf of Renew.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Chère Sabine Verheyen, Madame la Ministre des Affaires européennes, chère Marie Bjerre, Monsieur le Commissaire Magras, chers collègues, il y a quelques mois, j'intervenais dans cet hémicycle pour vous appeler à nous rejoindre à la Pride de Budapest. Le maire a eu le courage d'en prendre la responsabilité malgré les menaces. Et je voudrais saluer le peuple hongrois, venu si nombreux, défendre les droits. Oui, on peut applaudir le peuple hongrois qui a défendu les droits des LGBTIQ, qui a défendu aussi la liberté d'expression. Un peuple s'est levé contre l'autoritarisme et le régime de la peur de Viktor Orban. Ce fut un honneur, avec mes collègues, si vous me permettez de le partager, socialistes, verts, de la gauche, d'être présents aux côtés des Hongrois et avec Maria. Nous avons besoin, Monsieur le Commissaire, plus que jamais, d'une loi européenne contre les discriminations. Et je vous demande d'abandonner toute idée de retrait du texte contre les discriminations. Ensemble, défendons les valeurs européennes. Je vous remercie.
The next speaker on behalf of the Greens is Alice Kunke.
Tack, fru talman. Hopp är den mäktigaste känslan som finns. Och hopp är vad jag fylldes med när jag tillsammans med hundratusentals ungrare gick genom Budapest. Det ungerska hbtqi-communityt, de vandrade stolta, rakryggade, övertygade om att de har rätten att vara den de är och älska den de vill. Och de gick inte ensamma. Tusentals och åter tusentals andra ungrare gick vid deras sida. Många av dem hade aldrig tidigare gått i en Pride-parad, men de gick man ur huset för att i handling visa vad solidaritet och vad mod är. Många var säkert rädda, men de gjorde det ändå. Det här är en tid för mod. Det är en tid för att stärka arbetet mot all sorts diskriminering. Vi behöver en horisontell antidiskrimineringslagstiftning och vi behöver den nu. Vi har ingen tid att förlora. Tack.
Vielen Dank. The next speaker is Manon Aubry on behalf of the Left.
Chers collègues, Viktor Orban a tenté d'interdire la marche des fiertés en Hongrie. Nous en avons fait la plus grande que Budapest ait jamais connue. Malgré les menaces d'amende et de prison, malgré les manifestations de l'extrême droite qui ont, elles, été autorisées, malgré les dispositifs de reconnaissance faciale tout au long du parcours, malgré les arguments fallacieux qui qualifient l'homosexualité de contre-nature, plus de 200 000 personnes défilaient avec fierté, avec joie pour revendiquer leur appartenance ou leur soutien à la communauté LGBT. Parmi eux, de nombreux membres de mon groupe qui avons fait preuve de solidarité quand, et je dois le déplorer, Madame von der Leyen se réveillait à peine 2 jours avant la Pride pour regretter son interdiction sans jamais avoir actionné les leviers contre l'autoritarisme d'Orban. Orban n'en est pourtant pas à son premier coup d'essai contre l'état de droit. Certains, en France, je l'entends, disent que l'extrême droite, on n'aurait jamais essayé. Alors voyez le résultat dans la Hongrie d'Orban, que Bardella et Le Pen prennent pour exemple. Corruption pour servir ses amis, ONG, associations menacées de fermeture, liberté de la presse portée disparue, droits des travailleurs saccagés, personnes LGBTI persécutées. Voilà la réalité du règne de l'extrême droite. On ne pourra pas dire qu'on ne savait pas. Alors aussi longtemps qu'il le faudra, je veux dire ici à cette tribune, être queer n'a jamais été un danger pour personne. Leur autoritarisme et leur violence, si. Aussi longtemps qu'il le faudra, je porterai ce drapeau avec fierté, celui de la communauté LGBT. Avec fierté, nous le porterons ici dans le Parlement et partout en Europe.
Please take it away. It's not allowed. Sorry, I have to remind you that showing flags in this room is not allowed. You can do everything outside, but not in the room. Ich habe das zu unterbinden bei jedem, also auch bitte bei Ihnen. Und ich finde es disrespektvoll und nicht im Interesse der Sache. Entschuldigung, so geht es nicht. Und ich glaube, dass wir hier alle korrekt agieren müssen, damit man auch entsprechend agieren kann, wenn andere Beleidigungen oder andere Ordnungswidrigkeiten geschehen. Und ich denke, das sollte sich auch die Linke merken. Entschuldigung. The next speaker is Zsuzsanna Borvendék, please.
Demográfiai és energiaválság, romló közbiztonság, bevándoroltatás, versenyképesség, környezeti katasztrófák, korrupciós botrányok, csak néhány példa a problémáinkból. Ehelyett önök újra Magyarországot állítják pellengérre. Nem unják még? A genderlobby és a globalista erők által támogatott, antifával erősített Budapest Pride vonulás törvényellenes volt, de a magyar hatóságok mégsem akadályozták meg, sőt, a résztvevők bírságot sem kapnak. Ezzel szemben sajnálatos módon családvédő hazafiak, például a Mi Hazánk mozgalom tagjai törvényes gyülekezési jogát korlátozták. Ha most az ő jogaik megsértése miatt emelnék fel a hangjukat, azt megérteném. De önök megint kettős mércét használnak, és állítólagos jobboldali támadásokról fantáziálnak, ez ellen antidiszkriminációs törvényt követelnek. Ez arcpirító. A szélsőséges támadásokat ma Európában a baloldal által védett bevándorlók vagy az Antifa tagjai követik el. Az is felháborító, hogy EP képviselők érkeztek hazámba azért, hogy provokatív módon részt vegyenek egy rendezvényen, amelyet a törvényeink tiltanak. Ez súlyos beavatkozás volt Magyarország belügyeibe. Ráadásul Ilária Szalisz, baloldali képviselő is jelezte részvételi szándékát, de végül nem jött el, jól is tette, hiszen a vádak és a bizonyítékok szerint Antifa társaival ártatlan magyar embereket vertek meg az utcán pusztán azért, mert feltételezték, hogy világnézetük különbözik az övéktől. És mentelmi jogát még mindig nem függesztették fel a bírósági eljárás ellenére. Nem kérjük az intolerancia bajnokainak és az emberi méltóság, gyermeki jogok sárgatítóinak kioktatásából.
I'm fair to everyone, but that must also be fair.
Colleagues, on the 28th of June, the streets of Budapest were alive with defiance. Budapest Pride was a protest, but it was not only the LGBTI+ community that took a stand. Thousands of individuals came together with unwavering support to oppose the relentless erosion of the rule of law in Hungary. The message that rang loud from Budapest is that our leaders, this Parliament and our Commission need to step up. The time to monitor, to review is well and truly over, and we are 3 years on since the Commission's referral Hungary to the Court of Justice, and nothing has changed. Nothing. The protection of rule of law cannot be put on hold while the judicial system and the process takes its course. It's simply too slow. The protest led by the Hungarian people was a clear signal that any form of rollbacks on the rule of law cannot and will not happen in the EU. Yesterday, with the release of the 2025 Rule of Law report, the Commission said that protecting the rule of law remains a top priority for the current College of Commissioners. And at the same time, Commissioner McGrath openly acknowledged that the dialogue with Hungary is failing. In light of this, I strongly urge the Commission to move beyond the words and take decisive action based on the evidence already in hand. It's like this. It's absolutely not acceptable for any pro-EU political group or individual in this Parliament to sit back while these principles are undermined. Rule of law, equality and the freedom of expression are absolutely non-negotiable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sie hörten die Rednerin Maria Walsh und jetzt kommt unser Quästor Marc Angel.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. What did I see on the streets of Budapest? Young and old people carrying Hungarian, EU and rainbow flags, demanding equality, human dignity, freedom and democracy. And none of Orban's threat could silence them, quite the contrary. And while the peaceful pride was banned and vilified, several far-right protesters and protestations and manifestations were allowed by the Hungarian authorities. But the desire for freedom and equality was much louder than the insignificant number of extremists and ideologists. Hungarians understood very well that throughout history, whenever a government wanted to take away the rights of minorities, the majority also suffered. Hungarians want an inclusive society. This is what they called for when they voted to join the European Union, a society that empowers them and uses their potential. And the only way to deliver this is a strong EU-wide anti-discrimination legislation. Dear Commissioner, the European Union was built on the promise of human dignity, freedom and equality, but this is not the reality for millions of Europeans. In Budapest, people, the mayor, organizers or political parties showed their courage. They stood up for equality, even at the risk of retaliation. Now it's the Commission's turn, as it promised to act. Put the horizontal anti-discrimination directive back on the table and show that in the European Union, people's fundamental freedoms and the right to assemble cannot be attacked without consequences. As the guardian of the treaties, guard and defend our values. Long live the Union of Equality.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tom van den Driesche.
Voorzitter, collega's. Waar zouden homoseksuelen eigenlijk het veiligst over straat kunnen lopen? Is dat in Molenbeek of is dat in Budapest? Maar toch zien we helemaal geen Europese parlementsleden in Molenbeek rondparaderen. Waar we hen ook nooit zien deurpronken is in Riyadh, Teheran of Islamabad. Deze hypocrisie bewijst dat het helemaal niet over gelijke rechten voor homoseksuelen gaat, maar wel over het propageren van de genderideologie. En dat lijkt wel de staatsreligie van deze Europese Unie geworden. Met dogma's waar men niet aan mag twijfelen, met rituelen, vlaggen zoals we daarnet zagen en pastoors om de kudde in de pas te laten lopen, met rechtbanken om elke tegenspraak te criminaliseren. Dit is een liberale sharia die een totalitair eenheidsdenken wil opleggen en de lidstaten het recht wil ontnemen om eigen keuzes te maken. Laat iedereen toch leven zoals hij of zij dat wil. Maar stop met het opdringen van die genderideologie die de natuurlijke realiteit ontkent dat er enkel mannen en vrouwen zijn en helemaal geen 116 verschillende zogenaamde genders. Terwijl dit parlement over ideologische absurditeiten debatteert, worden we overspoeld door illegale migratie, desindustrialiseert Europa en staat de wereld in brand. De Europese Unie zou zich beter bezighouden met hetgeen voor onze burgers wel belangrijk is. Veiligheid, vrede en welvaart. Ik dank u.
The next speaker is Paolo Insalvini.
Sono pienamente d'accordo. La manifestazione di Budapest ci ha insegnato una grande lezione. La libertà di qualcuno è in pericolo. Le idee di qualcuno sono discriminate, alcune persone sono etichettate negativamente da chi vuole imporre la propria ideologia. È proprio vero. A Budapest si sono riuniti da tutta Europa rappresentanti politici che chiedono di chiudere la bocca a chi non la pensa come loro. Hanno partecipato liberamente, senza essere arrestati dal cattivone Orban, cercando di intromettersi in affari interni, ad una manifestazione in cui sono stati esposti simboli blasfemi, messaggi di odio e discriminazione verso i cristiani e contro la decenza pubblica. Qualcuno vuole una legge che limiti la libertà di parola e di espressione a chi semplicemente vuole testimoniare la propria fede, la legge naturale e promuovere la famiglia fondata sull'unione fra un uomo e una donna. Avete ragione, avete proprio ragione. L'Europa deve imparare la lezione. Come al solito, come i vostri avi comunisti che avete difeso ieri, chi vuole eliminare la libertà sta a sinistra.
The next speaker is Vice President Sophie Wilmès.
Merci. Les 200 000 personnes qui ont marché à Budapest ont aussi rappelé notre idéal européen, une Europe des libertés, une Europe des valeurs. La Commission vient justement de publier son rapport annuel sur l'état de droit dans lequel on voit bien, et vous le confirmez, que le gouvernement hongrois continue d'affaiblir, chaque fois qu'il le peut, nos principes démocratiques. Alors, les constats, c'est bien, mais ce qui m'intéresse, moi, surtout, c'est l'action. Et ici, le Conseil, la Commission, le Parlement, nous avançons encore trop en ordre dispersé. Et c'est pourquoi, Monsieur le Commissaire, je vous propose une réforme claire, l'instauration d'un semestre européen de l'état de droit, comme ce qui existe pour la gouvernance économique et budgétaire, parce que c'est également et tout aussi important. Un cycle qui va au-delà de l'analyse avec, entre autres, des recommandations sous forme de milestones à l'instar du plan de relance, un calendrier précis, mais surtout des sanctions vraiment effectives pour ceux qui enfreignent sciemment nos règles communes. Quand j'entends certains de mes collègues, je pense que c'est vraiment nécessaire. Je connais votre engagement sur la question. Portons ensemble ce projet audacieux pour notre démocratie, enfin.
The next speaker is Tineke Strik.
Dear Chair, Commissioner, Pride is a protest, and what a protest it was. 300,000 people came together in Budapest. They took to the streets to stand up for the LGBTI community and for the right to protest. The threat of sanctions did not keep them away, on the contrary. They said, enough, enough with repression, enough with corruption, enough with Orban. And many of us walked by their side. But this protest was in no way thanks to the Commission, which refused to use its tools. I remind the Commissioner that the restrictive assembly law still exists. Pride organisers and the mayor of Budapest can be prosecuted. Orban can still ban any future protest and use illegal facial recognition again. So Orban must be taken to court. And with any new repressive act Orban imposes, and he will, please show that the EU stands up for its people and act immediately. And as the mayor said today in this House, the EU is not from the governments, but from the nations, from the citizens. Commission and Council protect our values, protect our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Irene Montero.
Gracias, presidenta. Orbán prohibió el orgullo en Hungría diciendo que las vidas LGTBIQ+ son un peligro público. Y esto es legalizar el odio, es violencia institucional. Por eso, la respuesta de la calle en Budapest ha sido clara. El odio se frena con orgullo, con más visibilidad y con más derechos. Y miren, el orgullo es necesario hasta que todas las personas puedan ser quienes son sin miedo. Piénsenlo. ¿De cuánta gente se han reído, le han despedido o le ha rechazado su familia por ser hetero o por ser cis? ¿A cuánta gente le han lanzado un botellazo por no tener pluma? ¿Alguna vez han asesinado a alguien al grito de heterosexual de mierda? Porque al grito de maricón, sí. Señorías de la ultraderecha, si realmente les preocupa la infancia, miren a la Iglesia Católica, que es quien tiene bajo sus sotanas a miles de niños y niñas víctimas de agresiones sexuales. Y, por cierto, violan los hombres, señorías. A ustedes solo les molestan los agresores machistas si son no blancos. Y si los agresores son blancos, hablan de denuncias falsas y niegan la violencia machista. Y con su racismo y con su machismo fascista nos ponen en peligro a todas las mujeres. Señorías, maricas, bolleras, bis, trans, no binarias, asex, intersex y queers van a seguir saliendo a las calles cada orgullo a defender vidas libres. Porque como nos enseñaron Marsha P. Johnson y Silvia Rivera un 28 de junio, las calles son de todos. Y si lo intentan prohibir y nos intentan echar, las tomaremos sin pedir permiso. Gracias.
Thank you. The next speaker is Irmhild Bosdorf.
Hallo, Herr Freund. Willst du Ungarn zu einem Ort machen, an den du gern wieder zurückkehren möchtest? Das fragen Exil-Ungarn der sogenannten Freien Universität Budapest, die sich ein links-wokes Land herbeiwünschen und deshalb in das völlig heruntergekommene Berlin geflohen sind. Gemeinsam mit Linken von Aktivistenbus fuhren sie aus Deutschland zur diesjährigen Pride Parade in Ungarns Hauptstadt. Sogar die engagierte EU-Kommissarin für Klima- und Geschlechtergerechtigkeit, Frau Hadjalabib, soll dort gesichtet worden sein, gemeinsam mit 70 linken und grünen Europaabgeordneten. Ob das gut war? Es war jedenfalls eine Einmischung in innerungarische Angelegenheiten. Die Teilnahme an der Pride Parade wird von Orban nicht geahndet. Orban hatte aber zuvor erklärt, dass der Schutz von Kindern höher stehe als der Schutz vermeintlicher sexueller Minderheiten. Eine Sache sollten wir uns dabei immer vor Augen führen. Wer Drag Queens und Table Dance für Kinder gut findet, fühlt sich in Deutschland wohl. Viele Deutsche tun das nicht mehr. Sie fliehen daher nach Ungarn und kehren ihrer Heimat für immer den Rücken. Vielen Dank.
Bitte. The next speaker is Michal Vavrier. Sorry, I really ask for respect. Every opinion is allowed as long as it respects the others. And I want that you pay respect to every speaker here. So please. The next speaker is Michal Vavrikevich.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, dear Commissioner, colleagues. This debate is not only about the attempt of Hungarian government to ban Budapest Pride. It is a much broader issue because this is yet another example of the Orban's regime trampling the freedoms of its people. This time is about the freedom of assembly. This regime led democracy to a total and complete collapse. Yesterday, the Commission published its sixth rule of law report. And look at this. No progress on making court case allocation transparent. No progress on reforming the judiciary in line with European standards. No progress on stopping the revolving door corruption and shady lobbying. No progress on tracking down and punishing high-level corruption. No progress on protecting public media from government control. No progress on removing legal obstacles for civil society. No progress on restoring the right to speak, to organize and to dissent. So let me say it very clearly. Those 200,000 people who march in Budapest, they are just the beginning, because the Hungarian society is awake again and ready to end this authoritarian order. So to Mr. Orban and its representatives, I say this: you can ban Pride, you can ban every assembly, you can buy the media, you can ban the courts, but you cannot stop the people. Your regime will fall. And if you want to hear more, please start the blue card procedure.
No. As I said, there is no blue card foreseen for this debate. Now we come to the next, please. Now we come to the next speaker, Raphael Glucksmann.
Merci Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Commissaire, chers collègues. Partout où ils s'en prendront aux droits et aux libertés, nous devrons être là. Nous serons là. Aussi, quand Viktor Orban a décidé d'interdire la marche des fiertés de Budapest, nous avons décidé, nous, d'y aller. Et ce 28 juin, nous avons vu plus de 200 000 Hongrois défier son interdiction, marcher avec détermination et avec joie, et faire à nouveau battre le cœur de l'Europe en Hongrie. Le régime d'Orban bannit les prides, stigmatise les LGBTI+. Oui. Il tapisse son pays d'affiches anti-ukrainiennes et anti-européennes, piétine les universités, instrumentalise les juges, bâillonne les journalistes et agit comme le cheval de Troie de Poutine, comme vous, dans nos institutions. Et ces institutions, que font-elles? Elles défendent mollement l'idéal européen. Alors il est temps de montrer infiniment plus de fermeté et d'envoyer un message à la fois à ces députés d'extrême droite et au régime d'Orban que le poutinisme n'a pas sa place en Europe et ne l'aura jamais.
The next speaker is Laszlo András.
A budapesti Pride-on mindent láttunk, ami megerősíti, hogy a Pride egy külföldről vezényelt politikai provokáció volt. Eljött 71 EP képviselő, akiknek köszönhetően már a sokadik Pride vitát tartjuk itt a házban. Eljött egy európai biztos személyesen Budapestre, hogy a baloldali polgármester társaságában bejelentsen egy 1,5 milliárd eurós NGO finanszírozási csomagot. Nem mintha az EU egyébként nem tömné ki milliókkal az LMBTQ lobbit. És a Pride előtti este, miközben nemzetközi csúcstalálkozók követték egymást, Ursula von der Leyen mégis talált időt, hogy egy személyre szabott videózó üzenetet küldjön. Egy olyan ügyben, amiben nincs hatásköre. Bezzeg, amikor illegális bevándorlók követnek el támadást, akkor az áldozatoknak és családtagoknak nem szokott videóüzenetet küldeni. Ezek után elhiszi-e bárki, hogy nem egy politikai cirkuszról volt szó? A receptet ismerjük. A baloldali aktivisták mindig ugyanabból az Alinsky-féle kézikönyvből dolgoznak. A baloldali provokációknak mindig ugyanaz a céljuk, az erőszak. És persze a baloldali média lelkesen a nyomukban van, hogy pont elkapják a pillanatot, és világgá kürtöljék, hogy elnyomás történt. Erre készültek Budapesten is, de nem jött be. Mi magyarok az ideológiai gyarmatosításból nem kérünk. Népszavazáson 3,7 millió magyar ember szavazott a gyermekvédelmi intézkedéseink mellett. Mi az ő oldalukon állunk. Köszönöm a figyelmet.
The next speaker is Georgina Teodorescu.
Discriminarea pozitivă este tot discriminare, dar împotriva majorității, pentru apărarea minorității. De ce trebuie ca minorii să vadă oameni
Why should children see semi-nude people on the street wearing dog suits, leashes and all sorts of provocative things so that the LGBTQ+I minority should feel respected? Why should we expose children to a parade that often contains explicit sexual behavior? Why should we care and why should we see things which have to do with every individual's private life? In the Bucharest Pride Parade, a lot of children took part. They were brought to this parade not because they are part of this community, but because they were curious, because it was something different and curious. To attend Pride Parade can be a sort of youth rebellion, to do something forbidden by teachers and professors or to show that you are unique. But irrespective of the reason why a child participates in such a parade causes emotional damage, and we all have the duty to protect our children of whatever can affect them emotionally. The sovereignty of a country also means that it cannot be forced by anybody to organize Pride Parade type shows, and sovereignty is not negotiable, as well as the higher interest of our children.
Veronika Cifrora-Ostrihanova.
Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. I had the honor of being at the Budapest Pride this year, and the atmosphere was joyful, it was peaceful, very crowded. It was full of people who want to live and love freely. There were families, young and old. The contrast between the conduct of the Orban government and the atmosphere at Pride cannot be more striking. The Orban government, the ruling party, fuels division, fear and hate. And that is so harmful in today's Europe, and that is so rooted in the past. However, Hungary in this attitude is sadly not alone. For example, 5 EU countries, my home country, Slovakia included, offer no partnership or protection for same-sex couples. Only 20 out of 27 give any legal status at all. How is this fair? How is this a union of equality? Tell me, dear colleagues, how is this fair? This is 2025, and the European Union cannot afford to backtrack. That is why I very much resent the withdrawal of the Anti-Discrimination Directive, because equality cannot be treated like a bargaining chip. The European Union must lead, not just by defending rights, but by taking action. And the time, dear colleagues, is now.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Vice President Nicolae Stefanuța.
This is what the extreme right does. They push you down the stairs and then they ask you, where are you hurrying? They play the victims. This is ridiculous. This is bullying behavior. And in front of bullies, there's only one answer. You need to stand proud. You need to stand proud. And this is what I saw in Budapest. I saw proud people, free people. Büszkék voltak, mert szabadok voltak. They were proud because they were free. And there were 300,000, you know, and I'm looking at you. They are your kids, your neighbors, your friends. This is the people that were there. Is it so hard to love your own? Is it so hard to love your own people? It is incredible. It is incredible. And I saw people who had no protection, but they had their hearts with them. They had their kindness with them. They had a voice which was forbidden. And no, Mr. Orban, nothing was shameful. Nothing was disgraceful. On the contrary, it was something to love. It was something to watch, and your heart was filling up. So be proud, people of Hungary. Be proud, Mr. Korachony. Be proud because you showed Europe that you love freedom.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Özlem Demirel.
Thank you. Thank you very much, President. I was in Budapest as well with 200,000 courageous individuals which weren't afraid to express themselves against Orban, but they were calling for equality against discrimination. They were protesting. I say it clearly, those who feel uncomfortable with the flag of the rainbow flag, they have a problem indeed. And I think it's quite clear that the president of the Republic, as well of the Federal Republic himself, he was against the use of that particular flag in the Bundestag. So I think indeed it's not only a cultural war that's being carried out by Orban, it's a war that we must conduct against socially backward policies. We are calling for rule of law, for respect, for a fight against discrimination. Mayate is somebody I'd like to mention who is on a hunger strike in because she fought against disrespectful discrimination against policies which violate the fundamental rights of human beings.
Eva Zająkowska-Hernik.
Szanowni Państwo, ja mówię to jako matka.
Colleagues, I'm speaking as a mother. At home, it's me and my husband who teach to our children what love means, and not the European Commission. So the Hungarians have the right to bring up their own kids with their own values. Back in 2022, they said very clearly in a referendum, no to sexualizations of minor, no to gender ideology. And what do you do in response? You send people to Budapest to a parade that is just a moment for people to meet together, drag queens, etc. European Union is not a federation of colonies that have to submit to the dictatorship. No, it's a group of sovereign nations. The Hungarians want to protect their children. Every parent in Europe, irrespective of their views, should stand on their side. Let's do not hurt them with wrongful ideology. We should bring up our kids so that they stay innocent, and to the terror of colorful minorities.
The people in the Pride March in Hungary defended the rule of law, law and order, human rights. They didn't just defend the rights of sexual minorities, but the rights of all minorities, women's rights and human rights. This is important to remember at a time when these values are historically threatened. All of us have to stand up to demand the implementation of these basic principles, and hopefully the Commission, together with the Member States, make sure that the rule of law principle and in the form of the Anti-Discrimination Directive is finally brought into force.
Is Evin Incir.
The first Pride was a protest, and indeed so was Budapest Pride. To the brave people of Hungary, you embody strength, you embody bravery. To all colleagues that joined and showed solidarity with the brave people of Hungary, thank you. I don't expect the ignorant far-right leaders to have joined Pride in Budapest. However, there was one pro-democratic group leader who was missing. Manfred Weber from the EPP. Where were you? Such a shame. But I'm not surprised. Across Europe, far-right movements threaten human rights, and still during these times, the EPP chooses to ally itself with the far-right. To be silent on hate speech, cooperate with those that seek to strip people of their rights, is to be complicit in the violation of human rights. This was confirmed when I, together with up to 200 others, defied Orban and marched proudly for freedom and human rights in biggest Budapest Pride ever. And to the far right, I also just want to say that there is no such a thing as gender ideology. It's called anti-discrimination, something that is missing from your vocabulary. Learn.
The next speaker is Petra Steger.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the daily Hungary bashing session. It's quite surprising, really. I haven't seen any session where you haven't just been letting loose on Hungary and you've been full of fake news and insults. Why is this? Because you can't stand the fact that there is a patriot country that isn't dancing to the tune of Brussels and which is doing things for its own population. Is this your kind of democracy? Is this your respect for other populations? Do you not have any other problems? You are crashing Europe into the wall. You're talking about peace and prosperity and so on, but you actually want to go on a taxpayer's paid trip to Budapest. You're just acting as though you support the rights of homosexuals. And you went to the Pride Parade in Budapest, but then you're not looking at who is causing the most risk here, which is the unregulated migration. Now you're talking about homosexuals and Jews in Europe. But you are not looking at radical Islam in Europe, and you are very hypocritical when it comes to who you want to protect people. You should be ashamed.
Szanowni Państwo. Ladies and gentlemen, when the European economy is being suffocated by ever more regulations introduced by the Commission, you decide to have a debate on the march in Budapest. Each member state has its own laws and bodies who take independent decisions, who make their own choices, and these have to be respected. The real problem that is faced by the citizens of the European Union stem from the wrong decisions that have been taken by Ursula von der Leyen's Commission on the Green Deal, or trying to achieve the climate objectives, and then illegal migrants and criminality, the Migration Pact, which is not solving any problems at all, it's just aggravating them, and the collapse of European industry and high energy prices. This is Ursula von der Leyen's key, her achievements. It's high time that we put an end to this, because otherwise the union will collapse, and the Ursula von der Leyen's politics are responsible for this, and this is why I appeal to you to support this support and also do something about the illegal immigration.
Moritz Kerner, colleagues, we've just heard this debate here. The members went to Budapest, 70 MEPs, and they took their communist perspective to Hungary. As someone from the FDP, I've heard a lot, but nobody's called me a communist before. That's quite new to me. But that's very creative. But let's just have a look. What has Orban actually achieved? With this ban, what has he achieved? We're talking about it at some length, and we had the greatest ever parade in Budapest. So thank you very much, Viktor Orban. Thank you. It was much bigger, much more impressive than ever before. And I thought he was for law and order, but he doesn't seem to be able to get anything through. So what was this all about? Perhaps it was just a campaign stand that had been planned in order to promote the elections. So this is not really about the issue. It's not about minorities. It's not about children's rights. It's really about using this to gain profile. And just since Mr. Fröhlich has mentioned this point, not my children. Well, all I can hope, Mr. Fröhlich from the AFD, is that your children won't turn out to be homosexual, because really intolerance from parents like that is something that leads many children into problems. It leads to greater levels of suicide. And the speaker has been interrupted.
Die nächste ist
The speaking time applies to everyone. Kinsman Badentag is the next speaker.
Thank you, dear colleagues, Commissioner. Budapest Pride was a historic moment, not only for the opposition movement against Orban. It was a victory for those Hungarians in the LGBTIQ community who, after years, finally felt at home in their country and even felt hope that one day maybe they have a beautiful future there. But despite the goosebumps and tears of joy during the Pride, the reality is that the illegal Pride ban is still in place and the organizers still at risk. This Pride was safe because 300,000 showed up. But what about a demonstration somewhere else in Hungary? Without such a great mayor, with a few hundred participants, nobody knows what will happen. We shouldn't depend on a brave mayor and hundreds of thousands showing up. We should be able to depend on the European Commission. Please do your job. Protect the rule of law. Protect people who want to protest for their rights. Request an interim measure and suspend this ban. 3% of the Hungarian people showed up for democracy. Will you?
The next speaker is Karolina Murace.
President, I was there and I was proud to be there, and that was simply for the love I have for my wife. I was there when there were hundreds of thousands of Hungarian citizens and other citizens who went out to demonstrate that love is love and does not make a distinction between sex, race or age. It's only Orban and his friends on the right that think that if they ban these sort of events, that then people will stop loving who they want to love. I was there at Budapest, but where was Europe when these laws were adopted that were discriminating against these rainbow families? Where was Europe whenever there was this law? Why is there no law against this hate? And today, here, I would like to say, well, talk about protecting children from Ukraine, Gaza, and Russian. Protect them from war.
The next speaker is Markus Buchheit.
Vielen Dank, Frau.
Yes, thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking today about pride, and pride, or Stolz, as we call it in Germany. And what is that pride? About 4 weeks ago, I was in Budapest, and I was very happy to see just how child-friendly a city could be. The street cleaners, everybody had a smile for my daughter, and they were very happy about what they've built up. And you seem to be proud about what you call democracy, what you call love, which is basically drag queens and some rather bizarre pole dancers that are then shown in kindergartens. And then you've got rock hammer groups and bands, and then you get all of this being supported in the parliament. And that's what you call democracy. But that is not democracy, ladies and gentlemen. I think that in Hungary and here we can be proud of the fact that there is a country, that is a region, that is looking after its families, its children, and places the family and children at the highest level. So be proud about what's being achieved in Hungary, because your time is over on the left. Stop supporting these terror bands and running after the false prophet. Europe is at a point of transition as Hungary is in the vanguard.
Jan Vázquez Lázara.
Thank you very much, President. As a representative of European citizens, we have a fundamental responsibility, and that is to defend the values that embody our union, freedom and the dignity of the individual. Those are some of the pillars of this union that we have built. So once again, by banning free association in this march last weekend, all the government did was to show weakness. All it did was to show fear. fear that every person should be able to live and love who they want. And there are those who say they want to make Europe great again, but Europe is already great. Europe is already great, and why is that? Because it allows everyone to live the life they want. And another sign of that fear is preventing citizens freely expressing themselves on the streets. All that you're achieving is to dig yourselves into a deeper hole. And Europe is so great that even you have your place in it. But the mission to the Commissioner is that when you see these kinds of attacks, we need to stop producing monitoring and reports and actually act, otherwise it will be too late. Thank you.
Is Birgit Sippel.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you. With more and more new measures, Orban is discriminating against and putting people under pressure in Hungary. And at the same time, right across the EU, there is more and more discrimination, more and more hate speech, more and more violence against people due to their gender, sexual orientation, skin colour, religion, disability or age. And now Mrs von der Leyen wants to suggest that we should withdraw this equal treatment directive, and that is an attack on everyone's right. She said that she needs a clear message from the Council or from the Parliament to reconsider this withdrawal of the text. But the majority that adopted a decision in both of our committees gave that message, as was it passed on in the letter to the Conference of Presidents. And so when the Commission says that it hasn't got any sort of message, then it really is acting deaf, and it's stabbing people in the back who really need the directive. And with that approach, the Commission is harming our democracy and fundamental rights in Europe. Thank you. Jaroslav Bukono-Janov.
Vážení kolegové. Colleagues, I must respond to the scandalous interference by the Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and other members of the Commission into the sovereign decision-making of a member state, Hungary. Hungarian authorities banned the Pride March in Budapest. This was a sovereign decision of competent authorities based on valid national legislation. The fact that Ursula von der Leyen and others dislike the composition of this democratically elected parliament, and she has issues with the prime minister who was elected based on free elections. This is clear, but it does not mean that we can be in breach of legislation valid in a member state. Again, we see that the Commission President is refusing to see her limits, but our top representatives in the EU institutions need to respect the specificities and also the prerogatives of EU member states. Thank you.
Wir haben leider ein kleines Problem mit dem rechtzeitigen Upload der Namen.
We have a problem with the uploading of the names. I would urge that the technical problem be solved as quickly as possible. We now have Marlene Malong. Ladies and gentlemen, children that is killed at the age of 9 months, does it not have the right to live? And crosses in public spaces or a refusal of this, does this not violate the freedom of religion? Human rights that we are particularly proud of cannot be selective, and this is why I send out an appeal. We should not take the account of anti-discrimination and use it as ideological pressure. We have Article 14 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights, and obviously children should be brought up according to the rights and beliefs of their parents. Neither a country nor the European Union can remove this right from these parents. The protection of fundamental rights has to cover absolutely everybody. Children, believers, and those who wish to return to traditional values. Thank you.
The next speaker is Hilde Woutmans.
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner, colleagues, well, yes, I was one of those 200,000 people who joined that march when we had Pride in Budapest, the Pride that Orban did his very best to try to ban. He tried to scare us with facial recognition, fines, arrests and so on, and other kinds of practices that we should not be accepting in a free Europe in 2025. But colleagues, Orban actually got the opposite of what he wanted. He got the biggest pride ever. I saw grandmas and grandfathers join the march. They were there with this LGBTQ community, and together we made it clear. We said, fuck off Orban. That's what we said out in the streets of Budapest. We flew the rainbow flag with pride. And what I didn't see, Mr. McGrath, is a brave, courageous response from the Commission. I didn't see you there. I'd hoped to see you there along with Ursula and many others as well. I'd really hoped that you would send out a clear, strong message. We know what we need to do. We need to withdraw his right to vote in the Council. We need to stop funding, and we need to do what our colleague Ms. Wilmers said. We need to think about this semester for the rule of law, and this needs to apply to all countries.
I beg you, words like fuck off are not part of this parliament. Thank you. Daniel Freund.
Thanks, Chair. Dear colleagues, 250,000 people in the streets of Budapest. It was a historic moment. I'm glad that I was there. You could smell the wind of change in the air. I think the end of Viktor Orban is coming. This was good. But over all this, we cannot forget that the freedom of assembly is still restricted in Hungary. And Commissioner, when in March the Hungarian government put this legislation in place, you said you stand ready, but you didn't do anything. And then the first Pride requests were filed with the police, and you said you stood ready, but nothing happened. The Hungarian police prohibited it. The highest court, that is stuffed with Orban's allies, ruled that this is illegal. You said you stand ready, but you didn't do anything. It was down to the Green mayor of Budapest that this could take place. But how about these other cities in Hungary? How about the civil society being able to organize protests? We need to act and not just stand ready when the fundamental freedoms are curtailed like this in the middle of the European Union. Please act.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Lee Anderson.
Dear Chair, colleagues, Viktor Orban is at risk of losing political power, and I think he is showing his desperation and his weakness by attacking the Pride and by trying to push through legislation that would shut down many NGOs and many independent media outlets in Hungary. But at the Pride in Budapest in June, the people really showed its strength and its power. And I have to say to the extreme right that yes, many of us were there, but that is not the story. The real story is the fact that hundreds of thousands of Hungarians were there at the Pride, many of them participating and marching in a Pride for the first time ever, to oppose this ban and to show that they protest against Viktor Orban. And our job here now is to make sure that this does not go to waste. And I think the Commission really needs to step up and use all of the tools it has. Interim measures must be requested by the court or new legal proceedings initiated regarding the Pride ban, regarding the starve and strangle laws that have been proposed, and Hungary must be stripped of its voting rights in the Council.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Milan Urik.
Vážení, zobuďte sa. Kedy už konečne pochopíte, že...
Ladies and gentlemen, wake up. Half-naked men wearing muzzles, marching through the streets, are a moral threat to our children. I support the decision taken by the Hungarian government. And nothing changes here when it comes to progressive colleagues taking part. Jahr and Thunberg were there. It doesn't change the fact that this rainbow ideology is wrong even if Commissioner Lehbib decided to allocate $500,000 to the LGBTQ associations so that they can support that ideology. We support Hungary's decision to protect children from this rainbow agenda. And we support it, and the only thing that I'm sorry about is that Slovakia, was cut.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Commissioner. Our union is a union for freedom, equality, dignity, and non-discrimination. We can never have justice if the protection of the most vulnerable is not there. The right to non-discrimination is non-negotiable. We cannot be neutral to hate. Banning expressions of diversity is a direct attack on fundamental rights. And these are not concessions to be given by a state. These are constitutional guarantees that nobody can ever suppress. And I would like to make it very clear that we are absolutely committed to protecting the rights of LGBTI people across the world, to rainbow people across the world. And if we restrict rights, then we are violating the rule of law, we are destroying democracy. We are getting rid of freedom of expression, we are attacking human dignity, and we are stigmatizing still more the Rainbow Collective, exposing them to even more discrimination. This is an attack on all of us because it is directed to our fundamental values. It is an attack on humanity. And for those reasons, Commissioner, there is an urgent need to present this European law against discrimination, and we trust in you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Krzysztof Śmiszek.
Just days ago, over 250,000 people marched proudly through the streets of beautiful Budapest. I was one of them, and I'm very proud of it. People did their job. They stood up for dignity, equality, and our shared European values. People showed us where our values are. That is what citizens expect from us, acting and protecting all citizens against discrimination, all kinds of discrimination. And yet, instead of stepping up, the Commission has recently announced its withdrawal of the Equal Treatment Directive proposal, the final missing piece in the EU anti-discrimination legal puzzle that would prohibit unequal treatment based on age, disability, religion, and sexual orientation. The withdrawal was shocking, but we do not lose our hope that the Commission will change its mind. The Belgian, Polish, and Danish presidencies have declared this file as their priority. That means that people of Europe demand more protection. Today we are sending a strong signal from the European Parliament. We want continuation of the works on the Equal Treatment Directive proposal. On Monday, Ursula von der Leyen was urging that the extremists would love to see European Union falling. Weakening of the protection against discrimination is a sign that we agree with the extremists. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Julien Sanchez.
Once again, you've placed a point on the agenda, or having a go at a member state, no, we're the same one, Hungary. How strange. What do you want to do? Exclude Hungary from the European Union? Or do you just want to govern Hungary in the place of a democratically elected government? How many courses of democracy we're going to have to give you to be able to catch up finally? If you take a look at the groups that are the noisiest and the loudest on this, we know that they have links with with foreign countries. There are those who've been paid by Qatargate, etc. The list is long. There is foreign interference. You talk about that. But there are a lot of MEPs who are not Hungarian. Maybe they should be taking a look at what's going on in their countries. And basically what they did instead was go to Hungary and carry out sort of interference tourism. And we know that the European Parliament has financed some of these examples of interference and increased their carbon footprint. And what about our taxpayer? If you talk about protecting rights of homosexuals and fundamental rights, it's important. They've had rights, homosexuals in Hungary, for a long time. But in Qatar, homosexuals don't have rights. So I'm wondering whether it would be possible to organise prides in the neighbourhoods where you have mass immigration in France or in Algeria or Qatar. Would you be able to come back healthy and in good health in the same way that you did after the Pride in Budapest. And Mrs. Keller, you were the mayor of Strasbourg. You have no lessons to give to Budapest. I remember what happened in January 22.
Stimați colegi,
Colleagues, we keep listening here people talking about something that is saint, the rule of law. We are being rebuked and sanctioned on behalf of the rule of law. But it seems that this principle has variable parameters depending on the ideological sympathies in Brussels. Let's look at a concrete example. Hungary. A democratically elected parliament adopted a law. This law bans a certain public demonstration that it considers offensive for their society. Whether we like it or not, this law expresses the sovereign will of a member state, and it is part of its own rule of law. I've seen European officials, diplomats, and even MEPs applauding and taking part in an action that deliberately defied the law of the host country. Therefore, I'm asking you, is the rule of law does the rule of law mean obeying by certain laws only when we like those laws? Or do these ideologies stand above the law? Through this dual attitude, we are encouraging disorder and undermining trust in European member states. Thank you.
President, Commissioners. Thank you to all of you. I was able to march with my LGBTQI colleagues in the Budapest Pride. I marched with hundreds of thousands of people from across Europe and Hungary in defiance of Orban, elderly people, children with parents and teenagers. Everyone was happy, gay and united against Orban. This sent a strong message to Orban that Europe won't stand for a homophobic leadership that is trying to flout EU treaties and undermine democratic human rights. People in Hungary have refused what Orban stands for. Orban is slipping in the opinion polls, and his policies, which aim to limit our freedoms, are failing. The main takeaway from Budapest Pride: the citizens of Europe and EU member states, like Ireland, my country, will not step aside to let Hungary and homophobic leaders, like Orban, to strip us of our freedoms. We will stand our ground. We will stand up against him, happily and working with you, Commissioners. Thank you.
Next speaker is Melissa Camara.
Chers collègues. Colleagues. During the last debate on Budapest Pride, I was insulted here in the hemicycle by someone from the far right. And they were asking if I was going to turn up with a leash and a muzzle. And that was shocking. Now, people were saying, well, they were trying to provoke. They were trying to provoke women and gays and coloured. There were days in Budapest when people went out to march and they got up and they were very proud. They were standing up against a regime that is just full of hate. At the same time, in Istanbul, there were demonstrators who were being abused. There were lots of activists still going out into the street because they wanted to defend their dignity and their free choice. And I want to say that we are a light, we are brave, it cannot be put out, and we can't have Europe stand by while rights are being trampled upon. We need to take action because the far right is not going to withdraw. They want to see people be oppressed, but we are proud and we will always fight for our dignity.
The next speaker is Mary Khan.
Mass migration leads to anti-Semitism, homophobia and misogyny. That is a quotation from Viktor Orban, and he told it to you here at this desk, and he was quite right, because a homosexual can go through Budapest much more safely than through Berlin or Brussels, and that is your tolerant Europe. You talk the whole time about the rule of law, but why don't you accept national laws? For example, the Hungarian child protection law. Over 90% of voters voted in favour of the child protection law. So you're not fighting against Viktor Orban, you're fighting against the Hungarian people. In Germany, too, we have a child protection law, and yet despite that, we have drag queens dancing half naked in front of small children. The EU is using double standards. Hungary is protecting its children, and yet it is to be penalised. Germany is breaking its own rules and is to be celebrated as tolerant. You should finally respect democratic choices, sovereign states, and you should put a stop to imposing your ideology on children.
The next speaker is Alessandro San.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, colleagues. In Budapest, something extraordinary happened. Hundreds of thousands of European citizens stood up to the oppression of Orban's regime by marching in Budapest Pride to defend our fundamental principles in Europe. I was pleased to be there as well, to be amongst that throng of people who spontaneously and very bravely had said no to the bullying and to Orban's institutions. They were risking huge sanctions in a European country. And we didn't see the same sort of bravery here or in Brussels or in the institutions which are supposed to be guarantors of the treaties. The European citizens were brave. The European Commission was not. The Commission actually reacted with a delay as well instead of responding to Orban's ban. It should have acted immediately when it comes to activating Article 7 of the treaty against Hungary. And now Ursula von der Leyen must take action to get the trust of this Parliament. Thank you.
We don't have a blue card, but is it a point of order or no? So I cannot allow it, sorry. You cannot repeat on because we don't have. Yeah, but that is not allowed under the rules of procedure. So please, you have to accept that. The next is Juan Carlos Girauta Vidal.
Gracias, President. Yes, thank you, President. I can see that this is the perfect opportunity for some of you to feel heroes, but it goes with us. These are tin soldiers, basically, because everything that you're using to accuse Hungary of is radically false. Where is the discrimination of people on the grounds of sexual orientation? There is a decision that has been taken by a sovereign state about certain issues relating to public order when organising demonstrations, and these are laws that exist in very many countries, and these are issues which are deemed to relate to public order. So let us address this issue of alleged discrimination. You are the ones that are discriminating, and you're turning homosexuals into objects, people on the basis of their gender, bringing them all together in a kind of group or collective with a certain ideology. So let's say that 10% of the population is homosexual. Some studies say that that would be the rate. So what about that 10%? Do they have the same ideology? Are they all woke like you? Does the defense of individual rights, fundamental rights, is that by organizing one of these floats with people? The speaker is interrupted.
The next speaker.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, humanity is composed of just two existential beings, men and women. That's it. There's nothing else and nothing in between. This is not a matter of political compromise, but of biological and genetical fact. Politicians can debate many things, but no political compromise can change human nature. A man who wears a dress or lipstick is still a man, not a woman, no matter how he feels or presents. Such behavior does not reflect womanhood, but often perversion. Decades after that, human bones will still reveal if that person was a male or a female, regardless of how they might have identified or presented themselves. The greatest threat to women's rights today is the acceptance that there is no difference between men and women. Therefore, men who pretend to be women are legally acknowledged as women. This erases women's rights under the pretext of tolerance. I call on my colleagues from the left side, actually the wrong side, on this issue, not to undermine women's rights, but to protect them. Being a woman is not a matter of feeling, but a distinct human reality, different than a man with dignity and rights worth defending. Thank you.
There is a point of order for Mr. Sippel. Sorry, from not Sippel. Sieper. Sorry. No, please, your speaking time. Please, take your seat. You had your speaking time, and that's it. Herr Sieper, point of order.
Thank you, Ms. Vice President. Once again, in this debate about LGBTQIA+ rights, it's because of Article 10, number 4 of the Rules of Procedure of the European Parliament prohibiting hate speech, saying that a man who wears lip gloss on his face is a perversion is hate speech, dear colleague. It's not allowed. You can, of course, have another opinion when you come if you think it's pretty or not, but it's not perverse. Let people be who they are. This is what is enshrined in our rules of procedure. Ms. Vice President, as so often before, I asked the Bureau to take care of this. We have seen this in all debates in this Parliament since I entered this Parliament, all debates where it came to LGBTQIA+ issues. We have seen hate speech like this. I'm sick of this. I know a big part of the plenary is sick of this, and it needs to stop now. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Herr Sieper, für den Hinweis. Auch das.
Yes, thank you very much for that point. We've noted that particular point of proceeding, and we'll take a look at all of these things and various other comments and see whether they are correct. And then we will be making sure that the dignity and respect of the House, respect for different positions that, of course, everybody can have, that there is the necessary respect and that the most appropriate language is being used to debate. The next speaker is Juan Fernando Aguilar. And please, order in the last row at the back, because this is also a question of respect. You should allow your colleagues to speak. Juan Fernando López Aguilar.
Danke, Frau Präsidentin, Commissioner.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, once again, the Orban government in Hungary has brought us this double infamy. Firstly, there is this pretense that sexual orientation is some kind of gay ideology and that gender identity is LGBTI propaganda backed by Brussels. And then the second problem is suggesting that it's about protecting children when we ban sex education in schools. And I think we should be very clear that children don't need that kind of protection when it comes to sexual orientation. Not from sex education in the school system either. Children need to be protected from hate and from the transmission of hate. So this is why we need to underline once again and say very clearly once again, sexual orientation is not contagious, but hatred is. And that is why the repressive laws of 2018 and 2021, which were passed by the Orban government, are in contravention with Article 21 of the Charter in the EU. And I would call on the Commission, firstly, to take up the Equal Treatment Directive from the Council and deal with Article 7 with regard to Hungary, and then also to take to the Court of Justice measures to suspend these unacceptable repressive laws because they are not in line with the Charter of Fundamental Rights as in Orban. Thank you.
I give the floor to the Commissioner, Michael McGrath, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to all of the honourable members for their contributions over the course of the debate this afternoon. Today, anti-LGBTIQ actions are fuelling division and discrimination, creating fear and exclusion. And we cannot accept this in our union founded on common values, our union of equality. Fundamental rights, including the right to peaceful assembly and of association, are enshrined in the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights and must be respected and always protected. As President von der Leyen has said many times, and as recently as the 26th of June, you have the right to love who you want to love and be exactly who you are. And, she said, marching for your rights is a fundamental right. You will have noted that the Commission has also reported on the Budapest Pride in its Rule of Law report in the context of deteriorating environment for civil society organisations in Hungary. These developments in Hungary are raising serious concerns, and I can assure you that we will remain focused on these matters and that we are ready to act to prevent further obstruction of the civic space. As I said in my introductory remarks, the Commission has sent a series of questions to the Hungarian authorities on the new Hungarian law related to freedom of assembly and the use of facial recognition, and we are now waiting for their response. We will not hesitate to take the necessary measures as appropriate. We are also waiting for the judgment of the European Court of Justice on the compatibility of EU law and the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights of the so-called Child Protection Act. We expect this to happen in the coming months and provide clarifications on the situation. Honourable Members, the Commission will consider all tools at its disposal to ensure the full respect of EU values in the Union. And finally, I would like to again pay tribute to all those who courageously joined the Budapest Pride March. It sent a strong message of support, not only for the LGBTIQ community, but also for our European values of liberties, tolerance and democracy. The sight of thousands and thousands of ordinary people from Hungary and throughout the EU on the streets of Budapest for the Pride Parade was a powerful demonstration that these values are held dearly in our union of equality, and these values are not a threat to anyone, and I will, as Commissioner, stand resolutely with you in the defence of our shared European values. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Commissaire.
Thank you, Commissioner. And now I have the honour of giving the floor to the Council, to Mary Buran.
President, honourable members, Commissioner, thank you for a lively debate, for your comments and for your remarks. The situation in Hungary is something we in the Council follow very closely. The Council remains determined to carry forward work on making tolerance and non-discrimination a reality for every citizen of our Union. We remain committed to promoting an inclusive culture and respect across the EU and to defending fundamental rights against attacks. We all, EU institutions and member states alike, share a common responsibility to protect fundamental rights and ensure equal treatment and equality for all. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam Minister. This debate is now closed, and the next item is the Council and Commission statements on the EU-US trade negotiations. And I would like to remind you, or I'd like to recall the Minister to the podium to speak on behalf of the Council.
President, honourable members, Commissioner, thank you for inviting me to contribute to this timely and important debate, which comes at a critical time in EU-US relations. As mentioned during our previous exchange in May, the European Union and the United States are bound by the world's most integrated economic relationship. Goods, services and investment flows make the transatlantic partnership the largest and most valuable in the world. It is a long-standing engine of prosperity and job creation on both sides of the Atlantic.
Beyond trade and investment, the United States is also our closest partner in foreign and security policy. This deep strategic relationship gives us a shared interest in protecting and strengthening our cooperation in the face of global challenges. Millions of jobs, as well as our collective geopolitical and economic resilience, depend on this relationship. In such a context, we strongly regret the recent increase in US tariffs imposed on a wide range of EU goods. We consider these measures to be unjustified and arbitrary. Such tariffs are not only damaging to transatlantic prosperity, but also undermine global economic stability. We understand that the US seeks to strengthen the resilience of its domestic industrial base and to enhance its economic security. So do we in Europe. But unilateral and arbitrary tariffs is not the way to achieve these goals. Instead, dialogue and cooperation offer a far better path forward. This is why we remain fully committed to working with our US counterparts on a negotiated outcome, one that delivers tariff relief and brings back stability and predictability to transatlantic trade. We are engaging with the US in good faith and with sense of responsibility. That is why we choose to temporarily suspend our initial package of countermeasures in the response to the unjustified tariffs imposed on our steel and aluminum exports. We do not want to further worsen an already fragile and uncertain global economy. That being said, our patience is not limitless. If no agreement is reached by the stated deadline, the EU is prepared to activate targeted and proportionate countermeasures in defense of its legitimate interest. We are carefully assessing not only the effects of new US tariffs on EU exports, but also monitoring any negative indirect effects, as we simply cannot absorb global overcapacity nor accept dumping on our markets. In these challenging times, we remain firmly committed to the rule-based international order as we continue to believe in an open and predictable global trading system that benefits all partners. In the Council, there is a broad agreement on the importance of deepening our existing partnerships around the world, as well as reaching new deals with other countries. We will invest in trade diversification because we want to ensure our businesses can grow and thrive globally, while of course paying due attention to possible sectoral sensitivities. Last, but certainly not least, it is evident that the single market is more than ever our anchor of stability and resilience. In that sense, the current crisis is a strong reminder of the need to deliver the European competitiveness deal, removing remaining obstacles, boosting productivity, and unleashing the full potential of our integrated market. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre.
Thank you, Madam Minister. I would now like to welcome Commissioner Šefčovič again, and you have the floor.
Madame la Ministre, honourable members, it is a pleasure to be here today as we navigate a critical juncture of our relationship with the United States. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss the current state of play of the EU-US negotiations once again in the plenary, while I appreciate our constant engagement on this issue. From the outset, the Commission has been clear, in alignment with this House and our Member States, that our priority is a negotiated solution with the United States, one that brings back stability and confidence in our trade and investment relationship. The United States is and remains our most important trading partner, with impressive trade flows in goods and services amounting to 1.6 trillion per year and a massive investment relationship of more than 5 trillion euros. Following the end of May announcement by the President von der Leyen and US President Trump to fast-track the negotiations have indeed intensified considerably. We have been in relentless contact with our counterparts across the Atlantic, ensuring that our progress is continuous and substantive. Last week, we had 4 days of intense negotiations at technical and political level, and I have been in constant contact with my US counterparts. Negotiations continue remotely every single day. The discussions are constructive. We have engaged on key elements such as tariffs, non-tariff barriers, economic security, strategic purchases, mutual investment, etc. We have made good progress on the text of the joint statement or agreement in principle, and I hope we can soon finalize our work. Crucially, while other nations faced increased tariffs from the United States as a result of the letters that President Trump sent out on Monday, our negotiations have spared the EU from facing higher tariffs. An extension until August 1st of the status quo has been announced, giving us additional space to reach a satisfactory conclusion. While this time allows us to continue refining our work, as I said, I hope to reach a satisfactory results, potentially even in the coming days. The agreement in principle we are striving to finalize is not the end, but rather the start of the new beginning. It would provide a framework upon which we can continue to build, defining the exact parameters of the later agreement. In other words, I see it as a foundational framework that paves the way for future fully-fledged EU-US trade agreement. We have approached this task with a laser focus, balancing the demands of the US with our own priorities and ensuring that our regulatory autonomy remains intact. But let me be clear, while we remain committed to achieving a satisfactory deal, we need to acknowledge a certain degree of rebalancing will remain. These come from differing perspectives and starting points. The US sees the trading relationship with the EU as unbalanced due to the US deficit on goods. Surely our perceptions and viewpoints differ, but we remain committed to our goal, which is to restore predictability, providing businesses, workers and consumers the relief they seek and deserve against unwanted and damaging escalation. In protecting the integrity of our regulatory framework, we have drawn our red lines firmly. Our legislation and regulatory framework remains non-negotiable, and the Commission will continue to protect the EU's regulatory autonomy. I can assure you, honourable members, that nothing in our potential joint statements affects the autonomy I was just referring to. At the same time, we continue preparing for any eventuality. Yet our objective and priority remains, as I said, to secure a negotiated solution, recent the relationship with the US on a positive and more predictable path, and move ahead both with the US and our other trading partners. Therefore, our diversification agenda remains an unchanged priority. We need to conclude the agreements with Mercosur and Mexico, ideally this year, and move ahead with Indonesia, where the finishing line is in sight, as well as with India, United Arab Emirates, the Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, and others around the globe. And last but not least, the Commission is also working to protect the EU from the trade diversion from third countries and risk of surges of imports. The Commission has set up a dedicated import surveillance task force for this purpose. The Commission stands ready, if necessary, to use all the available tools in our trade defence instrument toolbox in a rapid manner to protect the EU single market, EU producers and EU consumers. In this whole process, the EU unity remains absolutely crucial. And therefore, we count on your support to ensure this, and the Commission is fully committed to keeping the European Parliament informed. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Merci.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will now open the debate and we will start with the political groups round. And for the EPP, we have Jürgen Warborn.
Thank you, President, Madam Minister and Commissioner Šefčovič. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your tireless work of trying to find negotiated solutions. We certainly need it because we need to de-escalate the situation with the US. It is a very, very important market for the European Union. It creates a lot of jobs, both here in Europe, but also, of course, in the US. Approximately 20% of our market goes to the United States. And that also means that 80% of our trade goes elsewhere, creating probably even more jobs. And I'd like to speak particularly on the WTO rules and the compatibility with the potential deals on the WTO rules, because the rest of the world, the 80% of the market, they rely on the WTO rules. And I fear, I'm not sure, but I'd like to make sure that the Commission is certified that if we make a deal with the United States, that it doesn't break any rules in the WTO. Because then we might solve one problem, but we create others. And I think that is of most important part right now, because the world is, when it comes to trade, is not really predictable at the moment. And I think even if we do a deal with the US, it will probably not be predictable for quite some time. And therefore, the world trading system, the multilateral rules-based trading system, that is the predictability we have. And we, as the Europeans, we have to defend it. But I also agree, of course, meantime, since there is a lot of unpredictability, we also have to diversify. So ratifying the Mercosur agreement, the Mexico agreement, negotiating India and Indonesia is also important. But once again, thank you to the Commission for your hard work. Let's hope that we can find negotiated solutions for the benefit of businesses and citizens across Europe. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Next speaker, Kathleen Van Bremt.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Minister. Commissioner, we're facing a moment of truth in our trade relations with the US. Yes, we've shown patience and we have engaged, negotiated in good faith, as you mentioned. But here we are, deadline day, no deal, no relief. With Trump now even threatening 50% tariffs on copper and a staggering 200% on pharmaceuticals. Colleagues, that is not a relationship, that is an abuse. And Commissioner, I said it before, I admire your calmness and your determination. And yes, we support your work and we hope you find a deal, but not at any cost. Because we don't care about the deal with Trump. We do care about our workers, their jobs, their livelihoods, and about our businesses. So, Commissioner, our group has 3 messages for you today. One, it's time to set a clear deadline, and with retaliation, if necessary, not only on goods, but also on services. 2, that's more domestic and not always in your competences, but protect workers and business in Europe. Thousands of jobs are at risk, and now take immediate action to protect them. And 3, don't let Trump play divide and conquer. Not with Europe, not with the world. And so it's time to team up with countries like Canada, UK, Japan, Australia, and establish a real trade coalition of the willing. It's time for Europe to strengthen up, to lead. Please, Commissioner, don't let the bully win. Push back. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, cher collègue.
Thank you. Inigo Gyuri
Patriot.
for the Patriots.
Ez a parlament
Once again, this parliament is the champion of bad timing. It is rushing ahead while it has no role at the negotiating table. Many here are crying wolf, further undermining the EU's already weak negotiating position. Yes, it must be said, honourable members, we are weak. The Commission has weakened the EU in every respect on the global stage in terms of competitiveness, negotiating position and relations with the rest of the world. We have more enemies and competitors than ever before. What is more, Brussels found it difficult to swallow the fact that the Americans chose their president of their own free will across the pond. It was a serious strategic mistake to side with the Democratic candidate. We are still suffering the consequences of this today. The US, on the other hand, is negotiating from a position of strength. This is not easy. We expect the Commission to protect the interests of the Union. It should be open to innovative solutions. It should negotiate with business people in a business-like manner and convince the US that it is in their interest to do a deal with us. Those on the left in this House want retaliation. Well, that will certainly create a lot of jobs. It is also thought-provoking that Trump signed agreements with several countries before signing one with a historical ally, including an agreement with their eternal rival, China. Our internal homework is to develop a new EU economic policy, not to patch up the Green Deal. This is the only way we will be competitive. Externally, we need to build new partnerships in the spirit of connectivity. We need to look at what is good for European companies. It is an illusion to think that we can create an alternative WTO with Asia, excluding China. This would be just as useful as sanctions against Russia. We cannot give up on either the US or China as partners. Neither can be replaced. It is a changing world. We need to keep our feet firmly on the ground. Markets do not like unpredictability.
On behalf of the ECR, Richard Coles.
Dear colleagues, the ECR group stands for strong transatlantic ties and maximum free trade with our closest ally, United States. Yet what do we see? Endless reports from the Commission, but too little real diplomacy. Apart from Commissioner Šefčovič, leadership has been passive. Where is the President of the Commission, the Council, or this House? Some say the doors are closed. Well, look for the windows. Words won't resolve the tariff war, presence will. So if you want results, go to Washington, stand firm and support Šefčovič. Trade tensions are nothing new. We have weathered them before by negotiating hard and standing united when it matters the most. Our standards and values are not for sale, but that does not shut down the doors for the talks. Our principles must be the starting point for the true zero-tariff zone that makes both sides wealthier and stronger. Anything less costs our workers and businesses dearly. We must stop sending the wrong signals. When talks get tough, turning to China, a systematic rival, is not an option. We stand with our democratically ally across the Atlantic. Some here hide their push for division and protectionism behind strategic autonomy. In reality, barriers hurt our own workers and businesses first. This extension to August 1st must not be wasted. We need to match words with real political action and secure an agreement that protects Europe's jobs and competitiveness. The alternative is economic self-harm. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Renew, Karen Karlsborough.
Herr talman, kollegor.
President, dear colleagues. We've heard these promises of high tariffs for the rest of the world, and the United States is hoping to enter into a golden age, and this is how President Trump announced this during his election campaign. Well, has this been successful? Not particularly so. Because there's now protectionism, and we have seen that the reputation of the United States is being undermined. We're talking about reliability and for the markets, and if we take a look at what the successive governments in the USA have built up over decades, this is now crumbling. So are they a reliable partner? It's a question we have to ask ourselves. The United States is still too important a trade partner for us in Europe, but the European Union is equally important as a partner of the United States. So I think I would have a demand for the Commissioner, for Commissioner Šefčovič, but also for the Council. We should not allow ourselves just to sit back and take what's being imposed on us, the conditions that are being forced upon us. If there are going to be these tariffs that are built up against us, we have to be able to defend ourselves, we have to be able to defend free trade, and we have to punch at the same weight as the United States. We know that there are over 70 trade agreements, so that would show that you should be able to negotiate. Then, thank you, Mrs. Anna Cavazzini, on behalf of the Greens.
Dear colleagues, first of all, I want to start saying that I find it a little bit funny and contradicting that the far right here is lamenting this tariff war and also the effect on European businesses. But everyone knows that Trump is your best friend, and I think everyone should know if you vote for the far right, you get this really shitty economic policy. But coming back to the debate right now, I think, and I know it is not easy for the Commission to negotiate with a bully, and I have to say I'm a little bit shocked that some member states, including my own, are also now calling for a faster deal, whatever it takes. Sure, Trump's illegal tariffs, they are a huge burden for the businesses. But if we agree on a bad deal now, the suffering will be much longer. If you give in to a blackmailer, he will continue blackmailing you. So I think instead we need a very strong and a united European Union. So my questions to the Commission are, where are your countermeasures for steel and aluminium, for the cars? Why are they not yet in place? Why are we not activating the anti-coercion instrument? Because this is coercion. Where are our measures that target the US digital economy, as the tech companies have a huge access to Trump? Dear colleagues, I'm convinced we cannot win this fight by playing softball. We need to show Trump that he cannot just kick us around. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, cher collègue.
Yes, thank you very much, dear colleague. Martin Schirdewan, on behalf of the left.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you, President. Commission, right before our eyes, the US under Trump is turning into an authoritarian, corrupt oligarchy. Trump is using trade policy and these punitive tariffs to implement American dominance and to do that in favour of his oligarchic mates. That is a new kind of imperialism. And the Commission, in this trade war with Trump, has not had strategy and has, out of fear, just been saying, let's be patient. But, Commissioner, start taking action. You've got the cards in your hand to do that. We have the digital text. We need to take action against big tech. That's long overdue. Then we're looking at new kind of energy dependency. So it's not going to be on Russians. It's going to be on US fracked gas. What about EU smart energy? It needs to be sustainable and independent. And it's irresponsible to use money from EU taxpayers to pour it into US arms companies. We need an international rules-based system, not just this fair trade that only looks at big companies. There's naivety here when it comes to the sensible nature of the Trump policies. We want to look at protecting jobs. We need to have an EU industry policy. We need mass investment in our own future to guarantee our companies and jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleague. The next speaker is Michał Szczerba.
Good afternoon. EU-US relations must stay strong and close despite the serious challenges we face. And Mr. Commissioner, as a standing rapporteur on the US, I know it's not an easy job, and it's also about managing unpredictability. The NATO summit in The Hague showed our unity and commitment to collective defense. That was the first step. Now it's time to move forward and fix the trade negotiations. This is the final countdown. Despite the short-term complication, the US remains our strategic partner in both security and trade. At the same time, the EU must be clear-eyed and protect its own interest. I deeply regret the tariffs imposed by the US. They have a negative effect on the global economy. They raise prices, increase costs for businesses and disrupt supply chains. But we must not forget, transatlantic trade is a source of prosperity, stability and well-paying jobs on both sides of the Atlantic. That is why I fully support the Commission's strategy to reach mutually beneficial agreement. We have to seek negotiated and constructive solutions. We must remain united and determined. Additionally, the EU must be ready to act accordingly. We need a strong plan for countermeasures and we must be prepared to take further steps if negotiation fails. All options must remain on the table. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, cher collègue.
Yes, thank you very much. Bernd Langer.
Thank you very much, President. Minister Maroš. The tariffs are unjustified. The Minister has made that point. For that reason, we need to be very clear in setting out our proposals. And, Mr. Maroš, if a deal is now coming, then the criteria must be clear also as a parliament. We need to be clear on what we can accept. And I think it is clear with a deal, we need to ensure that tariffs come down significantly, immediately, and also we should have a standstill clause so that we don't have overnight new tariffs or different measures coming around the corner. Thirdly, it is also very clear that European law cannot be changed or watered down or evaded. Fourthly, we want an international system which is strengthened and not undermined by a deal, and that is in the interests of other countries in the WTO. If those criteria are not upheld, then we must adopt countermeasures, because it is very clear that the Rolling Stones have already said you can't always get what you want.
Merci beaucoup.
Yes, thank you very much. Séverine Verbroek.
Merci, Monsieur.
Yes, thank you, President. Commissioner, we see that we have the Chinese tax and we've got the threats from the Americans, so this wake-up call is quite brutal after 30 years of commercial naivety, which has meant that the member states are now hostage to your unrestricted ideology. The cognac sector, which is a flagship industry in France, €3 billion in export, and about three-quarters of this to the United States, and it covers lots of jobs. Spirits are those French viticulture products which have been the subject of retaliatory taxes over the past few years. So we have to make sure that these are not the element that is used to try and salvage the German car industry. This is an exceptional sector of industry, but an important element of French industry and the economy. So please make sure that it is not going to be a bargaining chip in your negotiations. Obviously, if the negotiations aren't run smoothly, several areas are going to suffer. Every time that you move forward in your negotiations, then there are certain sectors that are being stifled. And unfortunately, the European Union is being far too passive. Thank you. Thank you. I can't see our colleague Francesco Torselli. Saveni Hahn in that case.
We need pragmatic solutions now with the US and a framework agreement which will be a roadmap for further talks. That means no deal at any cost. We must be willing at any point to adopt counter tariffs, and we should be clear. Donald Trump is focusing on the right of the fittest. He wants Wild West trade policy, but it's also just as dangerous to hear people who are against on principle, the left who rejected TTIP and are now celebrating as if less trade with the US were a victory. It was a gift to China. But that is what they want. They want to close in instead of having freedom, communism instead of capitalism, although capitalism has made us so strong. So if you block trade agreements, then you're pushing up prices, you'll have fewer jobs, less prosperity, and more influence for autocrats. Europe needs to shape things and not be driven by events. If you block free trade, you're strengthening the wrong party. Trump, Xi, populists from the left and right. We want more trade with more partners for freedom, prosperity, and a strong Europe.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sinkevičius. Sinkevičius, Virginius.
Commissioner, dear colleagues, it's clearly it's not just about the tariffs. It's about what kind of Europe we want to be. Right now, President Trump is simply trying to bully Europe. He says, take this deal or pay the price. And if we don't agree, of course, our exports could face huge tariffs up to now sounds like 200% on pharmaceuticals, and that, of course, means jobs at risk, economic slowdown. But this is much bigger than just trade. When one leader uses threats and deadlines, it's not about partnership. It's pressure. Trump's approach is clear. Tariffs first, negotiations second, and that's not how we build a future for Europe. We cannot give in. We cannot trade away our values for a quick fix where we don't know even if there is a standstill clause on that. We need a deal that helps people and protects Europe's future. And that means clean industry and not dirty shortcuts. Fair supply chains with strong rights for workers everywhere, and digital rules that protect freedom and privacy. The message to Washington is simple. We seek cooperation and not capitulation. And Europe must show that it can be strong and fair at the same time. So let's show the world what we stand for, that we stand united as one Europe.
Merci beaucoup, cher collègue.
Thank you very much. In Boylan, please.
The EU must not take reactionary measures to what is an extremely volatile presidency that's hell-bent on enriching the billionaires around them, so standing firm is just as important as any countermeasures. The EU needs to hold its nerve. Trump and the US cannot be allowed to dictate laws to the rest of the world. His latest announcements on pharmaceuticals are deeply concerning for workers in Ireland and will only hurt families and workers. It is important not to bow to bullies, and I would call on Ireland to resist the pressure and the baseless accusations that are being levelled at it again from the US administration for upholding international law and enacting the Occupied Territories Bill to ban trade with illegal Israeli settlements. The tariff war should instead be used to reset trade politics that delivers for people, communities and social and environmental progress. And it also hasn't gone unnoticed that the Commission is trying to exploit the crisis to plough ahead with deals that have widespread public opposition, deals like Mercosur or those that contain corporate courts like CETA and have been found to be unconstitutional in Ireland.
Merci beaucoup.
Yes, thank you very much. Luis Lazarus.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, we might have a problem with our approach. Perhaps the European Commission is mixing up these negotiations with President Trump with negotiations with any other EU country. President Trump came to office and discovered that the US had a debt of 37 trillion and did not think that it could increase taxes. But in my country, our president, now our new president, said that he would not raise the VAT, but now this is exactly what he's doing. So let's watch out. Let's be careful with our nuances. If the EU Commission thinks that negotiating with Trump and talking about retaliation and backlash and countermeasures will score any points with Trump, you are deadly wrong, because this is not how we need to negotiate. We need to reconvene on very important issues and reach a common agreement. Otherwise, I don't know what to say.
Yes, thank you very much. Mrs. Ofko.
Merci, Monsieur President. Dear Commissioner, we are here to talk about EU-US trade. The negotiations with the US are taking shape, and the positive framework agreement by the deadline set by our transatlantic partners is expected from you, dear Commissioner. Although we are diversifying our trade with our like-minded partners, we must not forget that a deal with the US would bring certainty for our businesses, which are losing employment and trade opportunities every day while caught in this vacuum. We were approached by the US that while they were providing us security, we engaged in business. Today's geopolitical uncertainty led us to commit difficult decisions and invest in our own security and strengthening the EU pillar of NATO. Of course, we must extend our hand to all democracy around the world, seeking closer ties with our single market and aiming to diversify and standing as an alternative to autocratic regimes that do not offer the same level playing field in trade as we do. We support you, dear Commissioner, in your negotiations and your efforts in preventive trade diplomacy to avoid any further tensions between us, because 16 million jobs on both sides of the Atlantic cannot afford to suffer any longer. We will also await full inclusion and the approval process of this agreement of our Parliament. And let us make this deal win-win outcome and the foundation not only for beautiful trade, but also a long, beautiful friendship. We deeply need this in these geopolitical uncertainties. Thank you.
Merci.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, and I would urge you to respect the speaking time. Brando Benifei.
Illegal tariffs from the US outside the WTO rules are already hitting 70% of European goods. The European is negotiating in good faith, and that's also thanks to your work, Commissioner Šefčovič. It's the way you do between allies. But now it looks like they're more of an enemy. They're on the other side as opposed to being a partner. We want to have this framework agreement. That's the first step. And then you need to review most of these tariffs, because the EU then is going to have to take serious retaliatory measures on goods and services, and some measures are already going to be prepared and going to be activated. Others are under preparation. Now, to disincentivize any more chaos, we need to take action. We cannot just go from one ultimatum to the next. We need to set clear deadlines as well, so that we have a final agreement which will be beneficial. The European Union's unity is being put under pressure here. We need to be brave here. We need to show that there is action after what we say.
George.
Thank you. Jorge Martin Furias, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Commission has wasted precious time in reaching an agreement that Europe needs, but not just that, it's also actively torpedoed the negotiations. Firstly, months were wasted on unnecessary dramatisation by the Commission itself. Prejudices and anti-Trump policies rather than the general interests. We were looking at tariffs that would be negative for everyone, and at the same time maintaining intact the real tariffs which will impoverish the European continent, the Green Deal, the 2030 Agenda and other such policies. Secondly, it is not smart to insult people that you're trying to agree with, and therefore it's right to recall the words of a Vice President of this Parliament from the Spanish Partido Popular, who referred to Trump as an alpha male, and then you have another committee president who insulted the president of a democratic country. I don't think this is a way to build a solid relationship with our main strategic partner, nor does it help that the Parliament, because of this coalition between the centrist parties, has failed to condemn an attempted attack on a presidential candidate who has been elected with a majority that many people had rejected. So what should we do? We should negotiate and keep talking, and we should once and for all leave behind the anti-Trumpism that has contaminated our foreign policy, because nobody wants these tariffs. But if ultimately they arrive, you will be the people who need to answer to the people of Europe. Thank you.
Merci. Orateur suivant.
Yes, thank you very much. The next speaker, Dick Eriksson.
Vi måste höja blicken och se sammanhang.
Yes, thank you. I think we would have to raise our heads and make sure that we see the context that we find ourselves in. Niall Ferguson, the historian, talked about war, point zero, China, the United States. It's all about technology and natural resources and territories. And obviously trade, together with tariffs, is just one element of this whole crisis. I think what our task is, looking up the gallery, our task is to make sure that we can achieve the lowest tariffs as possible. And this holds true for both sides. The EU has higher tariffs compared to the US. And so I think we have to obviously enter into negotiations on an equal footing and make sure that we come up with a common denominator. Do we want to be on the side of the Americans or the Chinese? Dan Barner.
Thank you, Chair. As we face challenging trade talks with our American partners, we must not forget the vital importance of our transatlantic bond. For over 70 years, the partnership between Europe and the United States have been the foundation for global prosperity and security. This is about more than just tariffs. It's about our shared democratic values and our joint responsibility to tackle global challenges, from climate change to cybersecurity. Choosing protectionism now would be a huge error, undoing decades of shared progress. We must work towards a fair trade relationship that strengthens both sides, guided by a spirit of cooperation. Let's be inspired by President John F. Kennedy, who said, "We must seek a world where peace is not a mere interlude between wars, but an incentive to the creative energies of humanity." In that spirit, let's use our energy to build a stronger, safer future for both the European Union and the United States. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, cher.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Sergei Lagodinsky.
Dear colleagues, let's be honest. This isn't just a trade dispute anymore. It's pressure, it's coercion, it's a deal-making of the worst sort. It's an attempt to put a price on what we are. And it's time to say it out loud, and it pains me to say this as someone who's been a committed transatlanticist all of his life. The EU is not for sale. We are not for sale. Our values, our rules, our integrities are not for sale. Not our digital regulation, not our standards. Trump's approach is a challenge, no doubt, and the Commissioner knows it firsthand, but it's also an opening for Europe to lead and to be clear, not by escalating, but by standing firm and by considering countermeasures and by implementing countermeasures, by being firm on rules, on trust, on democratic principles. Now it's time to build alliances, new alliances, with US states, with cities, with civil societies, with people who walk on the street against Trump, and with global partners as an alternative to the US.
Merci beaucoup, cher collègue.
Thank you very much. Marina Mazur.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Donald Trump's ultimatum was supposed to be coming today. We've now had a slight reprieve, but the terms of the blackmail haven't changed. If we don't give way to his demands on digital, tax and trade, he will stifle our economy. He's threatening us because he knows he can do that, because there's a kind of civility amongst our European leaders. That's been the case for decades with regard to our so-called allies in the US, and it means an extreme dependence on their markets and their products. This is stifling any ability to promote regional and local entities, which is vital to our sovereignty. We are vulnerable, as are many other countries which have seen their economies destabilized by American sanctions and changes in customs policy. Trump doesn't negotiate, and we are not his partners, we are his vassals. So in this context, it is time for us to make a vital choice. Are we going to have truly protectionist solidarity, reducing our dependence, starting with a true European Act, a Buy European Act? We don't need to have an American market to create jobs. We should tax benefits from intellectual property. We have the means. We just lack the political will to get there, and it is high time that we made the choice to not be submissive to Washington. Thank you, colleagues. Katarina Konechna.
Děkuji, pane komisaři.
Thank you, Commissioner. Colleagues, as of now, it seems that there is no trade deal in sight, even though Trump said how the Commission and von der Leyen how nice they were to him. This is no surprise to me that they behave nicely, but for me it is important that the European Commission behaves nicely to European citizens. If 10% tariff across the board means 5% increase on average tariffs, citizens and industry will pay for this. I understand that we cannot change the American administration, but the agreement will not be ideal. But we can choose our business partners. Let us try to seek the best agreement with partners, and let's look for other partners without meddling and without reprimanding. It's better to have several partners rather than one master to whom we are a yes man and we have to cozy up to. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel Kasper.
I am proud that over the past few weeks that the European Commission has been dealing with this pressure from the States. They've been responding very quickly. They weren't just taking certain kind of action. They, until now, has just let these attacks go. And they're still negotiating. Now, what I was shocked by is that the US is destroying a system that it basically has been building up. So this means that the first task here, Commissioner, is for us to look at agreements with other countries, with Mercosur, India, Indonesia. We need to conclude those. And that would show that we want the rest of the world to remain stable. We don't want America just to push through with what it's doing. We want to ensure that there is stability in the global trade. And then secondly, I want us to be stable. And I can't understand what some colleagues have been saying here. We want to remain firm. We are, in terms of the economy, at least as big as the US. And when it comes to other platforms as well, if we work with them, then we are significantly bigger. So we need to be brave enough not to just give in. And if we do that, then we will get some good agreements over the next few days. That's going to be in our interest. We need to stand together and not let ourselves be divided. And at the end of the day, we are the one who are going to be winning.
You have a blue card. You accept? Okay. From our colleague Kaspari. Sipper.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. In accordance with rule number 178, number 10, the last sentence, I would also like to be able to react to the reply that the colleague will give me. Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege, dass Sie die blaue Karte akzeptiert haben.
Thank you very much for accepting the blue card. I can only agree with you. What you've said also has triggered me to say that we have to strengthen agreements and deals with the rest of the world. How can we ensure that the other states, the other trading blocs around the world, where we obviously need new partners, and this is something the United States is using and against us, so what can we do?
Sehr geehrter Herr Kollege Sieper.
Mr. Sieper, thank you very much for that question. If we look at the picture in the Rose Garden where the president had the table with all of those tariffs, we can see that it's not only us who are going to be hit, it's going to be basically everyone across the world that he's going to be attacking. He's questioning everything. And so that's why I would be talking to people from other countries and show that we are willing as well if we want to remain firm. And then secondly, we also need to implement what we're saying. Verbruch is someone I'd like to respond to. Look at the impact on France. Well, why doesn't she say, for example, that the French farmers have an export surplus? So the French farmers, if they didn't actually have all of those expats, they would have many, many more problems. So that's why we need to remain firm. We shouldn't let ourselves be divided, and we shouldn't just do things on our own national level. The Commission really needs to be courageous during this tough time.
Réponse, monsieur.
Thank you very much for that response, Mr. Kaspari. Mr. Sieper wanted to add another word. You have the floor.
I think you've raised a very good point when you referred to the table of tariffs. It's true, we're not alone, but we still have to ask ourselves the question as to how this is affecting us very toughly and how it's affecting other countries. because the figures may be the same, the effect may be different. I think the solution would be that we in the EU try and place ourselves at the head of a new trade bloc so that we can start doing action, become number one before the United States does.
Merci.
Thank you very much. So thank you for that little debate, which is now closed, and I give the floor to the next speaker, Alex Agius-Saliba.
Thank you, President, Vice President of the Commission. I do not envy you or all those that are in charge of negotiating with this US administration. It is impossible to work with an erratic and unreliable President Trump. 1 minute he announces trade tariffs and the next day he postpones them, only to come back as a threat the following day. This is not how trade relations work. At the end of the day, our citizens will foot the bill because of rising consumer prices. There is a trade imbalance with the US, not only in goods, but also in services. And Europe is far too reliant on US big tech. The last thing we need is to water down our digital rules, like the Digital Markets Act, in order to please our counterparts. We should not fall into this trap. If they want to do business in our market of 500 million consumers, then they need to play by our rules. Our values-based approach to the digital transformation is not a bargaining chip in this negotiation. If Apple, Google, Meta, or X do not respect the law, they should be fined. We expect the Commission to not hold back on enforcing our digital rules in the wake of Trump's threats. Thank you.
Gilles Penel.
Gilles Penel.
Thank you. The Commission's software has been and out of date. They seem to be attached to the dogma of free trade over their borders, and the European Union doesn't seem to see that the world has changed. The great powers like the United States and China are protecting their economies. They've moved away from free trade. But we want free trade with Mercosur and Ukraine, and that's going to affect our agriculture. And to all of this with the free trade agreement with South Africa, New Zealand and Morocco. Sell German cars seems to be the only objective of the European Union, who sacrificed French wine and spirits. Mrs. von der Leyen is not in a position to be able to have this fight with the United States and to be able to protect our economy. I think we have to write a new page in the history of the European Union, but without Mrs. von der Leyen.
Thank you. Adrian George Axini.
Salut intenția Comisiei Europene.
I salute the intention of the European Commission to reach a rapid agreement with the US on the tariffs in spite of the extension until the 1st of August. Predictability is good for the financial markets and European economies as well. The reality is that we're no longer an alliance, but rather talking about a trade deal, because our approach is not the right one. Romanian businessmen say that the European Commission asked them to increase the VAT to correct the budget deficit. This is happening in several EU member states, while the US has cut the most amount of tax in all its history. We are also talking about progressive ideological elements. Last but not least, those concessions from the 10% tariff that was negotiated are given exclusively to Germany, to steel and cars. This will reduce European cohesion and cause frustration within the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you. João Coutinho de Figueiredo.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Minister, Mr. Commissioner. The present EU-US trade environment is so bizarre that today, the 9th of July, the only source of relief is that we did not receive a letter. But it's only a temporary source of relief. In 3 weeks, we'll be anxious again, waiting to receive another letter, or perhaps reach a partial agreement, or perhaps a late-night post telling us which tariffs will apply. This would be laughable if it were not so serious. We are the largest commercial partnership in the world. We represent some 30% of global trade and 43% of global GDP. And we depend on whether letters arrive or not, and on the whims of an unpredictable administration. In the meantime, The existing tariffs, the 10% baseline, the 50% on steel, and 25% on cars, are strangling our growth. And the same is true for the relentless appreciation of the euro, 14% since the beginning of the year, equivalent to another hidden tariff. Now we have a political agreement, we need to move to sectorial agreements. Speed is important, but we will not be able to close all files by the 1st of August. So let's be smart and not start with those, like aircraft parts and medical equipment, in which the EU has some leverage. In time, a deal is possible as well as urgent. Also urgent is closing other free trade deals around the world and making them come in force much, much faster. The benefits of free trade for our citizens cannot, so to speak, be lost in translation.
Merci beaucoup. Vous avez...
Thank you. There is a blue card request from Mr. Gonçalves. Would you accept that? Good.
Sr. Deputado Coutinho de Figueiredo, creio que...
I think that we possibly agree on the essentials that the EU needs to negotiate with the US and that our relations should be positive, but that relationship cannot be at any price. So I would like to ask you about your position on the taxation of the technological companies operating in the EU. We know that these businesses pay taxes that are much lower than our SMEs. And these are taxes which are vital to us in order to fund our security spending. So would the Liberals be with Trump or with consumers on that one? Thank you. There is not a direct relationship between Trump tariffs and the international taxation regime. I know that there are taxes which are paid by multinationals, and that there are concerns about those taxes, but you are asking whether there would be any way to generate revenues. So how can we generate revenues in the EU? I think perhaps that is a question, and if that is a question from any Liberal, then the answer is yes.
Catarina Vieira.
Thank you. Catarina Vieira.
Dear Chair, dear Commissioner, today the Commissioner came to us to say that the trade war seemed to be turning into some sort of trade truce, even though we don't know that much yet in detail about the content. In any case, I'm very happy to hear that for you our legislation remains a non-negotiable point. It can't have been easy to negotiate with the Trump administration. The amount of U-turns on deadlines and tariff rates is unprecedented. With that unstable background and knowing that nothing binds Trump to a final deal, we must always proceed with caution. And while the EU might be able to strike a deal, this is unlikely to be the case for most of the world. For many, the absurdly high tariffs are still on the table, and this poses a huge challenge for developing nations. The compound impact of high tariffs and the cuts in development assistance risks all the progress that has been made on the poorest economies and by consequence on the sustainable development goals. Our multilateral system is failing, and those who are most vulnerable risk paying the highest price. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, cher collègue.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Pasquale Tridico.
President, colleagues, Commissioner Šefčovič, well, we're discussing and we're still negotiating as though we're still in a world of free trade, but the US is already collecting another 100 billion in tariffs, and they're punishing our economy. Why are our Commissioner, why are our companies suffering from these unilateral measures, but the American companies are continuing to sell in Europe? They're benefiting from our big single market, and they're not paying the right taxes. It's not just a trade matter, it's about social justice as well, and dignity and sovereignty. So enough with this economic independence. Our welfare is at risk here, and nothing is being paid into the communities. It's not symmetric, and if we don't do anything, then we will undermine the single market. We need to introduce a digital tax. Mr. Šefčovič, we need to have this digital tax. This is the moment in time. We need to defend Europe now, or else we're going to be condemned to a destruction of our economy.
Merci beaucoup, cher collègue. Branislav Vondrus.
Thank you very much. Branislav Vondrus.
Vážený pán komisár, kolegyne a kolegovia,
Commissioner, colleagues, Trump's trade war is backed by ordinary Americans because international trade does not bring fair profits to working people and their families. It doesn't do this in Europe. And that is why, in addition to the negotiations, we must start to systematically promote production and consumption in our country at home. If the EU is the richest market in the world, it must benefit our producers and our workers and their families, our elderly and the disabled. We need to support the purchase of our products and services by promoting, educating customers or through public procurement rules. Every single euro spent in this way must be linked to social and environmental requirements. We must not contribute to greater corporate profits, but to make a contribution to better working conditions, higher wages for workers, greater tax revenues from wealthy companies. It is enough for this Parliament and the governments of their member countries to change the rules so that the economy benefits people, not just corporations. This is something we want to do, not just talk about.
Ignacio Zoido Alvarez.
Thank you. Mr. Zoido Alvarez.
Estimado comisario.
Commissioner, we've less than 3 weeks to reach a trade agreement with the US, but we shouldn't be accepting just anything, and we shouldn't be just trying to save some sectors while others are penalised unfairly, and even less so when we're looking at sensitive sectors such as farming, and especially with products such as olive oil or wine, which depend so much on the US market. And I must confess that I am concerned very much about Spanish products. There are products which have been really hanging by a thread. Trump has had differences of views with Pedro Sanchez, and then there has been a refusal to contribute economically to NATO like other NATO partners. And I do hope that Spanish producers will not end up paying for this lack of solidarity on the part of Mr. Sanchez, but also when it comes to specific tariffs, we need to put an end to this uncertainty because it's already undermining exporters and importers, and it is halting and suspending future investments and contracts. We need to ensure that we have a lasting agreement so that we don't have a return to demands for new concessions from the White House or threats of new tariffs over just a few months. So we need a definitive solution. We need to retrieve stability for producers on both sides of the Atlantic, but above all, we need to ensure that we can retrieve confidence in trade as a source of shared prosperity. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Javier Moreno Sanchez.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you. Dear Minister, dear Commissioner, you have to continue to negotiate firmly till the bitter end. We're the main trading bloc and the largest internal market around the world. Together with the United States, we share values and many decades of cooperation, but cooperation does not mean submission. That means that we need to have credible and firm measures, because if the negotiations fail, we have to protect those citizens in the affected areas, as the Pedro Sanchez government has indicated. We have to protect sovereignty. We also have to make sure that the health, digital, environmental standards are met. And this is why we continue to protect and defend multilateralism against the law of the strongest. So any deal has to be in line with the WTO rules, which was set up to protect the weakest countries. And finally, the United States is as a trade and strategic partner, but it's not the only one. We have to look to other partners, Mercosur, Canada, the United Kingdom, and others. And I do have a very difficult task myself. You do as well, but we are standing firmly behind you. So please push on.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Silvia Sadone.
Here, we're talking about US tariffs on European products. But in reality, the real tariffs that scare companies are the ones that are imposed by Europe. And it's not the right that's saying that as being anti-Europeans. No, it's Mario Draghi that has said it. A few months ago, he talked about an inability of the EU to address standards that are obstacles which are causing a problem for the development. According to the IMF, internal barriers in Europe are the same as a 45% tariff on products and 110% when it comes to services. So, while we wait for any future agreement with the US, you need to think about referring to the approach taken, but we do need to address something that's been making us wait for decades. What is Europe doing instead of working with its companies? Well, over the past few years, it has come up with a whole range of new standards. 300,000. Do you know how many the US introduced? Just a few hundred. So we don't need this oppressive bureaucracy because the damage is being done by you.
Jacek Ozdoba.
Thank you, Jacek Ozdoba.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Yes, thank you very much. President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, make America great again, make Europe great again. And these are words that are very important because if Europe wishes to be a competitor in the trade sector, then it has to go back to its roots and go back to the original ideas that we've heard around this room. We've had hours of discussion here, which is not reflected in any kind of good solution for our economy. Drill, baby, drill. That's what the President of the United States says. And what does Europe say? Well, let's close down industry. Let's shut down development of business and bans on registration for diesel cars. And the United States continues on its way. If the European Union wishes to be competitive and wants to have good trade relations with the United States, then we have to act differently. Ursula von der Leyen, basically her approach has failed with the United States. We know that the European economy is suffering the impacts of all of this.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to give the floor to Sophie Wilmers.
Merci beaucoup, Président.
Thank you very much, President. It's our impression that it's been 6 years, but it was only 6 months ago that President Trump was back and with him his chaotic strategy. So yes, in the face of uncertainty, we need an agreement swiftly with the US, a fair, balanced agreement without sacrificing our key sectors such as pharma, which is still was threatened just a few hours ago, and without sacrificing our health standards, without giving way on our fundamental values, whatever some of the tech giants think. So I trust in the fact that this Parliament has been quite clear on its red lines, hopefully clear enough to have been heard by the Commission. But I would add 2 points. Firstly, President Trump has got us used to dramatic U-turns depending on his whims over the last 6 months. So if there is to be an agreement, we expect from the Commission that it will remain on the alert and ready to react or even retaliate if necessary. Secondly, if we want to be stronger, more resilient ourselves, then we should also do our homework here. Because it's not the President's lessons which stand us in the way of building on the Draghi report, for example, or deepening the internal market. So we are looking forward to these reforms swiftly, much more swiftly. Thank you. Thank you very much. Lucas Sieper.
Liebe Menschen Europas.
Dear people of Europe, when I was in my early 20s, a friend and I opened up a steakhouse. Business was going good until there was a change in owner of our supply of T-bone steaks and whiskey. All of a sudden, he wanted to renegotiate our contracts. He threatened a suspension of deliveries and price increases. And at the same time, we realized that this new owner had cheated a lot of his business partners. Previous companies had gone bankrupt. He discriminated and regularly insulted the workers. I was quite shocked because I saw that my business partner wanted to continue to negotiate in good faith. The talks dragged on, the tone got worse, and we were insulted and threatened. And the result of that, well, this obviously is a story that I'm telling you. But I feel exactly the same way in the face of the current EU-US trade talks. I do welcome the will of Commissioner Šefčovič to negotiate in good faith. But now we hear that we're getting an extension. But I think the people of Europe need optimism, but also your support.
Thank you, Céline Imart.
Monsieur le Commissaire. Commissioner, colleagues, America First is more than a slogan. It's a weapon that is threatening, taxing and working, while Trump is using his axe to get us to buy the Commission is just using its tiny little knife. It's too little too late. When you've got a bulldozer, you need to be a wall. And our products are being taxed at 10%. It's the farmers who are actually worried about their future. It's families who risk losing everything, and about local authorities that are suffocating. I'd like Europe to be at the negotiating table as opposed to being on the menu for the retaliation. What we need is more action. Our companies aren't waiting for Brussels. They're negotiating with Washington. And unfortunately, they're right. For the American president, a company that employs 100,000 is worth much more than someone who hasn't really been strongly elected. You need to be ready for what happens after. We need to apply the recommendations in the Draghi report. We need to protect our strategic sectors, and we need to make sure that we have true economic sovereignty. If the Europe is going to be playing chess with someone who's eating up the pieces, well, then you need to make sure you've got some spare parts.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be much stricter when it comes to speaking time. Céline Mat.
The European Union must stand firm and unwavering in the face of threats and intimidation. While the United States remains a vital trade partner, as has been said by many other colleagues here, and they are also a key global actor, recent signals from the US under Trump have made it clear America is no longer what it used to be. Therefore, EU can't act as it used to act. As Europeans, we must be unequivocal. We will not accept trade agreements founded on blackmail or threats. The far right, both in the US and here in Europe, in our parliaments, are eager to undermine our standards, to roll back protection of consumers, workers, and our climate, all to serve oligarch interests. The EU must, however, negotiate from a position of strength, transparency and integrity. We owe it to our citizens to defend our values, to defend our model, and to defend our future. We must stand united and resolute, because our strength lies in our unity and in our unwavering commitment to our principles.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Evinencia Pierre Pimpi.
Chers
colleagues, exchanges between the US and the EU are vital, but they must work on the basis of reciprocity. The United States is standing up for its markets and its businesses. In the United States, social and fiscal and environmental constraints are weaker. The cost of energy is also more affordable, but it's quite the opposite over here. We have stricter standards, costs are higher, and these things are imposed on our businesses, so we are under the burden of our own regulations. The United States are not responsible for what we say. We are the people who have brought forward the Green Deal lobby. We prefer tax madness, and then with nuclear, we are causing ourselves problems, but then we have non-economically viable wind power. And it's not the US which will defend our industry and sovereignty. It's down to us to do that, and we ought to fight for it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anna Zalewska.
Pani Przewodnicząca. President, Commissioner. A strategic trade partner with a guarantee of respect. Well, obviously, from Europe, we have to honour that respect them and fulfil our words, and the words that are being uttered here in the hemicycle. The European Commission has to do a lot to make sure that they can clear out some of the bad impressions from the election campaign. So get rid of any kind of contempt and disdain so that we can have a good atmosphere for good negotiations leading to a good deal and agreement. Obviously, we have the Commission can be represented by you, by Ursula von der Leyen, or we've also got the position of the European Parliament. We have the Draghi report, which says a lot about the importance of the competitiveness of Europe. We have to fight for what we have, but obviously you have to deserve the partnership.
Thank you, Massimiliano Salini.
Grazie.
Thank you. Well, we know very well that American tariffs and this provocation is not going to help the US industry get started again. When you look at the US economy, the EU economy, the world economy, well, the secret here is the link between the EU and the US as well. We are about 50% of the global world's value in the economy. So it's this provocationers, that's why the approach that the EU is taking is right when it comes to not responding to this provocation, because in good negotiations, well, the climate's not dictated by the way in which your opponent behaves. It's the conditions. We need to have the conditions so that we can work together and we can build this together and continue what we're doing. And in a constructive way, we have shown where we haven't been able to do the same in other areas such as foreign policy, but we're looking at international trade here, and the EU does have a phone number when it comes to that.
Merci beaucoup, Jean-Marc.
Thank you, Jean-Marc Jamin.
Monsieur le Président.
President, colleagues.
Il est toujours utile de discuter.
It's always helpful to talk, Commissioner, but the time has now come to make decisions. The Commission's silence has lasted too long. What does Trump want? He says himself, firstly, money. With the 10% that already applies to the tariffs, now looking at $5 billion up to $25 a month, and this money is not something he'll give up on. And then the second objective of Trump is clear. We have businesses selling to the US. He wants them to relocate to the US. That's the greatest risk for Europe. Not just losing our jobs to exports, but also that the products of our businesses for European markets would now be made in the US and re-imported back to Europe. And that is not something that we can accept at any cost. So what the EU should be doing is simple. We should be guaranteeing neutrality regardless of Trump's decisions. If it's 10%, then we impose 10%. If it's 25%, we impose 25%. We shouldn't be weak, and it's not about a trade spiral. We just want trade justice, and the lesson that we need to learn is that a trade partner can also change into a trade adversary, and that's what's going on. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Francisco José Miramón.
Gracias, President.
Thank you, President. I'd like to also thank the Commissioner for the information that he has given us. We're living through times of uncertainty and concern. But fortunately, it would appear from what the Commissioner has said, we are getting closer to deal with the United States. The trade relations with the United States are very important, both products, services, reciprocal investment, purchase of energy, and then the defense aspect as well. I think it's important to have a broad deal which covers different areas of the economy so that both sides to the deal can get benefits from this, i.e. that the deal not be too specific. If we take a look at the deal agreement, as was the case with China, I think we can have a similar thing with the United States. So this deal has to be balanced. It should not negatively affect sensitive areas of the European economy or affect certain member states, not others. And just like one of my previous speakers, I'd like to defend the food sector and also look at diversity of trade, for example, the agreement with Mercosur.
Thank you, Cristina Maestre.
Gracias, President.
Thank you, President. The Commission has been negotiating in good faith, defending the interests of Europe. We very much value the huge amount of work which has gone in by Commissioner Šefčovič, but we know that what Trump is up to, we won't give way to his blackmail, nor the facts in place. The tariffs are an unjustified attack on multilateral order and a flagrant violation of the WTO rules. And the worst of it is that while Trump is attacking European industry, farming and our sovereignty, there are groups on the far right who applaud and back this threat of disproportionate tariffs. Europe does not deserve such disloyal representation. We defend dialogue and negotiation, but if Trump insists on trying to impose rules of this kind, then we ought to be willing to stand up for our industry. We have a wide range of reprisal tools, including the anti-coercion instrument. If dialogue and diplomacy are worth nothing to Trump, then perhaps we ought to have retaliatory measures, and he can then answer to his citizens and businesses. So all the best, Commissioner. You count on our support, and keep negotiating to the end, and otherwise we need to be smart and strong. Thank you very much. Miriam Lexman.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner, colleagues. The US is not only the largest trading partner, but also our closest ally. We share a rich history, common values and traditions. The transatlantic relationship is the foundation of our mutual prosperity and security, and tariffs benefit neither side. The only benefit totalitarian regimes like China and Russia, the same regime that threaten our security, our economy and the rules-based order. Let's prompt cooperation in areas that address our common risk as the part of the tariffs negotiations. That is what the US is expecting from us too. I call on the Commission to propose how we can jointly address China's dominance in critical raw materials, how to protect our markets from forced labour, which produce the forced labour, and protect the markets from it, and how to secure sensitive data, especially genomic data of our citizens. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, chers collègues.
Thank you very much. Nika Autola.
Mr. President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, the EU-US trade ties sustain millions of livelihoods, but today they are under siege by the US administration. President Trump's tariff blackmail is not mere madman negotiation tactic. They are economic disruption, signaling deep distrust and even hostility. The 10% tariff persists, and even that wounds our people. Let's be blunt. US trade policy is erratic, and the agreements that we can strike with them might be going away the next day. So can we actually trust, or should we diversify? And at the same time, we should also remember that the US faces certain geopolitical pressures, and China is the key to that, and we are also facing the same pressures. So negotiations based on the same geostrategic positioning might be helpful for both sides.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Jessica Van Leeuwen.
Thank you very much, Chair, Commissioner, Minister. A deal can only be reached when the counterpart accepts your term. So we need conversation, not confrontation. And behind the deal, there's companies, there's workers, there's families depending on it. Those are our priorities. So we support you very much, Commissioner, in finding a very balanced deal. But we do have a red line. And that is an equal playing field for our farmers. And that is non-negotiable. This means no chlorine-washed chicken, because that only compensates for poor hygiene, while our farmers need to comply with the strictest hygiene and quality rules. And no meat from animals raised with growth hormones and antibiotic growth promoters. And on countermeasures, let us be very cautious. American tariffs burden Americans, but European countermeasures will hit European jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nina Carberry.
President, Commissioner, Minister, global trade is running low on much-needed certainty. And while we can afford some breathing room until August 1st, the need for a clear framework and comprehensive trade agreement with the United States looms large. Ireland's stance remains unchanged. We have constantly called for zero-for-zero tariffs. Businesses require predictability and stability, from SMEs in Connemara to multinationals along our urban commuter belts. In fact, uncertainty itself may be the highest cost, because when businesses hesitate, investment slows. So while we support you fully, Commissioner, and your team to get the best outcome, I want to again reiterate the focus that we must also move beyond the United States. We need to remove the many barriers that still exist within our own EU single market and simplifying the rules that govern it. We can unlock more trade across Europe. Our economies, jobs and people depend on it. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Ludek.
Thank you, Ludwig Niedermayer.
Thank you. Donald Trump has pushed US trade policy almost 100 years back. Indeed, in the 40s, the US tariffs fall to 10% and then continue declining to pre-Trump 2 to 3%. Now they are heading steeply up. On the top of that, we have that incredible unpredictability. The first who will suffer will be US citizens, US households, who will pay more for the goods and have lower availability of the goods. But the global economy will suffer too, and obviously our businesses will suffer. But let's face the reality. This is where we stand. I'm glad to see here that the Commission has strong support from the Council and majority of Parliament to find the best possible solution. I hope we will reach it, but we must be ready also for the other result. At the same time, extending the network of our partnership, but mainly promoting the single market and remove the barriers. That's the way how to eliminate negative impacts of White House policy. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, Paolo do Nascimento.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. 50% yesterday, and then another percentage, and who knows what comes next. This is not very good for stability in democracy. We've had a number of postponements of these tariff statements, which are having impacts on business on both sides of the deal, and 30% of global trade that we have is with the United States. And obviously, this is not really good for relations. Up till now, they were very firm. I think we have to think of the strategic and economic reasons behind this. We have to be very careful about accepting anything in a rush, things that will not be acceptable to our citizens. We have to negotiate with the United States, but without jeopardizing partnerships with the rest of the world, and we have to strengthen our own internal market to improve our strategic independence.
Thank you. There are restrictions on time, so I have to stop any blue cards now. Walter Becker.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Commissaris, colleagues.
Commissioner, colleagues, increased tariffs, well, these are political placebos. That's what Richard Baldwin said. It's economic nonsense that's supposed to serve a political goal. Unlike political placebos from Trump, well, we don't believe in them. Our focus needs to be protecting our prosperity and protecting our jobs and our people's income. You won't benefit from escalation. A deem could be damaging for our jobs and SMEs. So, Commissioner, look at this and spread the burden over the sectors and over the member states. And with a deal, we do still need to invest in our economy. We need to invest in our competitiveness. The European trade obstacles cost us billions each year. This could be 300,000 euros more for each European if we deal with this. So deal or no deal, Europe needs to look at our jobs and our people's income. Thank you very much. Ingeborg Terlack. Thank you, President, Commissioner, colleagues. Yesterday, the deadline for the trade agreement with the EU was postponed to the 1st of August. Now, this postponement does look like there's hope for a deal. These extra negotiations are important if we're to reach an agreement. And if there's one thing that's important here, it's that Europe needs to be able to stand on its own 2 feet as quickly as possible. The US can't do without us, and we can't do without the US. We are a market where the US is dependent. We need to be preparing countermeasures. We need to be able to show our teeth. We don't want a trade war. That's only going to create lures. It would give China and Russia more room when it comes to security. So that's what they actually want. They want a weak transatlantic alliance, and we'll not let that happen. Thank you. Thank you very much for having respected your speaking time. Maria Walsh.
There's no winner when it comes to tariffs between 2 of the world's largest economies. We've heard this repeatedly throughout this debate. Jobs are lost, prices of goods go up, the cost of doing business goes up, and ultimately, no one benefits from it. Not Americans, not Europeans, neither consumers nor companies gain from what is going on. Giving up on trade relations is not the answer when more than $4 billion worth of goods are crossing the Atlantic. In my own country of Ireland, particularly the west of Ireland, pharmaceutical products, world-leading Irish alcohol like whiskies and gins, other agricultural products like butter and cheeses worth billions meet the demand for quality products of the American consumer. We now have an additional 3 weeks to reach an agreement with the US, and I hope that this delay is a signal that the Trump administration recognises that economic growth stems not from isolation, but from well-functioning relationships with reliable trading partners. And I hope ourselves reform the single market, get better supports for our businesses, and continue to grow the EU.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Michael Isagi-Bantala.
President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, today's discussion about the EU-US agreement comes at a crucial juncture for our common market, which is our most important weapon and is based on free trade with our partners throughout the world. This is why I would like to point out that a trade war will not be beneficial for anybody, not here in Europe or in the US. On the contrary, we see that this brings about uncertainty, and it hits both workers and consumers on both sides of the Atlantic. So we need to be very serious and methodical in order to conclude a trade agreement that will lift as many obstacles as possible and will allow goods and services to be traded freely and without tariffs between the two continents. And this will increase our competitiveness. It will create new opportunities and a green transition. Thank you.
Nous ouvrons à présent le procès.
Now we're going to open the Catch the Eye. Many of you are going to be frustrated because it's not going to be possible for me to give everyone who have asked for it the floor, given the timing restrictions. So I'll start with Regina Duarte.
Commissioner, I think we can all agree that free and open trade is good for everyone. It's the best way to make sure that we spread wealth and prosperity. So it stands to reason that tariffs are bad for everybody and tariffs are going to make all our countries poor. So I'm glad that since the beginning of this ludicrous one-man trade war, the EU and you particularly have stood consistently as the adult in the room, because we all should be clear, in all of our member states, ordinary working people are looking on, are in fear of losing their jobs and in economies faltering. So what we must do is we must protect our agri-food and our drinks industries, our pharmaceutical companies, our heavy good manufacturing. There's so many other sectors that tariffs, even 10%, will result in job losses. A reprieve till the August the 1st is a good move, but what we need is a resolution. We should not be talking about retaliation at this point. We should be talking about a pragmatic solution and European leading the way. So I want to just wish you the very, very good, to assure you that we all stand behind you and your team, and we're very, very proud of the practical approach that you've taken in the last number of months. Thank you, Chair.
Merci beaucoup, cher collègue.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Marie Grappini.
Micro.
Domnule președinte, domnule
Mr. President, Commissioner, trade talks between EU and the US are vital, but it's been 8 months since Trump was elected and we're not making any headway. You said, amongst other things, that it's going to happen soon. You said soon we'll have a text. But can you tell us more? What will this text be about? What are the negotiations about? Because our producers cannot stand still. We export wine, agricultural products. What are they supposed to tell them? They are afraid to produce, to export. You talked about agreements with other countries. Of course, you talked about a trade agreement with India. Yes, but they can undermine industrial production. Ceramics has been shattered, literally, because we're now getting ceramics from India half price, and they're a huge polluter. They do not respect any standards. How can we protect our industry?
Sebastian Tinkinen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Even an imperfect deal is better than no deal at all. What do we have to gain by not fully trying to uphold the transatlantic partnership? The US government has made it clear that being bystanders and free riders is not an option. This includes not only defense, but also economy. How can we ever reach a zero-tariff agreement if we are not ready to work for it? Europe is eyeing a critical choice: where to go to replace Russian energy and Chinese imports. Make no mistake, if the problem lies in the East, then the solution must be found in the West. We have an opportunity to make the Atlantic the most prosperous economic zone of our time. So let's not throw this chance away just for petty political battles. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, chers collègues.
Thank you, colleagues. And the last speaker, Eugenio Martinez.
Vous avez la parole. Vous avez demandé la parole, vous l'avez.
You asked for the floor, you've got it.
Merci beaucoup. Bueno,
Thank you.
del 10%, automoción 25%, acero y aluminio 50%, amenazas del 17% a productos agroalimentarios.
So all these very high tariffs, and then we've had the 50% on copper, 200% on pharmaceutical products, and the first threat was supposed to have its deadline today. Now it's been postponed till the 1st of August. And we're now waiting for the letters that some countries like Japan and South Korea have received. Trump has said that if you get a letter, that means a deal. And I would think we should say very clearly that if you get a letter with including a tariff, that is a dictatorial statement, and we should not trump to impose conditions on us and say who we should be doing trade and having relations with, like the BRICS. And we should not be denying what we want in here. We know, of course, that this is just a further example of his despotism. Obviously, we need to work towards a deal that is beneficial, and then we have to make sure that we have a plan B which is activated.
La procédure, catch the eye.
Thank you. Catch the eye is now closed. For the other colleagues, you can send a written statement and it will be added to the minutes in extenso after the session. And I'll give the floor to Commissioner Šefčovič.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, Madame la Ministre, honorable members. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for all your interventions, and I'm sure what was, in most cases, well-meant advice. But at the same time, I would like to tell you that these negotiations are like no other. And from the moment one, the Commission and myself, we are doing exactly as you ask us to do, to focus on the negotiated solutions and be prepared for any eventuality. This is the case from the day one. This is the case today. And you probably know me by now, and in especially such a delicate negotiation situations as we have right now, I prefer good results to strong statements or tough headlines, because I know how all this, what we are discussing with our American partners, would affect jobs, how it would affect economy, and how trade is important for the economic future of the European Union. Some of you have been referring to the industries. I can tell you that I spend an enormous amount of time talking to the industries which are most impacted by this transatlantic tension. And I can tell you that 99% of them is calling for negotiated solutions. They've been built over the decades as a transatlantic supply chains, and they do not want to be caught in a crossfire of ever-growing tariffs from both sides. So I think that we have to invest as much as possible in negotiations, because the other alternative is always there. And I can tell you that I will pursue it to the last possible moment and try to do my best to land this deal and to get the best possible result. Many of you have been highlighting, and I really would like to thank you for that, importance of the trade diversifications and other agreements. And we've been discussing it at different venues, but quick recapitulation, because there I also would need your help. We concluded our negotiations with Mercosur, with Mexico. We are very close to conclude with Indonesia. We are working very hard with India and United Arab Emirates, and I believe that we can conclude the negotiations this year. And we are continuing negotiations with Thailand, Philippines, Malaysia, and re-engage with Australia. But I would need your help in presenting these deals in positive terms. I would need your help to accelerate the procedures to approval. I would need your help to talk to your domestic audiences back in your member states about the need to ratify these agreements, because otherwise they will just stay on the papers, and we are losing precious time from long pause between they are negotiated and actually they enter into force. And I can tell you that I have the same message, and I'm repeating it at every single Trade Ministerial Council, and I'm glad that more and more colleagues are understanding this from the same perspective. If you allow me one thought on our farming community. As you know, I was in intense discussions with our farmers in my previous mandate. I know how they feel, I know what they are worried about, I know how they've been overburdened by excessive reporting, and how they've been afraid about the possible trade deals which might negatively impact their well-being. Therefore, we are extremely careful when we negotiate agricultural chapters. Therefore, we are looking for the deals where the partners are net importers of our agri-food products, like Mexico, like UAE. And I think if you travel to these countries, just go to the store, and you will see that these are usually European brands, with most of the agri-food products coming from Europe. We are, in fact, the global superpower in exporting agri-food products. More than 230 billion, with a positive balance of 70 billion. And we want to make sure that it would stay like that. But I would really resent the picture that every trade deal we do, it's at the sacrifice of our farmers, because it's not true. And I'm ready to engage in any discussions together with Agriculture Commission, Christopher Hansen, who is doing a fantastic job in being in touch with the farming community, who is helping me with negotiating these trade deals, because we want to have a fair deal for everyone. And in the current turbulent situation on the global trading sphere, it's very clear that we need new market access, and we need it now, because European Union economy is deriving half of its GDP from trading. So please help me to make it faster, to make it better, and to deliver better perception of our trade deals with your constituencies, with your voters, because you are influential people and you have that authority, and they will believe you. And if you allow me the last point, because I know how important it is for Mr. Warborn and for all the colleagues from INTA, WTO. I don't think I'm exaggerating when I can tell you that I have excellent relationship, personal and professional, with Dr. Ngozi, Director General of the WTO. We've been together in many multilateral sessions. And she knows that Europe is a #1 supporter of reform WTO. But the reform, it must be. We've been having the WTO session, the OECD meeting in Paris. There was not a single one minister who says that everything is fine and rosy. Every single one was saying we need to reform. The measures we wanted to take, for example, for e-commerce, for fisheries, for dispute settlement mechanism, are long overdue. And I think we have to help WTO, we have to help Director General to reform this organization, and I think the clock is really, really ticking, and the next ministerial in Cameroon in the spring of 2026 would be absolutely crucial in that regard. So I can assure you that we fully understand the WTO, even in the current state with all the issues which are there, we consider it as absolute basic necessary platform for global trading practices, because these are the rules which have been built over 70, 80 years since the Second World War. So I can assure you that we will all be championing of the functional, modernized WTO, and that we will do our utmost to make sure that the reforms which are necessary will be really done. So thank you very much for this debate. I know how tense it is. I know how important it is. I can only promise you that we will work until the last minute when we see that it's possible to land a deal, because I think that's our duty and obligation. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Šefčovič. And then for the Council, Minister Marie-Bjørn.
Merci beaucoup, President, honourable members, Commissioner. Thank you again for inviting the Council to this debate. As many of you said, in particular Varbon from EPP, it is important that we do not escalate the situation. The US is our strategic partner and ally. Our trade and investment relationship remains of key importance. But also, as Carlsbo from Renew said, Europe is also important for the US. And that is why we remain committed to find a fair and mutually beneficial negotiated solution. And at the same time, we need to focus on ourselves. What we can do to help our industry to enhance competitiveness, what we can do to strengthen our internal market, what we can do to enhance our competitiveness, and how we can ensure economic growth. Also, we have to focus on making trade agreements with other countries, as several of you mentioned today. I also listened very closely to your comments about not to break WTO, that the trade has to be predictable, that the EU also should not be dictated, that we should not give in, and that we should remain firm. As Van Brem said from S&D, Svenja Hahn from Renew, and Lange from S&D, they said it very clearly that we should not accept a deal at any cost. We want a deal, and we are ready for a deal, but not at any cost. If the United States is serious about partnership, the next days must be used wisely. We trust the European Commission to lead these negotiations on behalf of the Union with determination and unity, and we fully support its effort to reach a fair and mutually beneficial solution. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. That concludes the debate. The next order of business is a Council and Commission statement on EU Preparedness Union in light of the upcoming wildfire and droughts season. Thank you very much.
Bien. Nous, le temps que Madame la Ministre...
Very well. Just give the Minister time to catch her breath. You'll just see. You'll have to make a lot of contributions, but you can have the floor when you're ready.
Okay. President, honourable members, Commissioner, strengthened preparedness and crisis management at EU level is a political priority for the European Union. Our leaders have rapidly underlined the importance of a comprehensive and coordinated approach and called for further actions in this area. The new Preparedness Union strategy by the Commission and the High Representative in March this year must be seen in this context. Europe needs to move from a reactive approach to a preparedness by design approach, one that anticipates, prevents, and effectively responds to a wide range of crises. The extreme weather events, the COVID-19 pandemic, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, and hybrid attacks underscore the risk and threats the EU faces and will continue to face. And as further challenges are expected to become more frequent, complex, and interconnected, we need to move to an approach that enhances resilience across the EU. Effective preparedness demands engagement at every level of society. It is primarily a national competence, but there is certainly room for more collective action at the EU level. The Danish presidency considers preparedness, resilience, and crisis management a priority. A number of the policy actions announced in the Union strategy will be presented by the Commission during our presidency, and we will examine them carefully in the Council. In particular, we will focus on the legislative proposal on a revision of the Union Civil Protection Mechanism, which we expect shortly. We will work towards a negotiating mandate with a review to the negotiation with the European Parliament. The Union Civil Protection Mechanism is certainly an EU success story. It coordinates the delivery of support from member states or from EU capabilities, such as rescEU, to a member state that is overwhelmed. Since the beginning, the mechanism has helped so many communities, including those hit by forest fires. That is why the revision of the mechanism needs to build on this success and to make sure that it continues to deliver the successful cooperation it does today. As we consider these policy initiatives, we must recognize that immediate and decisive action is critical, given the worsening of the extreme weather events as recognized in the Union strategy. In recent days, we again have seen the devastating impacts of climate change, with many areas of Europe suffering the effects of extreme heat. Once again, this summer we are expecting large wildfires and long drought in various parts of our continent. These events are becoming more and more frequent and more extreme, and they pose an unprecedented threat to our populations, to our economies, and to our ecosystems. As the continent experiences the fastest rate of heating globally, you must get better prepared, and quickly. Mitigation and adaptation measures to counter climate change are crucial. As presidency, we work for a secure Europe and a competitive and green Europe. That is one of the reasons why the green transition is essential for a secure and competitive Europe and to counter the effects of climate change. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you very much. And now, on behalf of the Commission, Commissioner Labib. Thank you. Go ahead.
Honourable members, today our European continent faces record heat, prolonged drought and devastating wildfires. In just the past 10 days, thousands of hectares have burned in France, in Greece, Germany, Spain, Albania, Serbia and Turkey. We are witnessing the destruction of ecosystems that will take years, even decades, to recover. And our citizens are feeling the impact of this extreme weather in their home, their health, and their livelihoods. These are not distant warnings. They are the direct consequence of climate change, and they are sending us a very clear message. In the latest Eurobarometer, on climate change, nearly 4 out of 10 Europeans say they feel personally exposed to environmental and climate risks. And over 8 out of 10 believe that better preparation for climate impacts would improve their daily life. So we need to listen to them. Honourable members, we cannot look the other way. The heat wave many of us experienced just 10 days ago is a stark reminder. The climate is changing right before our eyes. Droughts and wildfires are closely connected. Dry conditions make fires more likely and far more dangerous as well. All signs point to a difficult wildfire season this year. Many regions are already facing severe drought. Wildfire activity has been above average since the start of this year. And this summer, extreme heat is forecast across most of Europe and beyond. My thoughts today are with the citizens who fear for their lives, who have lost their properties due to the devastating wildfires around Narbonne and in Marseille. And of course, I would like to express my gratitude and my admiration for the rescuers who risk their lives fighting these fires. But now, the EU is better prepared. This year again, the European Union stands ready to support member states, and any country that requests our help, our teams are on standby 24/7. While national authorities led on wildfire response, we are working side by side with them every step of the way. And the EU can step in even before wildfires start. We are using science and technology to monitor droughts and detect fires at a very early stage. This includes the use of drones and AI to detect and respond to fires. Our systems send real-time alerts across Europe. Our Copernicus satellite system provides free, high-resolution maps of fire-affected areas and their surroundings, and member states are using it. Just recently, Greece requests Copernicus imagery to monitor wildfires on Chios Island, and earlier this month in Crete. In past years, we have seen moments when member states simply could not help each other because they were all facing high wildfire risks at the same time. In 2017, Europe experienced its worst wildfire season in history. More than 130 lives lost and around 1 million hectares burned. That was a turning point. The EU responded by strengthening the Union civil protection mechanism and creating RescEU, a strategic reserve of firefighting planes and helicopters, to ensure that no member state is ever left alone to face devastating wildfires. Honourable members, this summer we have 22 firefighting planes and 4 helicopters ready to respond. They are stationed in 10 countries, strategically prepositioned to cover the highest risk areas. That's how 2 Greek Canadair were deployed, for instance, to Albania within hours 3 days ago. In May, I visited the Torrejon Air Base in Spain, which hosts several Spanish and RescEU Canadairs. I was deeply impressed by the professionalism and the dedication of the air crews, working under extremely tough conditions, both in the air and also at the sea. And it's not just in the skies. On the ground, 25 fighting teams from across Europe are ready to step in wherever they are needed. Between July and September, we have also strategically prepositioned around 650 firefighters from 14 countries in wildfires-prone areas, including Greece, Portugal, Spain, and France over the summer. We started this prepositioning as a pilot in 2022 with 236 firefighters from 6 countries. We are now 650 from 14 countries, developed in 4 countries. So next week, I will visit, for instance, Czech team stationed in Greece this summer. Their presence on the ground means faster response times. It also creates opportunities for learning and cooperation between teams from across Europe to build trust among them. EU firefighters are already on the ground, battling the flames side by side thanks to the EU civil protection mechanism. In Greece, Bulgarian firefighters have joined Greek teams in Halkidiki. As we speak, Romanian firefighters are standing shoulder to shoulder with their French colleagues to fight the wildfires close to Narbonne and Marseille. This is Europe in action. This is solidarity in action. At the same time, we are bringing together Europe's top wildfire experts at the ERCC. To help forecast risks, support planning, and monitor the situation in real time. Of course, the best way to fight wildfires and to manage prolonged drought is to stay ahead of them, to anticipate and to prevent them from spiraling out of control. We also need to speed up our efforts to address the root causes of wildfires. Climate change, of course, drought, forest degradation, and biodiversity loss. All of this make wildfires more frequent, more intense, and also harder to stop. Prevention is already a core part of our common agriculture policy, and next year we will present an ambitious EU climate adaptation plan. As highlighted in the recent report from the European Court of Auditors, more and more member states are turning to EU funds to invest in prevention, and that's a step in the right direction. Between 2021 and 2027, 18.8 billion euros are planned for investment in climate adaptation and risk management under cohesion policy. This includes 3.3 billion euros dedicated to forestry alone. Honourable members, this is exactly the kind of proactive, comprehensive and joined-up approach that the Preparedness Union strategy calls for. It is how we build resilience before disaster strikes. But let's be clear, preparedness needs resources. We need bold, sustained investment in prevention and preparedness. And of course, I do not forget recovery. Recovery is essential, not just to rebuild, but to give hope and support to those affected by disaster. The EU Solidarity Fund is a vital tool to make sure that when crisis strikes, no country is left to face it alone. That is why I count on your support to uphold a strong level of ambition in the upcoming FFF negotiation. This is not about political bargaining, it is about solidarity, the very soul of our European Union. Thank you.
Grazie, Commissario.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now in the debate, I call Ms. Dupont on behalf of the EPP Group.
Thanks, Madam Chair, Madam Commissioner, Madam Minister. The Union Civil Protection Mechanism is a European success story. Since its creation, numerous emergency responses had been carried out. Equipment for firefighters, first responders had been financed and delivered. Firefighters are pre-positioned throughout Europe to help faster than before. This is, like you just said, Madam Commissioner, European solidarity on the ground. As we speak, 22 firefighting planes and 4 helicopters stand ready to support in the current wildfire season. 650 firefighters from 14 countries are pre-positioned in high-risk areas. More ground firefighting teams are ready to be mobilized. And that solidarity is needed. If you compare this year's wildfire season to the previous, threats and dangers are multiplying. Colleagues from Portugal, from Spain, from Greece, from France will soon tell us about the devastating effects on the ground. As the threats are emerging, man-made and natural ones, we also need to adapt as well. We need to be better prepared for larger incidents, for simultaneous and escalating incidents, and that means we need to scale up. The pool of experts and the deployments, the investments in equipment and material, in resilience and readiness, the common risk assessment, the forecast and the situational picture. And, Madam Commissioner, we need to scale down on administrative hurdles, a common task for all of us here. In the end, it is our task to support those on the ground who are bravely fighting wildfires today and floods tomorrow. We owe it to them. May they all return safe and sound from their deployments. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. De Caro, on behalf of the S&D Group. Thank you very much indeed. I am speaking on this subject following on from my maiden speech in this House on drought a year ago. And basically, since then, the situation has deteriorated considerably. We have seen soaring temperatures across Europe, in Spain, in Portugal, and over 40 degrees in Italy, as well as in France. And we have had 5,000 meters being the altitude at which we have temperatures over 0 degrees in the Alps. And between 2015 and 2024, we had a proliferation of wildfires. We had 196,000 hectares destroyed, which was 70 more than the previous year. But there's a common denominator here, and that is the word emergency. We're already lagging behind when it comes to our structural programs, and we have to change our programs, intervene immediately in order to prepare our territories for this phenomenon and make sure that we invest resources properly and make sure that we're more efficient in our next budget. There is no alternative for Europe if it wishes to save itself. First of all, let's realize what's going on and then act. Thank you very much indeed. I now call Mr. Bay, who's not here, but so I call Mr. Bellato, therefore, on behalf of the ECR Group.
Signora Presidente.
Madam President, Madam Commissioner, the community and national institutions have to face up to the ramifications of climate change because we are seeing a proliferation of wildfires. But the fact of the matter is that in 96% of cases, fires are attributable to human intervention, either accidental or deliberate. And I think that shows us that we cannot confine ourselves to showering public resources on measures to mitigate climate change. But there's a better case for investing in prevention and awareness raising amongst our citizenry. When it comes to wildfires, well, these occur because people carelessly discard a cigarette butt or because they fail to properly deal with fires or because of people recklessly starting fires. So what can we do in those cases? Well, all we can do is intervene promptly when those kinds of situations occur. But we should also be investing in raising awareness and educating people and trying to ram home to them the consequences of their actions on other people. So extremely costly as well in terms of the economic damage and devastating from an environmental point of view, particularly when it comes to the substantial losses to biodiversity. But we cannot confine ourselves to preventive measures. We also have to try and anticipate these events and be there to intervene immediately to save people's lives as well as to safeguard the environment. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of the women and men who are there fighting fires as members of civil protection forces, and they offer to us their professionalism and their courage and often put their lives on the line to do a valuable, indispensable service for the wider community. My most sincere gratitude to all of them, and thank you for listening. Thank you very much indeed. And now, Mr. Alioni.
President, Commissioner, Minister. Europe is on fire, temperatures over 40 degrees, in particular in the south of Europe, forest fires in March in the Netherlands, devastating our countryside here and now. I spare a thought for my comrades active on the front line, for those that have lost their belongings. I worked as a firefighter for over 30 years, fought on the front line. Here I am fighting a different scourge as an MEP, the scourge of climate skeptics. We must all stand firm against climate skeptics. The science is unequivocal and it is crystal clear day in, day out. We must anticipate and prepare. That is the whole point of the EU Preparedness Union strategy. How can we do so without sufficient resources? We must bolster funds for the EU Civil Protection Mechanism. 58 times last year, funds were called down from that mechanism. Prevention is always cheaper than cure. So how can we prepare without sufficient resources? As you said, we have a number of firefighting planes deployed on the ground. But today, here and now, I call on the Commission and the Danish presidency of the Council to acquire European firefighting planes made in Europe for Europe. We have those skills here in Europe. Beyond the operational urgency, this is a matter of sovereignty and strategic autonomy. If we are to be properly prepared, we must protect the commitment shown by our citizens. There are over 80% of firefighters who work on a voluntary basis. I call on the Commissioner to recognise their efforts. This is very important to many MEPs. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I now call Ms. Scuderi on behalf of the Greens.
Mentre spendiamo miliardi.
We are spending millions on weapons and we're losing the battle against climate change, and we've got temperatures soaring to 50 degrees and we're seeing flooding and fires. Yet Europe continues to count its dead. We have a number of elderly and disadvantaged people. We have got workers and children who are collapsing to the ground. We had 159 hectares who were burnt to the ground in Italy, all a result of drought. Is this the kind of world we want to see? We have to face up to this emergency, put an end to it. It is a structural problem and we have to be prepared for it and make sure that we invest in prevention as well as in structures. We need greener cities. We need to defend workers. We need renewable energy. We need to move away from fossil fuels. We have any Shell, Eggs, Maloney, Trump, Musk and all their friends. And the EPP voted against the climate emergency legislation, allying with the far right and basically undermining our ambitions. And they've already announced that is what they are set to do in future. But what will they do if there is no water? What are they going to do? Are they going to just defend the arms lobbies?
Grazie onorevole. Prego onorevole Palmisano.
Thank you very much indeed. Ms. Palmisano.
Grazie Presidente.
Thank you very much indeed, President, colleagues. The climate crisis means that the wildfire season is far longer and more devastating, and in Italy, over 60,000 hectares of land went up in flames, and at risk also are human lives and also vast swathes of land. People have lost their lives while they were trying to put out these fires, and we can't leave these people to their own resources. We need to do more. We need to be more prevention, more European cooperation. We have to do everything we can support volunteers and all those who risk their lives to save all of us. Now, we have a European civil protection mechanism. It has been scaled back, but if we, as Italians, in the face of these wildfires, need to look at who Europe is protecting exactly, Europe must change course and it must beef up the civil protection mechanism. It has to make the right choices and recognise the value of defending our territory. Thank you.
Grazie onorevole.
Thank you very much indeed. I now call Mr. de la Hoz Quintano.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, The wildfire season has unfortunately started already in Tarragona and near Marseille. This is a threat and a tragedy in human, financial and environmental terms, a threat that grows from year to year. The European Union has bolstered funding for efforts to fight wildfires, but our efficiency has been less than satisfactory. We need more coordination and we need more of a focus on prevention. Competence for managing forests lies with member states, but the European Union can improve coordination to ensure that our efforts are more effective. Very often the efforts are financed by the European Union and we need better coordination of long-term prevention and planning. We need genuine investment to improve local capabilities, to improve their firefighting capacity. That is extremely important. We need active management of the different scrublands around Europe. We need to fight effectively against wildfires. We also need to ensure a more dynamic rural area. Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole.
Thank you very much. I now call Ms. Temido.
Obrigada, Presidente, Senhora Comissária, Senhora Ministra.
President, Commissioner, Minister, this year in the European Union, the temperatures, wildfires are far higher than the average. In Portugal, my country, we've had an increase, considerable increase in fires, even just at the beginning of summer. And it's becoming more and more frequent. And it's one of the reasons why we really need to be prepared at European Union, because there are no borders here. Strategies in the EU are part of this context, and it's a good, cohesive strategy, consistent, and will lead to more staff, more firefighters, and better coordination. But this is not reflected in your decisions, because I think the regulation to set up a framework for monitoring European forests, which is under discussion here, this is a position, a common position of the Council, which, although the Commission was positive in its output initially, this has been distorted. If we don't have reliable data that we can compare on the European forests, we won't be able to have proper protective policies that will be efficient. How can we be so inconsistent?
Thank you very much, Mr. Damator.
In Europe, we are seeing more frequent droughts, more devastating effects. There is a fund for compensation, some 440 million, but that is insufficient for the entire EU. There is a further problem. There are calls to dismantle that fund in the next MFF. We know that there are also calls to step up debt for Ukraine. That is unacceptable that we do not have the funds for Europe. It is equally unacceptable that energy and irrigation for farmers is becoming ever more expensive. The Hungarian government guarantees free access to water for farmers during drought periods. However, this measure was attacked by the Commission, said that some sort of payment was required and a price structure. So who is looking after farmers in times of drought? We heard from other MEPs talking about this. We would like Peter to be here present to give an explanation as to why he voted in favour of measures that would take water away from farmers in Hungary.
For you, if you want. Please, Ms. Boss.
Comment on, now we're talking about how we vote.
So when you, within your group, will sit with the file on the 2040 targets, are you going to proactively work towards something that will really make a change in the future so that we will prevent further climate change? Thank you.
Let me answer in Hungarian. Nagyon fontosnak tartom a klímaváltozás elleni küzdelmet.
It is very important that we take action against climate change. It is important that when the Parliament and the EU take decisions, they are not taken in such a way that companies and families bear the burden. We've seen in recent years that this Parliament has placed a huge burden on companies and families. And the Parliament has interfered with what is going on elsewhere in the world and is not worried about the competitiveness of Hungarian farmers, families and companies. That is not the right approach. When you suggest such proposals and decisions, you need to recognise the economic consequences.
Thank you very much. And now Mr. Solier.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam President and Commissioner. These wildfires don't start with the flames, but rather when the land is emptied and when people forget about cultivating the land, farmers throw in the towel. Basically, we have expelled those who looked after the land, all kinds of ridiculous norms, because if you have herds then there is life, and our farmers basically are firefighters without uniforms doing a job of work for us all free of charge, but they are not compensated by the CAP. They are punished more than supported. We have got people working with their hands. They care for the land, and if we don't care for the land, then we are doomed.
Grazie, onorevole.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Gebrandi.
Madam Commissioner, obviously full support for your policy of preparedness union, and it's obvious, like other colleagues have said, that we have to work closely together to work on these droughts and forest fires. And if you imagine that even in April in a country like the Netherlands we already had forest fires, it says something. But let's face it, the best way to deal with these crises is to prevent them. And it's climate change that causes droughts, forest fires and floods. And it's threatening our livelihoods, our food security and even our lives. So, colleagues, let's invest in climate mitigation, in the 90% emission reduction in 2040, and in a sustainable agricultural system. Today we voted and we made 280 million euros available to assist several member states with the effects of floods of the last couple of months. And I hope that those parties who are voting against any climate change action, I hope that they have very, very deep pockets. Because in a few years' time, we don't need 280 million euros, but we will need billions of euros. In 10, 15 years' time, we will need tens of billions of euros. And I count on you to pay that check. Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marta Ibanez.
Grazie, Presidente. Signora Commissaria.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, in my country this summer, we've seen two historic developments. In June, it was record highs, 4 degrees higher than what we expect around these dates. We are also currently seeing parks closed for the first time over the summer. The temperatures are too high. This is a result of climate change, of course, but also the fact that we have nationalists in our governments. This is happening in my country and in other countries. We need action. We need to improve emergency funds to tackle climate change. We need better coordination on the European rescue mechanism. But the Commission also needs to be brave. It should not be entering into deals with those that deny climate change. I appreciate the fact that funds were made available to deal with the aftermath of floods in my country. I appreciate that, but we are seeing devastating events at the moment. We need more resources. We need better coordination between the emergency services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would remind all of you should stick to your allotted speaking time, and I'll call Ms. Kuntura.
Thank you, Madam President. Greece, my country, as well as other countries in the south of Europe and the Mediterranean, once again this year are suffering the dreadful consequences of the climate crisis. Heat waves are threatening human lives. Wildfires once again are consuming huge expanses of forests, farmland, destroying homes and livelihoods, leaving injuries behind them in their wake. And unfortunately, many member states are not able to cope efficiently with these extreme weather conditions. The EU needs to take immediately more measures for prevention and for managing the situation. The European Civil Protection Mechanism and the European Solidarity Fund, unfortunately, are not sufficient. What we need is a strong and effective European Civil Protection Mechanism, which will be properly shored up by the multi-annual financial framework so as to provide adequate and timely support to those member states affected, to allow immediate investments in critical infrastructure and modern technological equipment, and finally, to ensure that we have staffing and human resources at the level of prevention as well as the emergency response.
Anadiotis. Thank you very much, and I now call Mr. Anadiotis.
Thank you, Madam. We are hit every year in Greece by these wildfires. Animals, people's lives, farmland are destroyed, forests. We're talking about hectares and hectares of land. Almost 1.5 stremas in the whole of the country last year. And we are still suffering the consequences of this. It was one of the worst years in the whole history of this with regard to wildfires. In Evros, we had the biggest wildfire since 2000 in the EU, when we started through the proper Copernicus system measuring and calculating the impacts. It's all about prevention and response, but what we need is to give priority to the Rescue mechanism, and we need staffing, we need human resources and proper supervision and monitoring. We are losing the whole of Europe. We're all losing out. The Rescue will have to be put into implementation. It has to be the future to save our forests.
Thank you very much, and I call Mr. Tonin.
Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues, I come from Slovenia, which in the past has been the victim of fierce forest fires and nature fires. More than half of our country is covered by forests. Fires in difficult, accessible areas are a constant threat. I myself am also a voluntary fireman. Slovenia, with 2 million inhabitants, has 156,000 voluntary firemen, of which more than 50,000 operational firemen. I'm saying this why? Because I want to emphasize that in order to have efficient and effective firefighting, we need a sufficient number of firefighters and equipment. And especially volunteer firefighters are crucial for increasing our preparedness against disasters, man-made or natural. They are the first ones to respond. They're the ones who know their local area. I stand convinced that a true preparedness union cannot exist without a clear recognition of this human capital. The EU should financially support volunteer firefighters and immediately do away with all the unnecessary bureaucracy that disables volunteer work. People who make themselves available in this way need the right equipment. In the past years, Slovenia has enhanced its air component for firefighting, and it is the air component of firefighting that can crucially contribute to putting out fires in inaccessible areas. That is why I expect the European Union to increase available equipment that countries can share. Thank you very much.
Prego, onorevole Parin.
Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Parin.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam President. In recent days, there has been a heat wave throughout Europe from north to south, posing a threat to all our regions, not only in the south and not only in the Mediterranean. We've seen fires in Greece, Germany, France, and in Scotland, and we are now contending with the consequences in Tarragona. The repercussions of climate change pose a threat to our health, our economies, and our lives. And that is why, very painfully, we have to learn from what happened in Valencia, what happened in Texas. And we have, therefore, to intervene in a timely fashion and make good use of public resources and human resources in facing up to the consequences of climate change. Commissioner, we need to have a European strategy with the necessary wherewithal resources. That is certainly something we would support, and we therefore call on our governments and people, as well as science, to put in place systems and make sure that they are properly coordinated. This really is a golden opportunity for us. We've got the MFF coming up. Let's see if we can rise to the challenge, and we will hopefully act in time in order to save lives. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Leonardelli.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, President. Every summer, the south of Europe, the south of France, catches fire. We see the effects of climate change. In my home region, within a week, some 4,000 hectares were destroyed by fire, despite the heroic efforts of our firefighters. Same tragedy in Marseille. What is the French government doing? It is taking note, it is promising, but it is not taking action. We know that the resources are woefully inadequate. We didn't have sufficient resources last year. Our fleet of planes is insufficient. Macron's promises ring empty. Only 2 additional firefighting planes. We heard about promises for firefighting helicopters, none purchased, they're being leased at exorbitant costs. We see water management servicing the environmental dogma rather than what is pragmatic. Thank you.
There are cards for you. Yes.
Monsieur Leonardelli, bien entendu, on se connaît.
Now, we know one another. There are some issues we agree upon. Now, today, my fight is against wildfires. We talked this morning about decarbonising Europe. For 36 years, I worked as a firefighter. I saw how virulent and potent fires were, and I have been fighting for a number of years against climate skeptics. So when I hear what you have to say and I see about the need to support firefighters in Europe, work to ensure that we have a better climate, that we don't see devastating impacts for our civil protection forces and our citizens. They are paying a heavy price. Please.
Monsieur Allon, effectivement,
Mr. Alioni, I'm familiar with your fight, your support for firefighters. I know that you yourself worked as a firefighter with an exemplary record, but I know that you are here in this chamber as a representative of Emmanuel Macron. We have an ageing stock of firefighting equipment and vehicles. our firefighters are on the front line. They need better resources. They need hefty investment. And you have not managed to guarantee that investment for a number of years. Face up to your responsibilities. Together with Marine Le Pen, we will deliver those promises for our firefighters.
There is an... Oui. Il y a un autre. Monsieur Pellerin... Francese, ok. Monsieur Pellerin-Carlin, s'il vous plaît.
Monsieur Leonardelli.
Mr. Leonardelli, members of the European Parliament represent our voters, and when you are talking to people who have served their homeland as a firefighter, like our colleague, Mr. Allion, you're not just talking to anybody. You're not just talking to a head of state. You're talking to someone who has really served his country. I'm sorry. That's the way things work. I'm sorry. Just listen. I don't know if you're very familiar with the term democracy. But what I want to say is, what did you vote this afternoon when we were voting at the emergency procedure for the climate? Can you just tell me, just remind me what you voted?
Nous ne rentrerons jamais dans vos délires.
We're never going to get bogged down in your ridiculous, delirious aspirations. And we will, unlike you, will be on the ground fighting fires, and we will be the first defenders of the firefighters.
There's another blue card, but we're going to proceed with the debate. And I call Mr. Razza. Thank you very much indeed, President and Commissioner. Ever since this Parliament started, we've been talking about fires and drought. And as a member from Italy, I have a number of questions for the Commission. In fact, I have already quizzed them on the choices that are being made, particularly when it comes to the procurement of Canadair. We have the impression that we are lagging way behind. And we also have the impression that the choices being made for a technology, maybe the only one available, but it is nevertheless obsolete in the face of the growing dangers. And we need to invest in digital technologies, new forms of technologies to save our citizens. Now, we have already said that many of the fires are linked to structural factors, but the fact of the matter is that much of the devastation linked to the fact that they are discovered very late in the day. We don't manage to respond in a timely fashion. So that is why we need to factor that into our preparedness strategy and pay greater attention to European partnerships to try and surpass or surmount obsolete technologies.
For you. Prego, onorevole Gerbrandi.
Mr. Gerbrandi.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. Mr. Razza, I listened carefully to you, and we all agree that we... Yes, Mr. Razza, I listened carefully to you, and I think we all agree that we have to fight forest fires. But something else is that we have the responsibility to avoid a further increase in forest fires. And one of the most important reasons of this increase is climate change. Whether you like it or not, it is there, and it's causing the enormous increase in forest fires. What are you doing? You're a powerful man because you're a member of European Parliament. You decide on climate policy. What do you do to help avoiding further forest fires in Europe and the rest of the world?
Non penso che il Parlamento europeo, collega, abbia la...
Well, it's not here in the European Parliament that we can avoid future fires. It's only national politicians and governments who can decide on the proper strategies to combat these climate-linked phenomena. Now, of course, I'm from Italy, and we obviously will work directly on those plans, and we will work directly on prevention. We'll look at hydrological prevention, so water resources, basically all of the different measures that we need in this day and age to try and ward off these kinds of emergencies. We will now move on with Mr. Vasile. I cannot see him in the room, therefore call Mr. Stankis.
Grazie, President. Colleagues, crises are the part of Europe, but when the disaster strikes, it's not governmental official who knocks first at your door, it's your neighbor. And that is where true preparedness begins, in trust between people, in the strength of local NGOs and community groups who knows the names and needs in their neighborhoods. They can organize trainings, build resilience from the bottom up, and often they are more trusted than government institutions. We see this in Finland, where networks like Vapeppa link citizens and state, and across Europe, like in Latvia, where Latvian Platform of Development Cooperation works to build local resilience. We must support the human infrastructure with recognition, with resources, and with a seat at the table, because resilience starts with the person next door, not the system above. So let's include strong support for NGOs in the EU preparedness strategy as well. Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nicolaou Alavanos.
Evia, Chios,
Evia, Chios, Attica, Crete. These are just some of the thousands and thousands of hectares that have burnt in both Greece and Europe. The strategy, which is implemented by Greek governments as well, consider that prevention and manning and staffing of firefighters something that is costly. It's this is the reason why we have so many shortcomings. It's not just about prevention. It's all about prevention. We have to look at the shortcomings, stop just patching things up. And that's why we start talking about individual responsibility, climate change and climate crisis and so on, and the weather. People have to save the people in these cases on the basis of proper prevention with full-time staffing, with more support, more financial support, and a proper firefighting fleet.
Onorevole Pedro.
Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Pedro.
Se há risco que no meu país, Portugal, conhecemos.
If there is one danger we're all too familiar with in Portugal, it is wildfires. Since 2020, over 160,000 hectares have been destroyed by fire, and people have lost all. It is time to move from reaction to preventive action. We need a new structure. We need prevention. In Portugal and in the south of Europe, prevention and defence must start in the forests. We need to anticipate these disasters. In 2024, many firefighters in Portugal were deployed. Firefighting planes were deployed to put out fires. This is an issue of importance for integrity, territorial integrity. Action must be taken before a fire breaks out. We need to manage our forests. We need rescEU. We need more airplanes for those on the front line, Portugal, Spain, Greece. We cannot kick the can down the road. We need action. We need to draw down from the cohesion fund the farm policies. We need prevention rather than firefighting afterwards. We need resilience and education to ensure that resilience is part and parcel of education. Thank you.
No. Thank you. Go ahead. Monsieur Pellerin-Carlin.
Mr. Pellerin-Carlin.
Marseille brûle.
Marseille is on fire, and the far right is averting its gaze. I, therefore, have in my thoughts the firefighters in Marseille continuing to battle the flames. I also think of the people of Marseille, my friends, Elise, Leah, Christophe, Pascalie. And I feel deep anger because for 30 years now, scientists have been warning us about the danger of climate deregulation disorder intensifying forest fires. I mean, it's not just a TikTok video that will save Marseille from the flames. Rather, it is the courage of the firefighters and indeed our courage as politicians to tackle the root cause of this scourge, namely climate change. Just today, the majority on the right and the far right of this Parliament have rejected our demand for an urgent European law on the climate. Colleagues, we must act before it is too late. We must act before we end up in a world in which the courage of firefighters is no longer enough to save Marseille from the flames.
Prego, onorevole Vasconcelos.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vasconcelos. Ms.
Muito obrigada, Sra. Presidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner, honourable members. Portugal is very familiar with this situation of not being prepared. In 2022, over 100,000 hectares were burned. That's more than twice the average for the previous year. We lost about 30% or more of our land. And as compared with other countries that do not have to deal with drought and dry conditions, we are seeing more and more extreme conditions, floods, therefore, as a result, year after year. It's not something that is unexpected. It's simply something, that is linked to the climate change. We've got all sorts of rescue and response strategies elaborated by the various quarters, but we need to take a look at things like water waste. Countries like Portugal just don't even have a proper land register. So how can you possibly manage forests in this manner? It should be the priority in order to prevent fires. So obviously there's some economic game being played. We do need to prevent rather than cure, and therefore we must put a stop to this lack of efficiency.
Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada. Há países que prohíben industrias nocivas, como Portugal, que impõe
Thank you. In Portugal, there is a moratorium on planting eucalyptus trees. There are countries where various moratorium on eucalyptus plants are in place. That is the case in Galicia. In my home region, we are not tackling the root causes of wildfires. Land is owned by companies that want eucalyptus trees to be planted in Galicia because it is not allowed in Portugal. We are seeing the cellulose companies and paper manufacturing companies forcing this through. 160,000 additional hectares are being set aside for eucalyptus production. What we are seeing effectively is destroying biodiversity. We are not nurturing indigenous plants. This is all being done for the paper manufacturing industry. I recommend an Oliver Lesch film on what burns.
Prego, onorevole Magyar.
Thank you, Mr. Magyar.
Köszönöm a szót, elnök asszony, biztos asszony. A gyönyörű hazámat az
Thank you very much indeed, Madam President and Commissioner. Now, in my wonderful homeland, we are once again confronted with an extensive drought. Now, drought, of course, is a natural disaster, but it is the responsibility of the Orbán government that Hungary in recent years has not properly invested in the water industry, and we haven't maintained the old infrastructure, and we haven't looked after our water industry, hence the difficulties that we are now experiencing. The government instead has been gifting our money to the oligarchs. My party is going to make sure that we don't take water away from the farmers, make sure that local farmers do get their due. Now, there are express instructions from Orban, and there is no break on that. But when we take over government, we will make sure that we change course. We will move away from the intensive of farming, and we will take all the development measures that Orban has failed to take.
Vicepreședinte, doamna comisar, dragi colegi, Uniunea Europeană.
Thank you, Commissioner, colleagues. We really do have to focus on prevention. These extreme temperatures are becoming more and more frequent in various sites and hotspots. And the farmers have seen their land drying out, villages were caught fire, and the figures are absolutely astounding. We need more resources at local level for these vulnerable communities. We need a proper response, an anticipatory response from Europe. But we can't just abandon people. If we're going to be prepared, we're going to have to not just intervene, but we have to focus on prevention as an essential part of our budget.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Saric.
In today's world, it is key that we become more resilient as a society to any threats to our population, and this includes the readiness for natural disasters. The EU strategy on preparedness to crisis also speaks about this, which means that the Commissioner is very much aware of the issue. As a former defense minister, I was also competent for this area, and I'm very much aware that it's very important to include firefighters, civil protection, and the society at large. It is very important that the armed forces are not only concerned with combats, but that they can also be used for these purposes. This is why we need dual-use items which can bring about difference between life and death. But without true prevention, we can see no success. We need to adopt a broader perspective as to how, as society and as an economy, we can be more responsive and more sustainable. Respect for nature should become our first line of defense. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tsiodras.
Madam President, Commissioner, 2024 was the hottest year in history. Wildfires and drought are the new reality. And the figures speak for themselves. 380,000 hectares were burnt last year in Europe. And we're talking about 44% of agricultural land. We're talking about a huge cost. In my country, Greece, but most of the Mediterranean are seeing more and more of this. We're not just, we're talking about climate crises which have no borders. We need to focus on investments in prevention. We need preparedness, not just fine words. We need it in reality. We need to work at national level, regional level, local level, but we need better cooperation with the local authorities and citizens' protection. We need modern methods, modern technology. We need the Solidarity Fund. We need a platform for emergency warning. We need proper focusing on water, supplies of water, not wasting water. We need to protect our ecosystems. We have to, in Europe, move to action. We need more ambitious action right now.
Thank you very much. I now call Ms. Eriksson.
Tack för ordet.
Thank you. This Parliament is unfortunately full of climate deniers, and yet we can see the crisis emerging before our very eyes. I can think of examples from Sweden. You may think that everything is wonderful in Sweden. It often is, but we are seeing increasing droughts, ever higher temperatures.
We are also seeing increasing deforestation in Sweden in recent years. When I was a child, we didn't see any insects in our forests. We are seeing increasing heat waves and droughts throughout Europe. We are seeing the consequences of climate change. The effects are demonstrable. We hear, however, those who deny climate change, and yet they come begging for funds to deal with the consequences of climate change.
Thank you very much, Ms. Princi. Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, colleagues. Wildfires and drought have become dramatic. Europe has to deal with these. In Calabria, for example, we've had 150,000 hectares of our green heritage destroyed. We're well aware of the challenge. And in Calabria, we have developed a positive, proactive model for Italy, one which might be replicated across Europe. We've got zero tolerance. That is the policy of Roberto Cuto, who is the president of our region. And we've had some astonishing results. We have managed to use 20 drones to carry out continuous monitoring of the at-risk areas, as well as a strategy which has reduced by 57% requests for intervention by the national fleet. Calabria is showing that if Europe can engage in prevention, it will spend less and it will also preserve its very valuable wooded heritage. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Anatoliou.
Kyrie Epitrope.
Commissioner, every summer we have the same inadequacy with the wildfires. We've got so much burnt land already in Europe, and we're only not even halfway through the summer. The Commission is talking about preparedness and the union of preparedness. But what does that mean when we don't have enough funding, not even for basic things? The Greek government, instead of preventing fires, it focuses on some kind of information and communication without the proper figures that are required, without proper guidance. So, of course, it's always the wind that is to blame when the fires start. We need immediately to put funds into focusing on prevention. We need a permanent mechanism for emergency response with the proper staff, firefighters and so on need to be in position before a fire breaks out. We have to focus on provision and resilience to drought and fires. Of course, if we don't change things now, Europe in the future will burn before the summer starts, not even then, before the spring starts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now call Mr. Buda.
Thank you. Honourable members, in recent weeks in Romania, hundreds of hectares in farmland have been destroyed by fire. In Masai, firefighters are still battling with the flames. This is the case throughout Europe. This is a crisis, climate change. It is a fact, a reality. Infrastructure, plants, homes are under threat. This is a threat across the European Union. We cannot abandon member states to go it alone. We need coordination. We need a preparedness union. We need investment in water infrastructure, reservoirs, irrigation systems, water received. We need to strengthen the civil protection mechanism, more volunteer firefighters. We cannot waste any more time. If we don't have enough water, we won't have enough food, and a lack of food would threaten the security of each and every European.
Frau Vizepräsidentin, Frau Kommissarin, Frau Ministerin, Waldbrände.
Ladies and gentlemen, forest fires are often due to the volumes of water, and these kind of phenomena are ever more frequent and ever more devastating, and that is something that I'm well aware of with my earlier office as a mayor in my home region in Austria. This is not a fleeting situation, and that is why a systemic European response is necessary. We need a strategy for a prepared union, and that is a significant step in the right direction. We need to have a civil protection unit, and it has to act in solidarity, early warning systems, cross-border coordination, and shared reserve capacities with investments in protection infrastructure. We need to have voluntary organizations to intervene as well. And if we do not invest in a sustainable fashion, then coming generations are going to pay an ever higher price. And in order to be able to act, we need a strong budget. That is what we need in our MFF. We can't revert back to thinking in terms of national budget. Thank you very much indeed. And I'll call Ms. Glavak.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. We're talking about joint European response when it comes to ever more frequent climate incidents of fire. Wildfires are certainly one of such important incidents. Europe has lost 500,000 hectares of forests last year. The rescue fleet had 28 planes and 4 helicopters last year. It will play an important role to help member states. I come from Croatia. Unfortunately, Croatia has been facing an ever greater number of wildfires, so I strongly support this. Last year, we signed a contract to buy 2 new Canadair planes from this mechanism, which should be delivered in 2027-2028. We have shown a great operational readiness facing different threats, so we can share our experiences. We have also invested 634 million euros into firefighting efforts and additional 55 million to buy additional equipment. But the Union of Preparedness must be more flexible. It must have a targeted support which is adjusted to local needs. In conclusion, we need prevention and operational plans, rational investments in security and safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Serrano Sierra.
Thank you. 2024 was the hottest year, beating all European records. We've seen historic droughts, extreme heat. At the same time, we saw the worst floods since 2013. Natural disasters, they are no longer freak events, and there is a clear cause: climate change. We are seeing ever worse effects of climate change. We need to mitigate the impact of climate change on Europe. That must be a priority. Our different regions need resources. The next budget, the European Climate Action Plan, needs sufficient resources. We must stand firm against climate deniers. That is a priority. We know that prevention can save lives. We in the Socialists will always stand up to those that deny what is needed. We will stand firmly shoulder to shoulder with our different regions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call Mr. Umberto.
Cara Presidente, cara Comissária, caros colegas.
President, Commissioner, honourable members. As a representative of a community in Portugal, I can say from my experience that you're better safe than sorry. Prevention is better than cure. There are so many periods of drought and wildfires, and we need to be prepared. We need prevention. The Commission has fleshed out this program for civil protection with more firefighting aircraft and helicopters and so on. More than 500 million euros have been put into prevention and protection this year, and that is the correct way to go. We need a European Union that is prepared, that is resilient, that is cooperating, and where all collective efforts will be put into practice for a safer Europe.
Thank you very much. I'll call Mr. Hadjipato.
Colleagues, preparation in the European Union for drought and wildfires are being debated while Cyprus and other countries are dealing with dreadful disasters and droughts, wildfires. What we need is early preparation and the correct cooperation with the proper authorities in order to deal with the situation. We recognise the importance of the civil protection mechanism of the European Union, which makes a considerable contribution towards an immediate response. But unfortunately, that isn't enough to be successful and efficient in dealing with this. We need to ensure that the budget of the European Union, including the new MFF, will provide considerably more funding for prevention and preparedness. And we must also ensure that we have access to water for all citizens, especially in those countries with a lack of rain, as is the case in Cyprus. Thank you.
Grazie onorevole. Abbiamo...
Thank you very much indeed. That concludes the debate. We have 8 requests for Catch the Eye, and we can take them all. Mr. Miamon, for 1 minute. Thank you very much indeed, Madam. Forest fires require a coordinated response at European level, and I think preparedness, therefore, is an important component of that. But prevention is not enough. We need to be able to respond effectively in extinguishing the fires. And in Spain, we have sufficient expertise in this. But the development funds should be there to invest, not just in prevention. Now, the Commissioner has explained that the European Union will have a permanent fleet, will expand that fleet. It will invest in firefighting planes and helicopters. Now, I'm from Galicia, and we have had a lot of fake news circulated by a member from Galicia talking about the collapse of the bipartisan government 20 years ago as being responsible for forest fires. This isn't just an EPP matter for Galicia. Rather, we have an integrated centre for firefighting in Orense, and we are consolidating this with international standards for joint training programs. And this year we've had firefighting planes from Estonia as well as from the Netherlands. Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Andrakaitis.
Thank you, dear colleagues, dear Commissioner. Of course, wildfire has no longer affected on the southern Europe, but also erupted in northern and central regions of European Union. And wildfire are no longer seasonal phenomena. They are persistent, systemic threat, and they require a systemic response. And over 150 experts from the EU proposed an integrated wildfire risk management strategy. One of the strategy's central ambitions is to help shift EU from fragmented reactive response toward a shared proactive framework to support long-term resilience and civil protection capacity. In a context where climate change is reshaping geography and intents of fire risk, this shift is both urgent and complex. I think we need to include it into our preparedness union plans.
Grazie, onorevole.
Thank you very much. And now call Ms. Ferenc.
In Hungarian. Tisztelt elnök asszony, tisztelt biztos asszony. A nyár Európa egyes...
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen this summer all over the place, very high temperatures. Many regions, including Hungary, are really suffering from drought. We're doing as much as we can to help. We won't leave our farmers alone in this. Last year, we had a third worst situation. 160 million were put into improving the situation, but we really need a prepared EU, prepared for this type of disaster, and sovereignty of member states must also be taken into account and respected, and the European Union must be in a position to be able to provide coordinated assistance, because We need to be faster, we need less bureaucracy, we need to work together. Thank you.
Prego, onorevole T.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tinkinen.
Grazie. Arvoisa puhemies, Euroopan tulee olla varautunut moniin uhkiin.
Madam President, Europe needs to be prepared to many different threats. There is a great threat at the east. The southern border is about to collapse under migration pressure, and our internal security is also under threat. Our crisis resilience will be hanging by a thread unless we invest in it sufficiently. But who is to invest is another question. In addition to paying for our own defense in Finland, we are also paying for fighting against forest fires and floods elsewhere in Europe. A country that is well prepared also needs to take care of those countries that have not prepared as well. Do not worry, I will always say yes to preparedness. However, preparing together for the bigger threats does not mean that we should prepare together for every single threat. The EU needs to be a community of prepared states, not a transnational fire brigade or a cash dispenser.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lurley.
Commissioner Labib, the people of Ireland will not forget what you did for them when Stormy Owen hit our shores last January. Your emergency response mechanism sent 18 industrial generators to Ireland. The light came back, the water came back. Our government will hopefully learn to trigger that mechanism earlier. Fortunately, we do not have widespread wildfires in Ireland, but the small coastal community of Achill in County Mayo certainly has an issue. In the last 3 years, they've had 12 wildfires, 3 of them so far this year, and indeed their village was evacuated last year. They want to speak to you and to the Commission about a new policy, a strategy to deal with the situation, a national farm and land management strategy. They say their lives, their homes and their farming livelihoods and even the designated conservation areas are under threat. So they want joined up thinking, Commissioner. They want the Commission and the Irish Government to work together with all the agencies. They do not want to pass the buck. Somebody saying it is not my job to put up the signs to speak to the tourists. It is not my job to speak to the farmers. We ask for a joined up approach. Support the people of Achill in County Mayo. Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego.
Thank you very much. Ms. Reba.
Mientras debatem...
While we are talking here, my country is burning. People are dealing with the devastating effects of flames and fires. Some 15 million hectares destroyed through 3 fires in recent months. Almost impossible to get a grip on. Lives lost. We have seen more and more drought, record highs and duration. June was the hottest ever this year. In the Mediterranean, we've seen tropical temperatures. Do you know what the greatest risk is, though? The climate denialism on the right of this House. If we allow the far right to draft climate laws, as the EPP seems likely to do, we will not see progress. We cannot allow the far right to win through with climate denialism. We need a Europe of science. We need to fight against climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haria.
Μιλάτε για ένωση ετοιμότητας.
We're talking about a union of preparedness. What are you talking about? What preparedness? When the European Union is actually funding the disaster. Dinero is a program which has been implemented in Europe and is in violation of directives of the European Union, destroying Natura sites and forests as well, amounting to felling of these forests, basically. It's actually facilitating these wildfires. Here we go again. I sent a written letter to the Commission and they told me they knew nothing about this project, which is being funded with euros from the Recovery Fund. We'll have a look, they said, when it comes to check what is going on in audit. Meanwhile, we're talking about all sorts of organizations and bodies in Europe, in Greece, which have been complaining officially to the European Union about these violations from a specific project called Dinero. When you're going to do something about it, if you really want to be prepared, stop funding the fires that are deliberately being set to destroy nature. We need to talk about proper prevention and staffing and firefighters.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jovanovic.
Mulțumesc. Da, vă mulțumesc că ați menționat România și pompierii români, pentru că
Thank you very much. Romanian firefighters are assisting in European operations and have done every year in all countries. The problem is that they are paid 500 to 600 euro per month. Now, they may be firefighters, but they might also be paramedics. They might work for the Special Intervention Service. It's been killing them. They don't get any help at all. And the voluntary firefighters are not paid. They don't have the necessary equipment. They don't have the essential technology. But, you know, the money is there. I've listened to Mr. Negrescu and Mr. Buda. They represent the socialists, and they have been running Romania for 35 years now. And they complain, in fact, that Romania doesn't have the equipment. Well, it's their fault. It's down to them. Because basically firefighters have been let down by the government, and then we're pointing the finger at them, accusing them for not defending people. Well, you know, in actual fact, they have saved them. The problem is the nefarious activities of the socialists. I mean, that is the fact of the matter. That is the truth of the situation in Romania. Thank you very much indeed. We have concluded the debate. I now call the Commissioner.
Honourable members, thank you very much for this vivid, fruitful debate, for sharing your thoughts, your experience and your insights. I will start by saying that the Commission's approach to preparing for wildfire and drought season goes far beyond simply reacting to disasters. We are focused on building long-term resilience through prevention, risk management, preparedness and clear communication. And you are right, Honourable Member Lena Dupont, when you say that we need to scale up our approach to preparedness. That's exactly, in fact, what we are doing by preparedness by design. When we say preparedness by design, it's about without, introducing any administrative burden, not only by strengthening the EU civil protection mechanism that we will call UCPM 2.0, but also by mainstreaming preparedness in many other instruments. With the EU Preparedness Union strategy, we have therefore committed to embed preparedness into all relevant Commission policies. And we are getting everyone on board. We will step up our efforts to raise public awareness about wildfire risks and strengthen cooperation with the private sector. And when it comes to the question of the choice of the Canadaires for the purchase of 12 rescue planes, the European Commission engaged in several discussions with potential manufacturers, and ultimately the decision which was taken by the national authorities of the member states was based on technical, operational and economic factors. And at the time, the CL515 from the Havilland, Canada was the only specialized medium amphibious firefighting aircraft available on the market. Unfortunately, no comparable European alternatives existed then due to the relatively small market for this type of plane. And that said, we remain hopeful that European manufacturers will play a more significant role in this market in the future. We already discussed this issue with Commissioner and Vice President Stéphane Séjourné. And Honourable Member Grégory Allione, merci tout d'abord pour votre...
First of all, thank you for being so committed, and let me reassure you. we are committed to citizens, and it's one of the recommendations in the Ninisto report, which underlines that we don't take into account sufficiently the strength of solidarity in each individual citizen. These are the first, they're in the forefront of our strategy, and without them, nothing is possible. We need, of course, volunteers. We need to encourage a new, trained generation ready to face these dangers and to take action. But at the same time, we need to be courageous enough to take on and shoulder our responsibilities in view of these natural disasters with a proper plan to adapt to climate change, which will very soon be presented by our Commissioner Wustra.
Report of the Parliament has already made significant progress in strengthening wildfire preparedness in recent years. That work gives us a solid foundation to build on. We do not take this challenge lightly, especially as climate change accelerates and environmental degradation deepens. This is what European solidarity looks like in practice, working together to build a common, collective preparedness for wildfires. Et je terminerai encore.
And finally, one last thought for all those who are fighting in the front line, fighting the fires all together, in this intense wildfires not far from here, sometimes going beyond the borders of language, culture and national borders just to save lives. It's the European Union that we love. It's the European Union of solidarity in action. Thank you.
Grazie, Commissario. Prego, Ministro.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now I'll call the Minister. Thank you. Go ahead.
President, honourable members, Commissioner, thank you for inviting me to this debate on such an important topic. Also for our presidency, I noted your stories and comments about fires, floods, extreme heat, and that illustrates the scale of the challenges. And it also points to the need to work for high climate ambitions. And in this regard, I want to emphasize that the Danish presidency, that the 2040 climate target is a priority for the Danish presidency. The Preparedness Union strategy also emphasizes the societal dimension of preparedness. Some member states and the EU institutions have already developed interesting actions which we can build upon. Engaging with our citizens on preparedness requires better communication and exchanges with them about the risks that they are facing, including those posed by extreme weather, such as wildfires and droughts, and what they can do to prepare themselves. The European Parliament is in a good position to participate fully in the communication with citizens about the challenges of preparedness. The Council therefore counts on you for this common effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. And with this, the debate on this item is closed. Now, I would like to inform you that the ECR Group has notified the President of a decision relating to changes to appointment within delegations. This decision will be sent out in the minutes of today's sitting and take effect on the date of this announcement. A ďalším bodom programu je...
Other point is the Commission presentation of strategy for creation of stock, strengthening capacities of our action in the view of the changing risks and threats. The Commissioner Leiden has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honourable members, today we are strengthening Europe's resilience with two new strategies, or stockpiling and medical countermeasures. The threats confronting us today are no longer distant. Hybrid attacks, power outages, extreme weather spreading diseases, these risks are real, and they are already part of our daily reality across Europe. That is why we are reinforcing our preparedness. A few months ago, we launched our new EU preparedness strategy, and today we are already putting into action with these two deliverables. Since the start of my mandate, I have travelled across Europe and beyond to see how different countries prepare for emergencies. And everywhere I go, one thing is clear. When people are prepared, they feel more confident and more in control. They are not afraid. I witnessed this most clearly in Sweden, where preparedness is part of citizens' DNA. From a young age, children learn what to do in an emergency situation, and adults have the tools and knowledge they need to act. The lesson is very simple. The more we prepare, the less we fear. You would not get in your car without putting on your seatbelt. Preparedness works the same way. It gives us security before the impact. And that is what we are doing for Europe now with these two new strategies. Allow me to start with the stockpiling strategy. This is the first time the European Union is adopting a truly common approach to stockpiling. Our goal is clear: to make sure that essential supplies are available when and where they are needed. We will do this through better planning, close coordination, and taking shared ownership. We must move away from a fragmented, reactive model and shift towards a proactive, coordinated approach. This strategy covers the full stockpiling cycle, from E to Z. It starts with anticipating risks and identifying the gaps. Then it moves to pooling our efforts so we don't duplicate resources. We don't need fleets of Canadair's aircraft in every member state. Rather, we need a system that allows these resources to be quickly deployed across borders wherever they are needed most. With smarter coordination, we can be more efficient, more effective, and we can make better use of public money. This also means strengthening transport and logistics and boosting civil-military cooperation, something that has proven vital in both the pandemic and during natural disasters like floods and wildfires, and fostering cooperation in external action and international partnership. We will also make the private sector a strong partner in keeping our societies safe. We will work with European businesses in all member states to ensure that essential items, from food and water to medicines and masks, are available and ready. We are also creating a new EU stockpiling network to improve coordination between member states and, of course, with EU institutions. This new network will bring together for the first time all national stockpiling authorities to improve coordination, exchange best practices, and build the trust that is so essential in times of crisis. Because trust is what holds everything together, and transparency is what helps us know where we stand, what we have, what we lack, and what we need to strengthen. Material preparedness is about making sure the right supplies are in the right place at the right time. Some areas, like medical countermeasures, require closer attention because they are particularly complex to stockpile. But to stockpile a vaccine or a treatment, it first needs, of course, to exist. And this is where the medical countermeasure strategy comes in, our second major initiative. Health preparedness is not a one-time effort, but a continuous commitment. And today we are making that commitment by presenting our medical countermeasure strategy. Medical countermeasures such as vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, and protective equipment and strategic assets. Their rapid development, production, and supply save lives, protect our frontline responders, and help keep our societies running. Yet, these assets remain scarce or even unavailable for many health threats affecting Europe. This medical countermeasures strategy has 5 key goals. First, to enhance our threat intelligence system. Detecting emerging threats early is key. It helps us identify the right medical countermeasure. That is why we will work with European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control, the ECDC, to build an EU wastewater surveillance system and to expand it globally later on. It will act like an early warning radar, detecting infectious diseases in communities before symptoms appear at population level. This gives us valuable time to respond early. We will also invest in next-generation mobile detection labs to reach the most remote and hardest hit areas and to protect the most vulnerable. Second, we will put forward measures to speed up the development of medical countermeasures. This includes launching a medical countermeasures accelerator and increasing the budget for HERA Invest. This will drive innovation and strengthen the competitiveness of a sector that is vital to our preparedness and also our security. Third, we will work closely with the private sector and create a rapid and agile manufacturing partnership to boost the production of medical countermeasures. This is what we call ramp-up. Fourth, we will improve how we coordinate medical stockpiles across the EU and make joint procurement faster and more flexible so that we can respond quickly based on the specific threat we are facing. Finally, to keep everyone safe, we need everyone on board. That is why we will deepen our civilian and military coordination, enhance our partnerships with global partners, and most importantly, invest in our greatest assets, our people. Researchers, manufacturers, doctors, nurses, and caregivers, they are the heart of our preparedness strategy. They need the right skills and expertise to respond to today's health challenges. Strong preparedness also requires investment, of course, but the cost of inaction is far greater. The pandemic showed us that the price we pay when we are unprepared. Honourable members, with this medical countermeasures strategy, we are making a clear promise to our people. When the next crisis hits, Europe will be ready to act quickly and to save lives. Thank you.
Ďakujem pekne, pani komisárka. A teraz...
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. And now, for the EPP, Mr. Sokol has the floor.
Poštovani potpredsjedniče.
Dear Vice President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, the medical countermeasure strategies and stockpiling strategy are necessary to ensure our full preparedness for future crises. They mirror the idea of solidarity. That's a fundamental value we have that was seriously compromised at the beginning of the pandemic. We then had export limitations among member states, even for key medical products. We shouldn't allow that anymore. Stockpiling and medical countermeasures, including medical devices, pharmaceuticals, and protection equipment, is an important issue in this geostrategic instability. We need a coordination mechanism for critical medicines and medicines of common interest. I am a rapporteur for those issues. We do not have a single European system for information on stockpiles of pharmaceuticals in member states and in pharmaceutical companies. In practice, this means that if a member state has a shortage of a critical medicine, we cannot check if we have a surplus somewhere else in the Union so we can act and send medicine where it's needed. We need to change this.
This is why it's time to have a single European platform for monitoring and management of stockpiles in order to prevent unnecessary stockpiles in some member states and then have shortages in smaller member states. Dear colleagues, these strategies and the critical medicines law are a concrete step forward towards solidarity, and we have to preserve it. Without solidarity, there is no European Union. I welcome the adoption of these strategies. What's necessary, what's missing are concrete financing provisions, and I hope that those will come too in the context of the new MMF. And also with the changes we are planning when it comes to the proposal for the critical medicines law, we'll have a single system that will make it possible for Europeans to feel safe in case of crisis.
Now for the Progressive Socialists and Democrats, next speaker, Mr. Clergeon.
Commissaire. Bravo, Madam Commissioner. Bravo to Hera, ECHO, and all the Commission units working on this. You've moved swiftly to roll out the preparedness strategy launched 3 months ago. We have seen changes. 3 years ago, I was a member of the European Committee of Regions, and when I defended the idea of European stockpiling, someone from a DG said, well, why do you want to stockpile goods? They will rot away in depots before they are put to use. Now you're calling for stockpiling, medical countermeasures to be made available to citizens. I just have one question. Why do we have a law on critical medicines but no strategy for other countermeasures? Will we have enough masks available when the next pandemic starts? We need to look at the text on critical medicines, broaden the scope, ensure that we have legislation that covers all countermeasures, all obstacles, ensure that we have made in Europe masks available when the next pandemic arrives. Thank you.
Mrs. Deloge for Patriots Free.
Vice President, Commissioner, colleagues, the Commission is presenting its stockpiling strategy today in the face of the threats looming over the people of Europe. This is necessary but will require stringent political vigilance. The stockpiles cannot be a technical solution because what is at stake is our food sovereignty. We should try and reduce our dependency and beef up our resilience, ensure our supplies and protect our old continent. That is what should be at the heart of this strategy, because stockpiling will be the guarantor of security of our food security. It is not by dealing with Mercosur that we will build a sustainable future. And we should be relying on our own producers, not producers on the other side of the Atlantic. We don't have a mandate to defend them. Europe should be feeding its people. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Zlotowski for the ECR. You have the floor.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, the old Chinese curse, may you live in interesting times, has certainly come true. We are living in interesting times, a war in Ukraine, the Middle East, a pandemic, blackouts, natural disasters, rising raw material prices, a trade war, to name but a few. This is why the very idea to improve our ability to respond to potential crises and threats to supply chains is certainly a good idea. The question is how to implement this effectively. I understand that the Commission would like to avoid a repeat of the worst moments of the pandemic when member states competed with each other for critical resources, including vaccines. A state's primary responsibility is to protect its own citizens, with assistance for allies coming only afterwards. For this reason, strategic reserves, whether medical, technical or food, should be stored in each member state as close as possible to its citizens. A situation where countries specialize in stockpiling only selected supplies must be avoided. The European Commission should merely fulfill a coordinating role and cooperate closely with member state governments in planning of procurement. Thank you.
A teraz poprosím kolegu Alion.
The next speaker, colleague Allion for the Renew.
Madame la Commissaire, chers collègues,
Commissioner, colleagues, we all remember those weeks when nursing staff had everything except courage, rationed masks, their protective covering was handmade, improvised protection material. They risked their lives to preserve ours. So why? Because Europe wasn't ready, hadn't stockpiled. And it's not a crisis, it's our lack of preparedness that made this health emergency into a crisis without precedent. The greatest tribute we could give to those that saved our lives is to learn from our mistakes. But we can't depend on firefighter planes from Canada to put out our forest fires. We can't depend on cargoes from China in order to protect the health of our citizens. This is why stockpiling is an absolute urgency, in particular through the Rescue mechanism. We need to increase our capacities, consolidate our permanent stockpiling and guarantee an autonomy in supplies for Europe.
And now...
Slobodná aliancia, kolegu Holmgren, nech sa páči.
Tack, herr talman. Risker och...
Thank you, President. Risk prevention, stockpiling strategies. This is something we should discuss more frequently. We know that natural disasters will hit us more frequently as a result of climate change, floods, wildfires. A good example here is the disaster in Valencia at the end of last year, the floods. We know that extreme weather events will hit us harder and become ever more frequent as a result of record heating of the waters in the Mediterranean. We're just 1 week into July and we see average temperatures around the Mediterranean far higher than last year. We don't know what will happen next, but we know that the risk of such disasters is far greater, and that's why we need stockpiling and risk prevention. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker for the left group, Madam Martins has the floor.
Obrigada, Sr. Presidente. Senhora Comissária.
Thank you very much indeed, President, Madam Commissioner. In order to guarantee reactivity in the case of disasters, you're calling on people to have a basic kit to cover their needs for 72 hours. And many people throughout Europe have gone out and bought batteries, medicines, tinned goods, and so on and so forth. But the Commission seems to be struggling to heed its own advice, because what is the point of trying to build up reserves if there are discontinuities in our supplies? I mean, it's all well and good having these intentions, but we don't have the budget for this. We don't have the budget for these kits. I mean, where is the money going? Well, into weapons. There we have appropriations running into the millions, but we don't have enough money for anything else. So it's all well and good trying to guarantee our security and our safety, but are you actually investing in it? Actually, you're not. Commission isn't being truthful about this. It's actually cutting health spending to add to our arms expenditure. It's hugely irresponsible.
The next speaker is Andersson, Europe of Sovereign Nations.
Thank you. Auch im Sowjetkommunismus wurde Vorratshaltung betrieben. Riesige
Now, we're talking about medicines, all sorts of other products that are in warehouses and we don't know what to do with. And now, talking about resilience, the Commission comes along and starts talking about stockpiling and implementing guidelines and directives that nobody's actually voted for. It's going to be a bureaucratic superstate. We're under Soviet model planning. 215 million examples of the vaccine were just thrown away, and all sorts of other things I could add to the list, which were paid for by the taxpayers. Meanwhile, the inflation is on the rise, but what Europe needs is freedom to prosper, to trade. Yes, we need to be prepared for crises and prevent them, but let's put a stop to these warehousing ideas put forward by the Commission. Somebody should ask the Member States what they think is right.
Thank you. Mrs. Nicola has the floor for the EPP.
Thank you very much, President, Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues. Quite recently, we thought that when it comes to the disruptions in supply chains, they can stop production. The pandemic has shown that a cyber attack in a different time zone may affect a hospital in our neighborhood. These are not scenarios from the future. This is our reality. This is our life, and the changing world does not give us this comfort of predictability. Therefore, we welcome this initiative, this stockpiling strategy. This is not only a technical issue, but this is the foundation for the building of the Union of Preparedness. In Poland, we have the National Agency of Strategic Reserve, which is taking care of our citizens. And this is evidence that responsible management of stockpiles is possible. Now it's time for European reply. We have to take care not only of rare earth metals, but basic things, food, medicines. These are the most important in crisis. The European Union and member states must be ready, whatever the source of threat. These stockpiles are not a luxury. This is a necessity. Thank you.
A teraz poprosím kolegu González.
And now Mr. González has the floor.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, I think we're moving in the right direction. We have learned the lessons from the pandemic. This strategy is part of those lessons learned. A prepared, safe Europe can respond to crisis. I spent some 15 years working in the healthcare sector on crisis. We don't know what the next crisis will be, but we need to be prepared for it. We need the resources to be available. That is vital. And so I welcome this idea. But let us be clear, we need to be better prepared, and we need to help prepare those that will be on the front line, the medical professionals. We need to defend science and other evidence. We will face many climate risks and emergencies in future. We need to take action based on evidence. We need to place our faith in public services to deal with emergencies. We need to trust the information provided by science, and that is the exact opposite of what the right is doing.
I was more than generous. Let me give the floor to dear colleague Bosse.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, dear colleagues. Our preparedness union is getting real. I could have spoken about viruses, threatening situations, but I will focus on the positive. We can be efficient in countering global health threats as a union. We must think together, innovate together, purchase together, stockpile together, and be ready to act together. Build on RescEU. It's time to leverage the public procurement to make joint purchases of much-needed vaccines and other countermeasures. Innovation is about preparedness too. Yes, we can ensure that we are ready to invent, see new products in the market, and invest. How? With more Europe. A strong coordinating role for the Commission, for ECDC and for HERA. That's what we need. That's what we're finally getting. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, colleague Vermenich.
Herr Präsident.
President, we're talking about disaster preparedness. Now, this leads us directly on to Ursula von der Leyen, because the President of the Commission is the EU's biggest disaster. She stands for corruption, for massive rearmament and the destruction of the European social model. Preparedness, a la von der Leyen, means that you do billion-dollar deals via SMS. Even the European Court of Justice has complained about a lack of transparency. And seeing as Ms von der Leyen is seeking to defend the indefensible, she attacks those who call a motion of no confidence. She doesn't deal with the specific allegations. Instead, she brands us as being extremists because we're not satisfied with her silence. Now, if the EU really wants to face up to disasters, it's got to rely on diplomacy and good relationships throughout the world, and not on rearmament and confrontation, and not allow the arms companies to make bumper profits. Ms von der Leyen's Commission is doing exactly the opposite. It's time to turf her out of office.
The next speaker, Mr. Saudargas.
Thank you, President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues. The recent years have taught us painful but vital lessons. From the war in Ukraine to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen how fragile supply chains can be. When crisis strikes, solidarity must be backed by preparedness. I congratulate the Commission for responding to these lessons. The Union is putting in place a coordinated approach to securing access to essential goods, from fuel and food to medicine. We're establishing an EU stockpiling network to share best practices, identify gaps, and avoid duplication. But this strategy is not only about storage. It's about speed, coordination, and resilience. However, the recent accusations against President Ursula von der Leyen for her necessary actions during the pandemic are nothing more than political theatre and reveal a troubling lack of understanding of how crises must be managed. In times of emergency, we need leadership, strong political will, and immediate action. We need courageous and effective decision-making, because delays can cost thousands of lives. That is why we must empower our leaders to act with flexibility and speed when crisis strikes. I hope that one day we will find a common legislative recipe for that. With rising geopolitical tensions and hybrid threats, Europe must be ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our colleague Temido, the floor is yours.
Obrigada, Presidente. Senhora Comissária, caros colegas.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. We know that we learnt lessons from the previous pandemic, and they have strengthened the European Union. So we need to work on preparedness in terms of various crises, but a lot needs to be done. Making people aware in society, speeding up the vaccines that we need for specific diseases, and also availability guarantees. HERA's work and the work of the Commission in working on a strategy of stockpiling is only something we can welcome. And that's part of this is having a diagnosis hubs and therapeutic hub. These will be very useful and allow professionals to stay in the European Union. And we've heard that there will be a revision of the procurement of vaccines, but we will be welcoming that as well. However, without coordination and without the right science, we won't be able to achieve these very...
The next speaker, Madame Sommen.
Dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, honourable members. Health is a fundamental right. For months, we have talked about preparedness against the military threat to the east and other risks. Defence, economic sovereignty are key pillars of our European Union, and they need to be met with sufficient resources. This strategy is urgently needed. We need to work together to purchase medicines and stockpile them. It makes sense. It is a matter of efficiency. We need a paradigm shift. That has happened in the EU since COVID, and we need to pursue that path even further, ensure a strong Europe of health. We need to stockpile for emergencies. We also need to ensure that we have accessible, affordable medicines for all Europeans, and that's the next step, and plenty of work yet to be done there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Mr. Hadjipantela.
Honourable members, small states like Cyprus really have to focus very much on the supply of various medicines, and it's of vital importance to us. Our situation geographically and our needs mean that solidarity in Europe is essential as a precondition for the efficient management of future crises. So what is provided for in the initiatives of the European Commission is the strongest instrument to ensure that no member state is left behind, regardless of its size, especially in times of crisis. Through this cooperation of our purchasing power, we can get better prices, better access, and fair distribution of these crucial supplies. We must keep up the pace and ensure that we continue investing so that we can have stockpiles of medicines and other goods that are absolutely essential to our member states.
This concludes the debate on the list, and we move to Catch the Eye. I would just like to remind the colleagues, if you want to have Catch the Eye, please stay for the entirety of the debate. And to start with, I would like to give the floor to colleague Andriukaitis, please.
Much, dear Chairman, dear Commissioner, I would like to speak in Lithuania. Okay. Nuoširdžiai sveikinu.
Congratulations. Congratulations on this text. I am very pleased indeed that we have this preparedness strategy, this stockpiling strategy. This is something which will strengthen our European Health Union. So the first thing to do, of course, is to prepare for crisis management. So we've got a blueprint, we've got HERA, we've got a preparedness strategy, we've got common procurement, central purchasing, and the like. Now, there is an article in the Lisbon Treaty which says that this should be a shared competence, and a shared competence means that there is also a duty on member states to devise their own national strategies, and those strategies have to be harmonised with the European strategy. Thank you.
Floor to colleague Tinkinen.
Thank you, President. Proper stockpiling of food, water and supplies is essential for Europe. But before the Commission constructs yet another bureaucratic burden for the Member States, I first urge you to look at Finland. In Finland, with our long border with Russia, preparedness has never been an option. It has been a necessity. In a crisis, we can rely on what's close at hand. This is why preparedness and stockpiling must happen effectively at national, regional and even personal level. While EU coordination in security measures is not a bad thing, this must be underlined. Preparedness starts from national level actions. Because when the water cutoff hits your home and your taps run dry, you don't wait for the EU's bucket to arrive. You pour a glass from your own reserve canister. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to conclude, catch the eye. Sorry, not catch the eye, but Madam Commissioner, to wrap up the debate.
Thank you very much for this lively debate and for your insightful comments and questions and for what I feel like a very strong support. It is reassuring to see that this Parliament takes crisis preparedness so seriously. It is very reassuring, and there were a number of questions concerning the financing of the actions of the medical countermeasures strategy, and the Commission, I would like to share it with you, allocates over 5 billion euros in the period of 2021-2027 to various programs like the EU for Health, Horizon Europe and Rescue. Future funding will be discussed in the next MFF, and I hope I can count on your support to ensure we have sufficient firepower for emergency health preparedness and response. And Honourable Member Clergeau, you have also mentioned the need to have other types of health-related stockpiles, such as masks, for instance. And in fact, we have indeed created rescue medical stockpile with masks and other types of personal protective equipment, ventilators and more. And this rescue stockpile have been created following the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. It was already in 2020. For medical countermeasure, we established a list of critical countermeasures building on the experience of the critical medicines list. And Honourable Member Temido, concerning joint procurement, we are indeed going to revise the joint procurement agreement aiming to further simplify and increase effectiveness. And preparing, protecting and preparedness and partnering, this is our preparedness union in action. And of course, the first step, many of you have raised the importance of sharing information. This is the first step, because indeed, if we don't know who have what, in which quantity, it will be difficult to have a very good medical countermeasure, stockpiles, and so on. So we need to exchange information in full transparency and to build trust. And it is important that we adopt these strategies in these times when we are not facing a major outbreak of disease or another pandemic. So with these strategies, the EU is taking decisive and proactive action to protect our citizens, and we are laying the foundation for deeper connectivity and cooperation. When we make Europe safer, healthier and more resilient, we strengthen our societies and make them more competitive as well. Together, we are building a safer, more prepared Europe that can face today's and tomorrow's challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. The
debate on this agenda item is closed. The next debate on the agenda is Parliament's statement, alleged misuse of EU funds by members of the far right and measures to ensure institutional integrity. To kick off the debate, may I ask colleague Herbst for EPP. Bitte sehr.
Tja, wer hätte das gedacht? Das ist ein
Who would have thought it? Yet another case of alleged misuse of EU funds on the part of those who often decry the waste of EU taxpayers' money. I would like to begin by thanking our Parliament administration that worked painstakingly over a lengthy period to assemble the facts. It reads like a crime novel. Alleged misuse of 4.3 billion. Look at the facts. Look at the evidence. What we're dealing with are just samples, so the total amount in question may be far higher. We in the Parliament, in the Budgetary Control Committee, will deal with this. We were officially informed on Friday. We will swiftly look at a procedure for the administration. EPO and OLAF will be involved, and indeed EPO has already launched an investigation here. They are working hard. We will ensure a fair procedure, focus on the facts. We have an allegation of misuse. We need to discuss how we can better prevent such cases in future. The key decision here is the action taken by individuals. How can we recover the funds? Will that be done through criminal procedures? At the end of the day, this is taxpayers' money, and that is a key issue of concern. I hope that we can all agree on that. Just because the group has been disbanded does not mean that they can be protected against the criminal consequences.
Thank you very much. And now I will ask for Socialists and Democrats. Colleague Riedel has the floor, please.
Dear colleagues, the true face of the far right is corruption. A few months ago, Marine Le Pen was convicted in the case of the National Rally fake jobs. And just this morning, the headquarters of the party was searched in a new case of electoral embezzlement, and the prosecutor's office is opening yet another inquiry into the embezzlement of public funds by the party. I mean, it hardly comes as a surprise because this is something that the prosecutor warned us of when winding up in the fake parliamentary assistant case in which the National Rally was convicted. We have learned that the group embezzled 4.3 million in European funds between 2019 and 2024. Now, in that particular case, it was not for fake assistant jobs, but rather to fund associations linked to the party, as well as various companies close to Le Pen and Jordan Bardella. So all kinds of tenders went out, contracts were awarded with no bids, no tendering, and there was a company in the name of Silkild Blanc who was the former wife of the advisor to Le Pen, Frédéric Chatillon, and in 2020 actually was awarded a contract without even applying for it. And this is via a company which was masquerading as a print company but didn't have any premises, any equipment, nothing at all. It outsourced everything, and it had a eye-watering profit of €260,000. Now, of course, the National Rally colleagues will be saying that we're conspiracy theorists and that we are destroying democracy. Now, Jordan Bardella doesn't actually work for the French or the European Parliament. I mean, the fact that he's hardly ever here is an open secret. But those of us who come here know that what he works at assiduously is embezzling public funds, and he will just then try and turn this around and claim that it's scandalous that environmental NGOs have been funded from the public purse. But in actual fact, the National Rally is made up of people who are rejecting the kind of investigation authority we have been clamouring for months. So we can't close our eyes to this any longer. We have to react to this scandal. We have to act, we have to prevent, we have to protect our budget. We have to do this here in this Parliament. We must not be complacent in the face of this corruption.
Thank you very much. And for Renew, Mr. Corner has the floor.
Members, the internet website of the AFD group must be fantastic. It costed over 60,000 euros, and when you look at the tenders for this, everything is a little bit shifty looking, and it's the system itself, really. It's not the only case. There's so many other cases where either rather dubious financing is carried out, or with politicians behind them and other big magazines, without the proper procedures. Okay, lots can go wrong, but when you're talking about 4.3 million euros, it seems that it really is a systemic problem. That's the flaw. But we know that the people on the right are always the first to complain about misuse of EU funds, saying we've spent the money improperly, and they're the ones always criticising, and they're always the first to take taxpayers' money and put it in their own pockets. And we just cannot allow this to continue.
For the Greens, Mrs. Kamara has the floor.
2.9 million euro. That is the total amount that the Paris Tribune assessed was embezzled by the National Rally from the European Parliament from taxpayers, months and months for those on low income, and yet they talk about NGOs who do vital work for democracy, social justice and the environment. The real fraud is being perpetrated here on the right of this chamber. We are seeing them turning a profit at the expense of citizens, European citizens, using taxpayers' money. They are working against society and us all. The far right does not defend Europe and people. They advance their...
Thank you. For the left, Madame Aubry has the floor.
Chers collègues. Dear colleagues, more than 4 million euro. The National Rally has embezzled our taxes, our money, and just a few days following on from the conviction of many members of the NR. Just look, recidivism, they're doing it again. Now, we actually don't have any members of the National Rally or any members of the far right here for this debate. I dare say it's because they do have something to hide, because the proof is overwhelming. All of these millions to fund their cronies and their friends or bogus invoicing. But these are the fascists. These are the people coming from the ultra-violent groupings with whom Mr. Bardella had undertaken to sever his links, whereas in actual fact, they just talk about the foreigners being on welfare. I mean, who are the people? I mean, is it people on low wages, minimum wage, or is it members of the National Rally who view public monies as being their own personal pocket money? What I can tell you is that we should have zero tolerance towards those who are caught with their hands in the till.
Thank you. And for ESN, colleague Bausemer has the floor.
Ja, sehr geehrter Herr Vorsitzender, meine sehr verehrten
President, ladies and gentlemen, well, congratulations on this debate, because it shows the absurd ridicule in this Parliament. In the week where the Commission and Ursula von der Leyen had to face the threat of a dissolving of their Commission, here we have this debate. What are we talking about exactly, ladies and gentlemen? Even in response to questions this morning, we saw people evading questions, evading the issue with the media. In the Budget Control Committee, I just found about this a few hours ago. And then there's suppose discussions going on in the media, and it's all as ridiculous as it is absurd. Apparently, I don't know how this was leaked to the public in the first place. There seemed to be something that nobody is worried about as long as it's useful, politically speaking. Perhaps the chats in certain quarters are better protected than the Bank of England, but it would have been a good idea if we had had a proper discussion about whether we're talking about misuse or whether we're just talking about irregularities of a rather vague nature. What are we talking about? Is it just the ID, this non-existent party or political group, or were there other groups involved before we start pointing the finger? And before we start a witch hunt, we should take a closer look about what is being done with the taxpayers' money. And we've got the people on the left who are also at fault for various things. There's all sorts of monies that you haven't answered the public on in your.
And the next speaker is colleague Zdechowski.
Okay. Tak, děkujeme kolegovi.
Thank you, my colleague from this extreme political group, for the entertainment that we've just witnessed. Dear colleagues, let me now speak in a more serious manner. A misusing of European funds is an attack on the trust of EU citizens. It doesn't matter whether it is a left-wing extreme or a right-wing extreme who commits those acts. What's at stake is the trust in the European Parliament. It is the European Prosecution Service that now investigates 4.3 euro misuse of the ID political group, where Marine Le Pen and the Rassemblement Nationale was a member, where the Czech SPD group was a member. They are opposing the Brussels brand of democracy, and they themselves are now suspect of misusing the money that they meant to protect. The EU is not a cash machine where anybody will take as much as they need for their private ends. These are funds. This is a system for every citizen. We are the political group who is in favor of transparency and for responsible approach, irrespective of ideology.
Blue card. Pan kolega Zdechowski zabere.
Colleague Zdechowski, blue card from colleague Hermine de Velle.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. Thank you, colleague, for this very feisty intervention on behalf of Europeans and against the misuse of European funds. You also mentioned the role of the European Parliament and the role of the European institutions. And I believe that we have an instrument at hand, which we're not using yet, which is the EU ethics body. And given that you're so serious about integrity in our institutions, I would like to ask you and offer you and hope that you will work with many of us here in instating the EU ethics body. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this great question. I was expecting this question, and I think this is not something what is linked with ethics. This is normally fraud. Also, we cannot use it any ethical standard for someone who doesn't know what does it ethic mean. Also, we need the criminal investigation and bring the people to the court. And I think it's very important to say that stealing the money of European payers, it doesn't mean nothing with ethics. It means that it's fraud is fraud. And all these groups we need to bring to the court. And I think it's most important reaction on this behavior of some misusing the funds.
Ďakujem a ako ďalšieho poprosím kolegu Lupa. Nech sa páči.
Colleague Lupa.
Grazie, President.
Thank you very much, President. So the use of approximately 4 million euros on the part of the extreme right requires study and requires investigation as well. That's absolutely certain. And we want responses to be able to provide to citizens and to the public. It's not an issue of feeding political polemics. It means having transparency, responsibility, and maintaining the trust of citizens in European institutions. The beginning of an investigation on the part of the European prosecutor could clarify the nature of some of these particular expenses and recuperate some of those funds. We support the works of the administration of the Parliament, and we would like to thank all of the competent authorities and, of course, the work that has to be conducted by the Commission as far as surveillance of the budget is extremely important. Defending the rules of transparency is a parliamentary priority, which means defending legality, defending the financial interests of the European Union and its citizens as well. Thank you.
A teraz poprosím kolegyňu Garcia Herminta van der Velde.
Thank you. Colleagues, as it has been noted already, not a week goes by without a new corruption scandal. And this is indeed killing trust in citizens in politics, in the EU, in our institutions, in our democracy. And where misappropriation of public funds is proven, those responsible should be punished accordingly. And I also think that we should not spare any instruments. So I do believe that we do need an EU ethics body to help us in that task. But of course, this is a matter of criminal justice. And that's why we need urgently a strong anti-corruption directive. We have been negotiating for a while, and it has not come to fruition yet because member states seem to have found each other in a very disgraceful tit-for-tat. Governments are supporting weak anti-corruption measures in return for weak green laws. They're playing political games at the expense of citizens' money. So I ask the Danish presidency and colleagues here to keep supporting the efforts for better anti-corruption legislation in the Union. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Raquel, there is a return blue card from colleague Zdechowski. Do you accept it?
Sí.
Yes, good. Nech sa páči, pán kolega.
Thank you, dear colleagues. I have one question. Do you think that some decision of ethic body will have its impact to behavior of some groups what are not respecting law, what are systematically misusing the funds, where there is in this group many decisions of the courts that the member of this group were stealing the money, included Marine Le Pen. What do you think? How they will behave? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the question, for returning it, because that gives us an opportunity to show to citizens how we approach this matter. Of course, there are issues which have to do with the total lack of integrity of some groups in this House, and that's something we're not going to fix with an EU ethics body. I agree with you. But there's a lot of gray zones in the way that the laws are being applied, and there are a lot of instruments which we can use to help these institutions to stand up and fill up the standards which citizens expect from us. So I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think they're complementary, and I really, again, I hope that the European People's Party is willing to work with us on that. Thank you.
And one more from colleague Tinkinen. Do you accept it?
Yes.
Yes, please.
You spoke beautifully about the progress of the anti-corruption law,
But at the same time, I've understood that your group tomorrow will support Ursula von der Leyen, who has done deals for 35 billion by text messages, and the court has decided that she must publish these messages. She has not agreed to do this. Do you nonetheless think that you are still prepared to give your support and that this is no big issue?
I honestly don't think that the question of the motion of censure has anything to do with this, because in the rule of law system that we have in the European Union, there is no one proven of being corrupt until that's being judged and evaluated in the proper judiciary system. And that's why the title of this debate is Alleged Misuse of EU Funds, which is not the case in the case of Mrs. von der Leyen. Thank you.
Ďakujem a teraz poprosím kolegu Freunda. Nech sa páči.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen,
colleagues, it seems to me that in the European Parliament there's a criminal agreement. The AfD, FPO, and Ms. Le Pen's members and other far-right members have got together so that systematically all money that they have can be misused to defraud people so that party comrades can be enriched. 4.6 million is the sum involved in France, where Ms. Le Pen has been sentenced, having to do with misuse of staff funds. And the next accusation, 4.3 million euros for the AfD and the FPO and the people of Le Pen have stolen. That's just the start. It was just a one-off check. All spending by the ID must be brought to light to see what's happened. And you're whipping people up against NGOs, and the only illegal funding of NGOs that I've heard about by EU funds are the accusations of improper financing by you of NGOs. That must be looked into.
There are two blue cards, one from Mr. Bausemer and another from Mr. Körner. Will you take it? Sure. Yes. Okay. First, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Bausemer.
No. Ja, Herr Freund.
Mr. Freund, you said that all members of the AfD misuse or waste all the money. I've been a member for 1 year. There are lots of events. Where exactly have I misused money? Specifically, me personally. I'd like to know that from you. If you're making such a blanket accusation, that's quite a thing you're doing. Publish your expenses. The ID group in the last period and in this parliamentary period, the PFE and ESN, which has inherited members from the ID, that you should publish. What do you do with your 400 funds and your office expenditure? My spending is checked by an independent auditor. I don't know that a single member of the AfD has an independent auditing of its office expenditure. I'd like to see those documents and see that the money has been properly spent. Thank you very much.
And now, Mr. Körner.
Herr Kollege. Thank you very much, colleague, for admitting this question. I think you're a bit hard with Mr. Bausemer. He's the only one who has dared to turn up. The reason is probably that in the last period he wasn't a member. Probably he'll be part of the whole thing. But I have a question. Perhaps as a corruption expert, you could answer this. Why do you go into the European Parliament if you're against the entire European Union? That's perhaps the reason why that people want to siphon off money. Perhaps you could elucidate us about that? I've heard some suggestion in that question here and there. There is the impression that certain members, because they didn't have a chance in the national scene to be elected, then come to the European Parliament Well, you have to say that neither the UKIP people or the Le Pen's people had a chance anywhere else to be elected. They came over here, and here.
Okay.
My job is to try to stick to the debate. Please, as a next, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Sjöstedt.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you very much, President. We have the far right who talk about how the green climate movement is misusing EU funds, but here we see the other side of things. We hear them talk about corruption in the EU, but they have been using taxpayer money illegally. And where are they all today? The chamber is empty today of the members of the far right. This report has uncovered how they have systematically, fraudulently used EU money. It's ended up in their own pockets, been given on to friends and associates. We have prosecutors, police, an in-depth investigation now. And I would say to the patriots that they are hypocrites in this. Thank you.
Ďakujem a teraz poprosím kolegu Lopatku, nech sa páči.
Mr. Lopatka, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as my friend Freund spoke, I wouldn't have that blanket statement type of accusation against the AfD, but it's quite clear that the far right are against the European Union, and at the same time they're enjoying some of the benefits and making separate use of those benefits as well. So we're speaking about millions. This is not a pittance. And there's already been an investigation in Paris, and the European Prosecutor's Office has told us about the misuse of 4.3 million euro. Participants, parties of the far right, France, Belgium, Germany, also Austria has been implicated. And the investigation has only taken place in Austria. 599,650 euro. 599,650 euro flowed into the FPO and this involved a former MEP of the FPO in the European Parliament. And we're speaking about Mr. Wilimski, also implicated and involved. So what is necessary is a clarity on this particular issue, an investigation, and I think it's very important to understand that there's those sums, but there's also those 400,000 that would be spent on champagne for celebrations here. Thank you.
President, colleagues. Once again, things are happening. Champagne scandal, Le Pen staff scandal, and the supposed misuse of over 4 million euros of taxpayers' money. The list of the scandals on the far right in the European Parliament is long. And if we look at what happens in the national parliaments, the list gets longer still. The FPO in Austria is often involved. It's clear it isn't an individual case. It's a structural problem in this party. The accusations are major and should be gone into fundamentally. We need to have an urgent investigation, and there should be consequences for those involved. I think it says a lot today, rather than making clear what, in terms of defence, this they just stay away from the debate as if nothing had happened. That can't be the case. The FPO and the MEPs are very easily feel themselves injured. and it's very cheap. To run away with the cash. That's the method of the FPO, and we have to act against that.
Colleague Brandstetter.
Thank you very much, President. Dear colleagues, we had the mayor from Budapest today, and he explained how Orban takes EU money to make propaganda against the EU and to threaten companies or media that are in any way critical at all. That is Orban's system. And we've heard that they're trying to put in place a similar system in Austria. And we know that there's also the anti-Semitic undertone here as well. And I think it goes back to something that Mr. Lopatka said. We're seeing EU money being invested into this very negative media in Austria. And we've even seen the propaganda pro-Russia and pro-Putin in the Ukraine war. So that is what we must tackle and what we must stop. Thank you.
Ďakujem pekne. And now we move to Catch the Eye, where we have only one speaker. And let me give the floor to colleague López Aguilar. Un momento. Now, please.
Thank you, President.
Many in the European Parliament, particularly in the Legal Affairs Committee, have been working concertedly in order to be able to cooperate effectively with the European Prosecutor's Office. They have the power to investigate any sort of issue that involves some sort of mishandling of the EU budget. But sitting in a court accusation and taking legal stock of the particular situation and bringing these people into the court is another issue. This is something that has to be done. This involves Olaf, and they deal with issues of fraud. But unfortunately, up until now, this particular ethics committee has been blocked by the groups of the extreme right. So we see the complicity, on the other hand, of the EPP as well. In dealing with the particular activities of the European prosecutor and Olaf as well. What we need is integrity, rules for transparency, and indeed an ethics committee or an ethics body is absolutely imperative.
That
concludes the debate. The next item is the Council and Commission statements on the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Rwanda peace deal agreement. Commissioner, you have the floor.
Honourable President, honourable members of the European Parliament, the peace agreement between the DRC and Rwanda, facilitated by the US, is a source of hope for the Great Lakes. We welcome this positive step and stress how the parties to this agreement, all other regional players and actors like the EU need to work together for this accord to become the starting point of first a rapid relief to the dire humanitarian and respect for human rights situation in DRC, an estimated 3.8 million internally displaced persons, IDPs in North and South Kivu live in precarious conditions, 6.4 million throughout the country, most of whom in the east. And second, a long-term positive dynamic in favor of peace and security. There are multiple components of the peace agreement which relate to domains where the EU has already been active and where we can thus offer a tangible, significant support to its implementation. Politically, but also in terms of economic integration and humanitarian assistance. In terms of economic integration, the agreement foresees a separate accord on regional economic integration that is currently being negotiated. It should enable the parties to expand foreign trade and investment and introduce greater transparency to critical mineral supply chains. Reducing illicit economic pathways would benefit local population rather than the armed groups, organized crime network or corruption. The EU has long been advocating for sustained integration across the Great Lakes. Our own experience in building a single market and reaping its security and prosperity benefits puts us in a unique position to share experiences and lessons learned. This was discussed with both ministers of foreign affairs of Congo and Rwanda during the EU-African Union ministerial last 21st of May. We have been supporting integration efforts at regional, trilateral and bilateral level. In line with our Great Lakes strategy, our global gateway investments are aimed at fully harnessing the economic and political transformative potential across the entire region. Just to mention a few examples of ongoing bilateral and regional actions which we can intensify and recalibrate, we can point to our support to. Hydropower in the DRC, Rwanda and Burundi border area, all three countries being benefited by the construction of the Rusizi 3 power plant. Joint management of water resources in Lakes Kivu and Tanganyika. Pooling the management of natural resources in the Virunga National Park. Cross-border infrastructure to facilitate legitimate trade and movements of people. Support to improved traceability of raw materials, including minerals, replacing trafficking by trade. In terms of humanitarian situation, we welcome the much-needed attention given to the situation of the people in eastern DRC and across the Great Lakes. EU humanitarian aid to DRC, with a focus on the east, has been significant. Euro 112 million in 2024 and Euro 100 million in 25 so far, but the needs are enormous and only partially met. The European Union urges the parties to rapidly deliver on their commitments towards refugees and internally displaced persons. We stress the importance of ensuring the necessary conditions for the delivery of emergency relief and for the free, safe and unconditional access by humanitarian operators to vulnerable population. Thank you very much for your attention.
Děkuji. A teraz poprosím za poslanecký klub ľudovej Európskej.
Thank you very much. And now for the EPP, colleague Ter Laake.
Dank u wel, voorzitter, beste commissaris.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, colleagues. The peace agreement between Congo and Rwanda hopefully will lead to less conflict in the DRC for thousands of people have died and fled. This war must stop. In the peace agreement, there's a possibility for investments and extraction of raw materials. Chinese and other nations are already on the spot. It's important that the prosperity from these riches benefits the locals. We shouldn't rob the country. The European Union, so far, has been outside of this agreement. But the EU must keep tabs on it and must see how we can have a partnership with Congo so that we can have these raw materials benefiting both the EU and the Congolese.
Thank
you very much. And now for the S&D group, colleague Maich.
Ja, voorzitter, dank u wel. Ik ontmoette haar vorige maand in Congo.
Thank you very much. Let me tell you about a 15-year-old girl from the Congo who was raped brutally in her house so badly that she had to be taken to hospital and sewn up again. She came home again because she wanted to go back to school. She really liked doing maths. She says she doesn't want to have children in the future because she doesn't know if she can trust in people anymore. It is there's no talk of even compensating the victims here. The problem is that the actual cause of the conflict is not being dealt with. Illegal mining, great inequality, the M23 rebels. It is important to help the victims of sexual violence, but we do need to look at the causes of the conflict and bring those responsible in front of the courts. Thank you.
Colleague Olivier.
Thank you, President. The recent agreement between Rwanda and Congo is fragile, but is welcome. It shows the weakness of the EU in this war. You've diplomatically disarmed countries. France and Belgium were not exactly welcome. You didn't do anything. You left Rwanda, have their raw materials robbed. The Trump peace agreement means that the M23 has been disarmed. There's a question of internal refugees in Congo. The EU should be worried about this. And it's a question of civil populations, as in other wars. And when it also, it's similar in Ukraine. There's a question of commercial relations with this big country, Congo. The Commission wanted to act. We'll see what is the value of their words. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, colleague for the ECR, colleague Bell.
On
the 27th of June, Donald Trump succeeded where the EU had failed, a peace deal between the DRC and Rwanda. We are very glad of this, of course. The carnage that we're seeing in the eastern regions of the DRC is profoundly destabilizing the whole region. The crimes of the M23, supported by Kagame and Islamist forces, have not disappeared. 7,000 dead, 500,000 displaced people since this pro-Rwanda militia began their assaults. Hopefully now the Congos can will no longer be victims of colonialist exploitation. I am emotional when I think of the victims of the church who were decapitated just because they were Christian, murdered by Daesh in Central Africa. The EU has tolerated the pillaging of numerous areas by their neighbours. We should not delude ourselves about the reality. It's about competition with China that the American administration has finally mobilised. Previously, the EU was inefficient, and so it will have no positive benefits from this. The EU pays Africa in order to stop migrant flows rather than proper economic trade. The Democratic Republic of Congo could be a powerful partner in Africa, and hopefully this will be possible in the future.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is colleague Woutmans from the Renew Group.
Thank you, President, colleagues. There are important steps in looking for durable peace in Congo. Will this agreement improve things on the ground? Commissioner, where is Europe? Why has the MOU with Rwanda not been suspended? There have been 10 million countries. It's like wiping a country the size of Belgium off the map. We've seen that the Congolese people wants to have justice above all, which is essential to have a durable peace after 30 years of war orchestrated by Rwanda. The Council and the Commission should keep on the pressure with sanctions because despite the signature of the peace agreement, Rwanda continues to threat and to conquer further territory. Let's have sanctions and make sure that those who are responsible for the atrocity go unpunished. And that's what the Parliament has called for through its resolutions.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, colleague Sartori from the Greens.
We are talking about a peace deal between the RDC and the Rwanda. I would like to say to the DRC that I am always on the side of peace. I'm very pleased that the weapons have quietened now, but we were never on the side of those who have committed these atrocities. It's very important to have justice. We're seeing Donald Trump have the same imperialist logic as he did in Ukraine. He is pleased to have got these mining rights in the DRC. This agreement does not guarantee lasting peace. It does not acknowledge the Rwandan aggressor. It doesn't talk about any reform of the Congolese government. This agreement only means that there will be foreign powers taking the resources of the DRC. It shows the failure of the EU once again. It should have been able to provide an alternative route to peace, one based on justice. It is your failure, Commissioner. You did not. You claim to be unaware of Rwanda's actions in the DRC. Stop doing nothing or being complicit in this. Thank you.
And now, colleague Botenga from the left.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. The peace is good. We can applaud that. You didn't say that Trump, he said what to the Congolese? He said, if you want peace, you have to hand over your riches. He's imposed a deal on Congo which gives him control of the minerals. It's a racket. The West, including Europe, sponsored Rwanda and the rebels, the war in the East, to pay for the minerals in Congo, and then they propose peace and to also bring in American mercenaries to control the mines in Ukraine. They're doing the same thing. If you want our support, you will have to hand over your raw materials. And Libya, Iran, Iraq, all the countries they want to control their gas and their oil are attacked. The Palestinians are being exploited because of their gas. And that's why Africa is being impoverished, and that leads to anger. And if we don't change our approach in Europe, we'll be tarred and feathered by the Africans and the Congolese. We've been supporting the rebels, the Rwandans, and other imperialists like the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Colleague Becke from the EPP.
Meneer de commissaris, collega's, begin dit jaar leidde het geweld in Oost-Congo opnieuw gruwelijk op.
We are seeing violence in the Congo that has reached horrific levels. We have seen horrible images on the TV, but in fact this has been going on for 60 years. Now, this agreement is a step in the right direction, but it is only a step. My question, Commissioner, is where is Europe's role in this conflict? We have to ask ourselves, was this a peace deal or a deal for the minerals? We are left with this deal for minerals, and then what happens to the peace? how can we help move things in the right direction? Perhaps if we are more present at the negotiating table. Yes, this peace deal has been signed, but there are crucial actors who are not willing to be part of this peace deal, such as the M23 rebels, and they are at the heart of the problem. President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, I would call on all of you on the EU, those who are here, the Commission, the High Representative, to work together to try and dedicate more time to this conflict. It's gone on for decades and there have been millions of victims. We're talking about 2.5 million internal refugees within the country. I hope that this peace deal will lead to something positive. We need to ensure that it isn't just a minerals deal, as has been the case in Ukraine. We need to be more present as Europeans. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Assis, please.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, President. First of all, looking at the situation, this particular peace agreement sounds like good news on the African continent. It involves some sort of reconciliation between the two countries and the involvement of the United States as well, ceasefire, dealing with the issue of minerals, etc. But reparations and this basically for the human rights violations that have taken place, that is outside of the agreement. This agreement brings peace, but it leaves impunity on the field. The conflict isn't going to disappear. It's simply going to remain suspended in a very opportune fashion. And when it is of convenience, it will be reignited. So we can't have simple observers present. There has to be proper peacemaking in the region and a priority as well for the protection of the local population, the civilians as well. The pulling out of Rwanda forces from the Democratic Republic of Congo is important as well. We need proper understanding. Without that taking place, there won't be proper reconciliation. Thank you.
Jamais, 1 minute.
Oui.
Yes. The peace agreement negotiated in Washington between Rwanda and the DRC under the aegis of the US is dramatic. First of all, it supports the Rwandan dictator Kagame and forces the arm of the Congo. The EU is out of the game, which is in a region which is strategic for our interests. How? Why? After 30 years of aggression and pressure and 6 million deaths, the EU looked away. It hid behind indignation and supporting an aggressive and invasive force, and it denounces things elsewhere. Now, on this agreement and these 30 years of failure, all you can say is nothing has been sorted out. Other words, everything remains to be done.
Mr. Ottien, for 1 minute.
Herr Präsident, verehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen! Dass der Krieg zu Ende geht.
President, colleagues, it is good that the war is coming to a conclusion and that the M23 militia might withdraw. It is good that Rwanda stops plundering the resources of the Congo. So everything's good? Well, no, in fact. In Rwanda, the opposition is still repressed. There is no freedom of expression in Rwanda. Let me just say that on the 19th of June, Victor Ingabire, the leader of the opposition, was arrested. And we had the first stage of the trial just recently. He is accused of founding a criminal organization. It is unsure whether he will be freed from prison. Let me say, ladies and gentlemen, that the Commission needs to be active, needs to remain on the ball here to ensure that human rights, fundamental freedoms are still implemented in Rwanda, and that this case is not forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barrena for 1 minute.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much. Since the beginning of the 1990s, the eastern part of the Congo has been the place of conflict that's been linked to the presence of numerous different armed groups, conflict, in other words, for the natural resources there. And the consequences have been, of course, there because of the genocide in Rwanda. 7 million people have been displaced internally. And the violation of international law, humanitarian law, basically, is systematic. In this particular context, on the 27th of June, an agreement was signed between the DRC and Rwanda for peace, and calling for the pullout of Rwanda forces from the Congo and the safe return of displaced individuals as well. And this agreement is a relevant opportunity to de-escalate the conflict, irrespective of the various doubts that exist. For sustainable peace, there is a possibility there. We're speaking, however, about an area where there's a vacuum, huge instability, and it's necessary for the Congo authorities to make sure that structures are put in place to provide for security for the civilians and meet the terms of the peace agreement, and that the EU pull out of the various neo-colonial activities in which it's been involved. Thank you very much.
Mr. Haide. Mr. Faski, sorry.
Do you use a cell phone? I'm sure you do. Most certainly you will find parts in it which come from Congo, from a country that is consumed by a conflict for more than a decade. Rwanda-supported militias took over the Congolese strategic areas. Every 4 minutes, a woman was raped. Every 4 minutes. It seems now that we have a deal between Congo and Rwanda. It should be an opportunity for Europe. Africa has its own experience with Russian occupation and modern Chinese feudalism. Europe, on the other hand, offers a partnership. I've been to Congo, and I can confirm that Europe is seen as a solid partner. European initiative, the Global Gateway, is based on cooperation, not dependence. As a shadow rapporteur, I'm glad I can shape how a global gateway works.
Thank you, Mr. Faski. Next speaker is Mr. Haide.
Danke, Herr Vizepräsident, Herr Kommissar.
Thank you, Vice President, Commissioner. There's nothing that our world needs more as peace in one of the greatest flashpoints and theatres of war in our period. In the European Parliament, we've talked about the unsustainable situation for people, violence and misuse. The agreement between Rwanda and the DRC can be a first important step towards peace and stability. But what is important is how the agreement is actually implemented, whether it tackles the sources of the conflicts. The support of the M23 rebels by Rwanda must be ended. Leaving them out of the agreement is a mistake. The trade with raw materials shouldn't lead to corruption and conflicts. And all of us have a bit of cobalt from Congo in our devices. Where the EU-US administration is following economic interests, the humanitarian needs must be the focus. Long-term stability is about perspectives and Europe's security and credibility.
The CATGI procedures, and we have one request. Mr. López Aguilar, for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. El pasado mes de abril tuve
Last April, I had the honor to be part of a mission of the European Parliament, of the Parliamentary Assembly for Africa, and that involves, of course, the Democratic Republic of Congo as well. We discussed quite a bit with the President of the Republic there, and I don't think I'm revealing any secret by saying that everything that he mentioned involved the decades-long struggle, a fight, war with M23, with Rwanda as well. In Goma, the speaker is not audible at the and also the role of the United States and Qatar in the penetration of the particular area, in excavating and in removing rare earths and minerals. So I think it was quite clear that he condoned, it's quite clear that he condemned the activities that involve any sort of undermining of human rights and of children and women in the area as well. These are issues that he emphasized and focused on.
Dear Mr. Chair, honorable members of European Parliament, before I jump to my closing remarks, please allow me to at least partially answer some of your questions. Mainly, where is my role or the Commission's role in the whole negotiation process? Unfortunately, I'm meanwhile missing the most outspoken persons here. Okay. Who helped facilitate the deal was a matter for the two parties to decide, not for the EU or anybody else to determine. The EU's overarching goal is that a peace agreement be reached and respected. We condemn the US for having facilitated this. Our strong principled stance in last February, March, was part of pressure that drew the parties, both parties, to negotiation table. The EU, and in particular, the EUSR, the Special Representative for the Great Lakes region, has been in regular contact with all key partners. On the MOU on sustainable raw materials value chain, the EU condemns the illegal exploitation and trafficking of natural resources from the DRC. The effective, regardless if it is done by Rwandese or some of the Congolese. Let me be very open. The effective certification of supply chains, regional cooperation and trade are a crucial step in this regard. For this reason, the EU signed the MOUs with both DRC and Rwanda. The MOU with Rwanda, in particular, provides a platform to engage Rwanda on the transparency and traceability of mineral value chains and to encourage Rwanda to join the extractive industry transparency initiative. Legitimate regional trade and cooperation on natural resources can be important drivers of economic development, creating win-win-win solutions through the Great Lake regions. We are concerned with the illegal trafficking of Congolese resources to and via Rwanda. Discussions with the member states are ongoing, and the MOU in question is now under review. The peace agreement can bring hope to many and is undoubtedly a step in the right direction. We hope the first of many. We are not naive and do recognize the many challenges that lie ahead. The tragic history of the Great Lakes, which has witnessed multiple failed attempts at solving this crisis in eastern DRC, calls for caution and prudence. But for now, this is the best chance we have to help build a momentum for peace. The region cannot afford to miss this opportunity. The implementation of the peace agreement, the successful and satisfactory conclusion of the talks between the DRC and M23, and the coordination and continuation of the other peace initiatives will not be easy and will require coordinated and concerned efforts by all stakeholders. The EU is ready to do its part to contribute to this effort, drawing lessons from the past, capitalizing on its existing actions, but ready to do more. Thank you very much for your attention and for the balanced debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I can assure the debate is important for the Parliament. Many of the colleagues are at the group level right now discussing important issues related also to the Commission. So this being said, this debate is closed, and we move to the next debate. I will speak in Romanian. Următorul punct de pe ordinea de zi este declarația.
The next point on the agenda is the declaration of the European Commission, the results of the outcome of the Conference on the Financing for Development in Seville.
We move directly to the Council. Representative of the Council, Ms. Pierre. Ms. Pierre.
President, honourable members, Commissioner, the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in Seville has marked a key moment for global cooperation. This comes at a time of historical challenges and urgent need for renewed commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals. The mere fact that the conference was hosted on European soil underscores the EU's unwavering commitment to multilateralism, solidarity, and a rule-based international order. In Seville, the EU reaffirmed its unity, leadership, and commitment to global sustainable development and the SDGs, working closely with partners to promote reforms and fair representation in international institutions. The conference achieved consensus, a success in itself, on a comprehensive outcome document. It lays out an ambitious package of reforms and actions to close the $40 trillion annual financing gap for the SDGs. This outcome reaffirmed a number of key priorities promoted by the EU throughout the conference process: domestic resource mobilization, international trade and private sector mobilization, debt and debt sustainability, and further reform of the international financial architecture. Also, it commits to opening an intergovernmental process at the UN to address gaps in the global debt architecture, with the aim of achieving more comprehensive and fair debt relief. The EU's Global Gateway strategy and support for innovative financing mechanism were key contributions to mobilizing resources and supporting transformative development. As such, they helped EU contribute to the 2030 agenda. By investing in quality infrastructure projects, Global Gateway strengthened the resilience and autonomy of the EU's partners while supporting their urgent priorities, including climate action, energy and digital transition, health and education. With many transformative investment projects reflecting the needs and objectives of our partners in Africa, Latin America, Caribbean, and Asia, the Global Gateway is an instrument to advance the sustainable economic and human development in these countries and build lasting mutually beneficial partnerships. Later this year, in November, the EU will hold summits with the Community of Latin American and Caribbean states and with the African Union. These will be key occasions to further advance our development cooperation agenda with two of our most important regional cooperation partners. Of course, Seville is not the end of the road, and there is still a long way to reach our common objective and achieving sustainable development by 2030. This agreement is not as perfect, but it provides a compass and a pathway for development finance in the coming decade. It also demonstrates that multilateralism can still deliver, even in a fractured global context. This is our only way forward. As the President of the European Council, Antonio Costa, said in his address to the Seville Conference, it is only together that we can tackle climate change, poverty, and inequalities and build a lasting peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We move to the Commission. Commissioner Sikela. You have the floor, Commissioner.
Honourable Chair, honourable members of the European Parliament. Thank you for inviting me to reflect on the outcome of the fourth International Financing for Development conference in Seville. This was a rare multilateral moment, the first such global gathering on development finance in 10 years. Throughout the conference, Europe played a central role. Together with President von der Leyen and President Costa, we sent a strong political signal confirming Europe's development leadership. And our message was clear. The EU is fully committed to multilateralism and to finding common solutions to mobilize more financing for sustainable development. Access to finance is among the top priorities of our partner countries. As the UN Secretary General highlighted, financing is the engine of development. And the outcomes of the conference, the Seville commitment and the Seville platform for action now provide a good basis for action while respecting the roles and mandates of international fora and organizations. In my view, in Seville, we made progress on 4 important points. First, domestic resource mobilization is key. It remains the most predictable source of financing for sustainable development. The discussions in Seville underlined the importance of building fair and effective tax systems and fighting tax avoidance, tax evasion and illicit financial flows. But collecting more is not sufficient. Enhancing spending efficiency is also essential to ensure that every country directs much needed resources towards priorities such as education, health and social protection. The EU played a leading role in driving this agenda forward in Seville. We endorsed the Seville Declaration on domestic revenue mobilization and call it a Seville platform initiative, encouraging others to provide double support to domestic revenue mobilization. Second, private sector mobilization must be a part of our action. Public money alone will not be enough to bridge the annual €4 trillion gap to achieve the SDGs. We need to mobilize private investments at scale. With our Global Gateway strategy, we are ahead of the curve. We are already using public funds to leverage private investments towards sustainable development. For instance, we offer guarantees to de-risk private investments in partner countries. We provide innovative financial instruments, including blended finance, green bonds, and development venture capital funds. We also foster enabling environments to encourage sustainable private investments. Third, official development assistance remains essential for our international partnerships. We have not backed away from our commitments. In 2024, the EU and its member states provided 42% of official development assistance globally. Now, this money needs to be used more efficiently and strategically. It's also essential to mobilize other sources of financing for sustainable development and to promote both our priorities and those of our partners. And finally, we must continue efforts to reform the international financial architecture, to make it more inclusive, efficient, and representative. We've made progress on different aspects over the last few years. Now we must build on the momentum of the Financing for Development Conference 2. Continue reforming multilateral development banks and increasing their lending capacity through the full implementation of the G20 roadmap. Further enhance the representation and the voice of partner countries in decision-making. Enhance debt transparency and improve existing process for debt treatment and debt relief, including efforts to provide liquidity to vulnerable countries while ensuring sustainable debt management. Dear colleagues, there is one more message we should bring home from this conference. Development must not be an ideological issue. It is not a left or right topic. It is a forward-thinking strategic investment. The tools are already in our hands. We must use them to their full capacity to promote sustainable development and invest in global public goods. I am looking forward to hearing your opinions and thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. We go to the list of speakers on behalf of the political groups. We start with the EPP, Mr. Lucas Mandl, for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you, Commissioner, for your courageous speech. I'm happy to have for the development policies endeavors of this Parliament such a champion in the European Commission when it comes to sustainable development. And I'm also happy that the European Parliament today managed to decide in our voting on a very particular specific message, namely, we welcome the outcome of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in Seville as a significant effort to reform the international financial architecture. We address the cost of borrowing and scale up investment to close the financing gap for sustainable development. A very clear message that we have taken today. And since there is a lot at stake when it comes to development, it's often about life and death, and it's about opportunities for generations. Because there's a lot at stake, I want to speak very parliamentarily as a parliamentarian today. We have decided on that today because we were not able to decide before Seville here in the European Parliament. And the reason was not Charles Goerens, who was the rapporteur for this file, whom I commend for his efforts and for his excellent work in the negotiations, very compromise-oriented, and this is what it should be about. But after these negotiations, this compromise was targeted by amendments. We didn't have a chance for majorities, nearly all of them except one, and this hit. And this is why last time we couldn't decide on Seville. This can be a lesson for all of us to stick together because it's a lot at stake, as I have mentioned, to find positive compromises and to contribute to sustainable development in the best sense we can as the European Parliament.
Now we move to the next speaker on behalf of the SND, Ms. Marit Mai, for 1.5 minutes.
Ja, dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, Madam Minister, in the south of Europe, since Europe, there has been alarm because of the level of heat, but because of the high level of indebtedness in the global south. That's a different problem. This Seville conference was very important, but the report from it was watered down by those on the right, and they voted against it. And there was applause. It was said we need less development aid. 700 million people live in extreme poverty. And 100 countries, they pay more for servicing their debt than they pay on education and healthcare. It's a broken system, Commissioner. 2025, throughout the world, we have 3,000 billions, and this system is leading to more billionaires, even though more people are going hungry. That's moral bankruptcy. It's a shame that the Parliament couldn't speak out, and that the Commission, in the reform of the financial system and the debt system, they backpedaled. This final document is available, but the international system must be repaired. It's broken. This We can still fix the system, but we need to use this opportunity.
The next speaker on behalf of the Patriots, Mr. Buxade Villalba.
La conferencia de la ONU en Sevilla.
The UN conference in Seville showed the worst side of globalism and the worst side of Pedro Sanchez, the most sinister and hypocritical side. We see increasing taxes on the middle class and the working class to support projects such as the resistance, looking at feminism, intersectionality, etc. And what I don't understand any of that. What I understand is that Spanish people can't access decent housing. There are 1,000 police drafted in to guarantee the security at this conference. And while Pedro Sanchez was talking about this global strategy against corruption, the secretary from his party went to jail under investigation for corruption, while von der Leyen was talking about financial architecture. Many companies do not have the credits or the loans that they need, while Moreno Bonillo was talking about tackling climate change. We have olive trees being pulled down in Cordoba and Jaén to benefit investors who have sold this land on the futures market. Europeans are meant to pay for this wave of migration for your ideology, but it just brings violence, loneliness, isolation, lack of housing, and a collapse of social services. Globalism, woke propaganda, money for NGOs, and debt for Europeans. It is a shame and a failure. Thank you.
The next speaker on behalf of ECR, Mario Mantovani. 1 minute and a half.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, colleagues, I feel that when we speak about Africa, there are responsibilities and vision as well. We have to get rid of the predatory policies of a number of different governments and confront the issue of the African debt in a significant fashion and a meaningful fashion as well. We need this. We need this for joint stability for Europe and Africa. Giorgia Meloni, for that reason, organized an African summit, and the issue was there to deal with the situation in Africa, with sustainability of the debt, and dealing with the African debt as well, attracting at the same time investments. The conference in Seville will be remembered for that reason, and the numerous different projects, 30 in all, which were announced, will be meaningful, hopefully. The government of Italy has earmarked 230 million for concrete investments and for dealing with the debt issue of Africa. I'd like to thank Minister Cirielli, who worked so effectively in the course of that particular conference, because as concerns Africa, what we have to do is make sure that the potential that Africa has is reached. Also, we have to solve the numerous different problems that the continent has. For example, migration, the loss of brain power, the loss of human power overall because of mass migration from the continent. Thank you very much.
Group, Mr. Barry Andrews.
President, Commissioner, and Minister, and colleagues. Last week, The Lancet, one of the world's most credible medical journals, published the results of a study into the consequences, as they see it, of US disengagement from overseas development assistance. And their report concluded that USA disengagement is going to result in additional 14 million deaths by 2030. 14 million deaths by 2030. We can conclude, if we believe this is even partly credible, that ODA works. But we know that there is now zero political cost to reducing ODA, whereas there is an enormous human cost, very demonstrably. And this study doesn't even include the impact of EU member state reductions in overseas development assistance, but we can extrapolate safely that it will probably lead to more than 20 million deaths by 2030. And I'm sure you're also aware of the ODI study that concluded that ODA investment delivers equivalent benefits to the EU economy by, for example, reducing trade barriers. So it works, and it can be part of a principled economic foreign policy. But much of what was agreed at Seville is aspirational. So we have something that works. We have something that demonstrably works and saves lives. So I would implore you, Commissioner, to remain a champion for overseas development assistance, and I warmly welcome your commitment to that in your speech earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to the next speaker on behalf of the Greens, Ms. Isabella Lovin.
Herr Talman, Herr
President, Commissioner, there is something serious happening with the traditional right in Europe. Now, we always thought differently, my group and the conservative groups, but there was one point that was a given: human rights. But when we look at the position to the UN conference, we see that things are changing. We had a very simple idea that companies should respect human rights. And this was a red line for the Christian Democrats. So that's really something quite surprising. And we see so few of the EPP Parliament's biggest group here listening to this debate. They do not want to accept this green politics and greed ideology. But where has this respect for human rights gone? Who's standing up for these rights? This overseas assistance is so important. And when the US have cut their aid, the world is looking to the EU now to stand up for this overseas development aid. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on behalf of ECN is Mr. Mark Jongen.
Werte Kollegen, colleagues, Commissioner, the former Prime Minister of Senegal said in Seville, the Europeans, because of the brutal colonial history, should provide eternal development aid. And there are lots of people who can move from Africa to Europe. That's systematic for a situation, for an attitude which isn't topical. Mr. Bullman was so enthusiastic that he invited the lady to Brussels. Mr. Bullman, the report failed in this Parliament because we can't go on like that. The European development policy shouldn't be based on bad conscience or the climate or gender ideology, but rather on geostrategical and economic interests for Europe. As I say, an end to mass migration. We mustn't copy China. We must follow a bit more of our own interests and look to China for that. Commissioner, you said some right things, but ideology and corruption, we need to deal with that in our development policy. We need a European Dodge, as Trump and Musk have.
Our procedures, and we continue with the list of speakers. Now, Mr. Udo Bullmann.
Colleagues, Commissioner, Minister, I don't know whether in Seville all former ministers of Senegal understood correctly. What they wanted was real partnership. That's what they were calling for. And that's why we're invited. They wanted a real partnership. And that's why those individuals were invited to discuss with us how practically we will be able to organ that particular partnership so we can have some sort of concerted effort, some sort of common achievement and success. A year ago in New York, the Global South, it was stated clearly that the multilateral issue was saved and there was hope for working together to resolve the problems. But we reacted. How did we react? We cut developmental aid. Commissioner, Minister, I hope that much more comes out of Seville.
And I would like to express a warning and a wish for Madam von der Leyen when next week, when the MFF sits before her, that she takes the opportunity and doesn't toss the numerous chances for some sort of effective cooperation to the winds. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Moreira de Sá.
Obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Last month, here in plenary in Parliament, a report was rejected. It was on the Seville conference, 340 against 227. There was a new political reality that others didn't want to see. The current development financing model is over. The Seville conference ended true commitments, and there was a general statement. The ECA is sounding the alarm. There are huge deficits in the way that European money is spent. And there are no criteria attached to it. That must end. The Commission has withdrawn the Green Claims Directive. That's victories for the right, who want to defend a new paradigm, less ideology, more results. And we're thinking of Margaret Thatcher, who said, you shouldn't follow the quantity, you shouldn't follow the crowd should follow you. Europe should have its own solutions, bilateral partnerships with the governments and local actors, multilateral banks, which can spend money better. We have had enough of doctrinal speeches. We must assume responsibility and not just preach empty words.
Speaker, Ms. Timgren.
Tack för ordet.
Thank you very much for the floor, President. We had a gathering of world leaders to talk about one of the biggest aid packages ever. We're talking about 4 trillion annually. This to help tackle global poverty. Certainly very ambitious, but you have to look at the reality of the situation. Is this money really going to help the most vulnerable? We need to focus on clean water, on food, but instead people are talking about reducing carbon dioxide in countries where people don't even have electricity, or parents can't give food to their children. We heard a lot of fine talk and promises at this conference, but afterwards the money just seems to disappear in bureaucracy and corruption, and it doesn't get to those who need it most. Thank you.
Next speaker, Monsieur Charles Goerens.
President, Commissioner, the Seville conference was the chance to respond to the expectations of those in a situation of distress. So, unfortunately, the US decided to turn its back on those who need it, and by cutting 60 billion in development aid. The Seville conference was a chance to respond to the expectations when it comes to precarity, famine, and underdevelopment. The European Parliament adopted a position ahead of the Seville conference. There's a question of whether it was the Trumpist movement and its indifference influenced the Parliament and led to the rejection of my report. This morning, the positions in the European Parliament last month found a large majority this morning by the same Parliament. I invite you, therefore, to respect the line approved this morning when it comes to sustainable development objectives, and the line in this Parliament in this Parliament, which is about finding viable compromises.
Achim.
Thank you very much, President. In the last couple of years, the number of crises involving development has increased, but the resources have shrunk to deal with the problems. 4 out of 10 live in countries where there's more money that goes to service the debt than to health and to education. And by far, we will not achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We need more action. Many countries are requesting it, but we're turning our backs, the United States as well. The United States has been cutting back for many, many years now, and the European Parliament didn't have a clear position in Sevilla because of the issues that developed. So there are many countries which have simply failed to provide under these circumstances. And with Seville right now, I think indeed we have to move forward with a more just financial system, cancelling debt, an financial architecture which is much more just. We need solidarity as well. We need political leadership at the European level as well. With our allies to work together, and it is indeed something which is extremely important because it involves our credibility above all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, President. We did not want to be present in this conference in Seville because we had to think about who else was there and who was being represented. Now, I am a bit tired of the moral superiority of the left. Their model is simply to finance NGOs, and as we saw ends up, first of all, the money was going to NGOs who just distributed the money as they saw fit and to push their ideology, their gender ideology, climate catastrophism. And this model of aid, as we've seen up to now, is a failed model. What developing countries need is to have the right conditions for development, as a Nobel Prize winner from 2015 said. What you need are solid institutions with good governance and the right conditions for competitiveness, favourable to business and to innovation. If these conditions are in place, if governments are reliable, if there's independent processes in place, if the registries and contracts, everything is reliable, then if all of this works, then development is possible. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mr. Robert Bieton.
President, Commissioner, Minister, thank you very much, colleagues, for voting today mine and Mr. Ferranturi's report on SDGs. We go with strong mandates, finally, to UN meeting in New York. But with 5 years remaining to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the world is on track to achieve only 17% of the targets. We're failing short of trillions of dollars, euros, whatever. We are unfortunately losing a lot of opportunities. And as the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, the conference, it was not about money. It was about investing in the future we want to build together. He was right, because we know there is no plan B for SDGs. That's why we need to seize this opportunity and start implementing policies. I fully agree with Minister Bierre. We have compass, we have pathway, and then that's where we need to deliver now. This is an essence for us. This is the obligation, because the promise of SDGs is no one must be left behind, and we need to deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker, Madame Muriel Laurent.
Merci.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, Madam Minister. Some days ago, the US aid office ceased to exist, 14 million people could die from hunger and illness in the next 5 years due to a lack of support. That's a shocking figure. There's a clear urgency, but some member states in Europe, including France, are cutting their commitments. Within this hemicycle, the preparatory text ahead of the Seville conference was rejected by an alliance between the right and the far right. During this period, the climate crisis and the health and geopolitical crisis are continues to exist. Debt is achieving alarming levels. It's the most vulnerable women, children, refugees who are paying the price. We have 5 years to achieve the SDGs. We shouldn't sacrifice our historic responsibilities, and we should need to act and step up to the plate.
Presidente, Senhora Comissário, Senhora Ministra, quantos países...
Minister, Commissioner, when the developed countries help developing countries, we find ourselves before moral obligation, but at the same time, you're helping yourself because extreme poverty. We've seen numerous different steps in the wrong direction. We've seen what the United States has done with U.S. aid, and this is going to have terrible consequences, increasingly tragic consequences for thousands of people. There's convergence as far as what was discussed in Seville, but as far as the United States and what is taking place there is an indication, once again, of the importance that the European Union has on this particular front.
Panie Przewodniczący, Panie...
President, Commissioner, the data that have been published from the Lancet magazine are horrific. Millions of people around the world might die because of what Donald Trump is doing in the US. This is a tragedy. But also for us in Europe, this is the great opportunity to stand up to the occasion. We can take the leadership. We can invest in the global development because this is the future for all of us. I myself went to Seville and I participate in the discussion on feminist foreign policy, and it was hugely symbolic. The interest was great. There were many people who could not fit into the room. They had to sit on the floor. So please keep women in the loop. Even if there is no space for us at the table, we will get in through the window, if not through the door, because without women, the major goals cannot be implemented. Thank you. Please do not forget about it.
And now we move back to the Commission. Commissioner Sikela.
Honourable Chair, honourable members of the European Parliament. In these difficult times for international development cooperation, the fourth international conference in Seville showed that the world can still come together and agree on transformative action. It also showed that Europe is the leader in supporting sustainable development, and this leadership is something we can be proud of. But we must turn this leadership into concrete benefits for our citizens and for our partners alike. At the same time, country ownership must make up the bedrock of change. Sustainable development can never be something we do to our partners, but something we can achieve together with them. Multilateralism, international partnerships and effective development cooperation are crucial to bring important support. Now the commitment of Seville and the 130 initiatives that comprise the Seville platform for action show we are walking the talk. Dear colleagues, to achieve our ambitions, cooperation across institutions is essential. We should turn Europe's development leadership not only into more global impact, stability or opportunities, for our partners, but also into stronger competitiveness and economic security for Europe. This will require closer coordination between the Commission, Member States and this Parliament. As a former banker and economist, I am used to work with small budgets, with decent budgets, with big budgets. I am used to spend them in a most efficient and way and not to overrun them. What I cannot do is to work without funding I can commit and without clear balance between authorities and responsibilities. Therefore, let me thank you for today's discussion, and I look forward to our further cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We move back to the Minister, Mr. Pierre.
President, honourable members, Commissioner, the conference in Seville has set a renewed agenda for financing sustainable development and hope for multilateral cooperation. The EU has played a key role in this by confirming that we are united and reliable. We remain committed to working with all partners to turn the promises of the outcome document into tangible progress, while recognizing that much more must be done to address systemic shortcomings and deliver on the SDGs for all. The EU calls for continued ambition, partnership, and accountability to ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. This being said, this debate is closed, and we move to the next point of the agenda, and I will read the title in my own language, in Romanian. Declarația Comisiei 51 de ani de la
Statement of the Commission 51 years after the Turkish invasion of the Republic of Cyprus, condemning the continued Turkish occupation and supporting the resumption of negotiations for a comprehensive solution in line with international law, the UNSC resolutions, EU principles and acquis.
Again, we kindly invite Commissioner Tichela to take the floor.
Honourable Chair, honourable members, the European Commission remains fully committed to a comprehensive settlement of the Cyprus issue. And let me be clear what we mean by this. Within the UN framework, in accordance with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions and in line with principles of which the EU is founded and to ascribe. These principles include democracy, the rule of law, and the right of the people of Cyprus to live in peace without outside interference. There are not empty words. These are not empty words. The settlement of Cyprus issue remains a key priority for the EU. As the European Council in April 2024, EU leaders At the European Council in April 24, EU leaders emphasized the importance of this issue for the relationship between the EU and Turkey. They made clear that this issue is of particular importance to the EU and an important issue in the EU-Turkey relations. Notably, we want to see the resumption of and progress in settlement talks to further enhance this relationship. The EU leaders declared their willingness to play an active role in the reunification of Cyprus. The EU stands ready to support all stages of the UN-led process with all appropriate means at its disposal. The outcome of the informal talks in March was encouraging. The EU strongly supports the work of the UN Secretary General and his personal envoy on Cyprus, together with the two Cypriot leaders and the three guarantor states. We hope that the next round of such talks scheduled for the 16th and 17th of July in New York will also produce a positive result. On the 14th of May, the Commission appointed Johannes Hahn, a former European Commissioner, as Special Envoy for Cyprus. He reports directly to the Commission President. His appointment underlines the Commission's commitment to the reunification of Cyprus. Special Envoy Hahn has already traveled to Cyprus. He has had contacts with many actors, including the UN Secretary General's personal envoy on Cyprus, Maria Angela Holguin-Kelar. His mandate is to contribute to the settlement process within the UN framework and in close cooperation with the UN Secretary General's personal envoy. One of the key issues is the building of trust between the two communities. To facilitate this, the Commission implements major EU-funded measures in Cyprus. The goal is to build trust between the two communities and so prepare the ground for a resumption of negotiations. Through the EU aid programme for the Turkish Cypriot community, the European Commission has, since 2026, invested €727 million in measures which build trust. We are helping expand trade between the two communities. This leads to more contacts and greater confidence between people. We have offered to help build a bi-communal solar power plant. This would increase bi-communal cooperation in the energy field. We are implementing the all-island Halim protected designation of origin scheme in Cyprus. This protects a century-old product of the whole island, bringing together and benefiting both Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot producers. EU funding is also bringing together civil society organizations from the two communities in fields such as education, environment and culture. EU funding is restoring cultural monuments across the island, conserving Cyprus' rich and multi-faceted cultural heritage. And on a more somber note, EU funding is helping find the remains of people who went missing during the fighting in 63, 64 and in 1974. This is a reminder of the human cost of the conflict and should spur us all on to find a peaceful solution, supporting Cypriot reunification within the UN framework. The EU will continue to invest political and financial capital in this solution, supporting dialogue and cooperation, implementing confidence-building measures, and paving the way for formal settlement negotiations. This issue is made all the more pressing by today's geopolitical shifts. In these troubled times, we must do all we can to promote stability and security in the Eastern Mediterranean and beyond. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to our discussion today.
So we'll have today one round of interventions per political group, and we start with Mr. Lucas Furlas on behalf of EPP for 1 minute and a half.
Thank you very much, President, Commission. It's not only an issue of trust, it's an issue of invasion and occupation, and this is something you'll be aware of. A Turkish invasion, 51 years remains unpunished. 51 years of settlements, the rape of women and girls, unpunished, execution of people of family members before their eyes, unpunished.
Cyprus is still bleeding and the wounds have not been closed. Friends, the list of crimes of Turkey against my country is endless. What has, however, ended is our patience. And we see that in the eyes of some, Cyprus is less Europe than, for example, Ukraine. 51 years later, Erdogan and others are and Qatar are speaking about two countries. They're even speaking about properties which were Greek Cypriot properties becoming Turkish Cypriot properties. I think what we need now are concrete acts. The crimes of an invader cannot be written off, no matter how many years pass. We are here, and we will say in the faces of those that are trying to convince us all that Turkey is a strategic partner. No, Cyprus is part of Europe, and our occupation is a terrible stain for us and a source of suffering for us and for you as well. Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, we listened to you carefully, and now you'll listen to us, the representatives of the Republic of Cyprus. 51 years since the Turkish invasion and the occupation, with thousands dead, executed individuals, hundreds of women that were raped in a bestial fashion, children from 12 years of age, individuals who have been lost, who are still looking for their bones, and those of us who experienced being refugees as children. Unfortunately, up until now, the fundamental rights of Cypriot citizens, Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots, are being violated by Turkey in a vulgar fashion. And here we have this discussion. We're having this discussion because the issue of Cyprus is a European issue. Turkey is occupying a piece of the European Union. This is taking place on European land. Two clear crimes: the expropriation of Greek Cypriot properties, the laundering of funds as well, the illegal settlement, transfer of soldiers, of settlers to Cyprus, and this, of course, with the statement on the part of the Turkish authorities and the Cypriots on the Turkish Cypriots on the island, saying that there is nothing like this taking place. So we have these crimes and we have these criminals as well. And we are requesting that which is obvious, just as measures were taken in the case of Ukraine. And we defended, those of us who believe in European values, we defended international law. We require and request from you to do the same for Cyprus. And the only prospect that exists is the European Union. The European Union offers that guarantee for those fundamental human rights of European citizens on Cyprus. And for that reason, we defend the European Union whose future will be judged on Cyprus today and not only. Thank you very much.
We move to the next speaker on behalf of the Patriots Group, Ms. Aphrodite Latinopoulou.
This is my last speech of the year, and I have a sacred duty to dedicate it to Hellenism and our Cyprus. It was the 20th of July, 1974, when Turkey invaded Cyprus, uprooting families, raping women, killing children, flattening churches and towns. And 51 years later, not only are they not ashamed, but they continue to threaten Greece and Cyprus. They continue to blackmail Europe with illegal immigrants and threats of war. And you, many of you here, as subservient facilitators, you're talking to the butchers, you're giving them money, weapons, and energy deals, and turn a blind eye on the occupation of half of Cyprus and the threats against Greece. But I'm not here to beg or simply ask for you to remember. I am here to demand punishment, to demand sanctions. We have to have an arms embargo. We have to freeze accession procedure. No participation in Europe arms programs is possible. We will not take the rapist of Cyprus as an equal partner. Cyprus is not negotiable. So, Erdogan, pack up your ambassadors and ridiculous letters and remember quite clearly that Greeks will not bear any yoke. Never forget that, because if you do, you'll simply find all of us united against you. Thank you.
On behalf of ECR Group, Mr. Yadis Yadi.
51 years since that terrible day in 1974 when Turkey invaded Cyprus, violating all international law, and from that time it occupies illegally the land on Cyprus. 51 years since the war crimes against humanity which the Turkish barbaric invader, for example, ethnic cleansing, persecution of individuals, taking prisoners, killing, torture, rape, destroying cultural heritage, religious sites as well. All of this took place, and they continue to take place, these crimes, not in a third country, but in a member state of the European Union. And though the European Parliament ought to do the obvious, in other words, a very strong resolution against the invasion and against this illegal occupation, unfortunately, no, we just have a little round of talks as if we're having some sort of literary evening. We're speaking about a country which is waiting to be liberated. The refugees must be able to return to their home, and the relatives of those who have been lost and we don't know where they are, they finally have to have some sort of closure on this particular issue. Our call for a discussion, very important, but I'm very, very sad that some couldn't really offer a better possibility, and unfortunately we do not have that resolution condemning the invasion, which we should have had, but rather than that, simply a discussion. Thank you.
For 1 minute.
"51 years of Turkish troops on EU ground, a shattering trauma for Cyprus, and for half a century the island and its people have remained divided. A European capital cut in half. But the deeper tragedy is that generation after generation of Cypriots have been let down by leaderships that lacked courage, let down by politicians who preferred nationalism over compromise, and let down by a world that treats the status quo as acceptable. Europe cannot claim to defend international law while tolerating its violation in Cyprus. If we want peace, justice and European unity, we must act with clarity, urgency and political will. Pick up the thread from 2017 and work towards a peaceful, united, free and independent federal future. Cyprus deserves much more than commemoration.
Now, on behalf of the left group, Georgios Georgiou.
Commissioner, a fascist coup d'etat and an invasion from Turkey, all of it very facilitated by NATO, brought to my homeland division of the country. 51 years of partition. 51 years of partition, and that still exists before us today. Erdogan and Tatar have declared a separate state in the north. The UN is trying to reignite negotiations. NATO and the United States is just turning a blind eye on this violation of human rights. And the European Union is at the same time caressing Erdogan, and Turkey is seen as a strategic partner of European security. Is it possible? You've put the wolf to take care of the sheep and look after them. If Europe wants, it can. As far as European Turkish relations. Something has to be done. We have to emerge from this quagmire. We have to have negotiations for a bizonal, communal federal state on the basis of UN resolutions and on the basis of the European acquis as well. Otherwise, we'll have a partitioned Cyprus as an eternal stigma of shame for Europe and for the international community. Are you going to accept that? We, as the left, we on Cyprus will never accept that. Thank you very much.
The next speaker on behalf of ESN, Mr. Mark Jongen.
In the 21st century, in Europe, there is still a divided country, Cyprus, and that's a disgrace, dear colleagues. As in any such long-lasting conflict, there is great mistrust and hurt on both sides, the Greek and the Turkish. Anyone who saw the interesting and courageous interview by our colleague Fidyas Panayotou with the political leader of Turkish Northern Cyprus will understand that there is no simple solution, but there can be a solution to this conflict. Whether a confederation or a return to a unitary state is the best option can only be resolved diplomatically between Greek and Turkish Cypriots. But the EU can provide and must provide much more support here, including more pressure on Turkey, not least because a lot of illegal migration to Europe passes through Cyprus from the north to the south, and this has to stop. And one thing is also clear, Turkey's role in the Cyprus conflict is one more reason to end the EU accession negotiations with Turkey once and for all, and to finally stop the billions in payments to Turkey that are still being made in this context. Thank you very much.
We move now back to the Commission. Commissioner Sikela, you have the floor.
Many thanks to all who have spoken. The Commission takes note of your contributions to this very important topic. In an unstable world, it becomes more important than ever that we stay true to our European values, including peaceful coexistence, democracy, and the rule of law. We seek a successful settlement of the Cyprus issue, knowing that it will be highly beneficial, not just for the people of Cyprus, not only for the Eastern Mediterranean, but for the whole of Europe. A successful reunification with the peaceful integration of all Cypriots under the United Nations-led process will have many lessons applicable elsewhere. We in the European Commission wholeheartedly support this process and will continue to do so at every step of the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. This being said, this point of order is closed. We move to the next point of order on the agenda, and I will be reading again in my own language, in Romanian.
The next point on the agenda, debate on cases of breaches of human rights, democracy and the rule of law. Rule 150 of the Rules of Procedure and
on the case of Ryan Cornelius in Dubai. And we will start by inviting the authors. We start with Mr. Sean Kelly for 2 minutes.
Mahul Kron. The European Union and the UAE enjoy a constructive and growing relationship, and that's welcome. But we must be honest, such partnerships cannot come at the expense of turning a blind eye to human rights abuses. Friendships must be grounded in shared respect for the rule of law and human dignity. I want to thank President Metsola for championing Ryan's case at the highest level in Dubai, and my colleagues who negotiated this resolution. The cross-party consensus is a clear sign of the undeniable facts of this case. Namely, Ryan Cornelius has been arbitrarily and unjustly detained in Dubai since 2008. Ryan was arrested on debt-related charges despite being ahead on his repayments, and his assets, worth many times the size of his debt, were seized. Yet the Dubai authorities refused to release him from prison. But the Dubai authorities do not only hold him in prison, they have subjected Ryan to solitary confinement, desperate living conditions and sleep deprivation, conditions amounting to torture under national law. Meanwhile, his serious medical conditions like tuberculosis, cardiovascular disease and high blood pressure go untreated. After nearly completing his 10-year sentence, his detention was cruelly extended by 20 years through the retroactive application of UAE law, number 37, a clear breach of international law. Ryan has now spent 17 years behind bars, while his children grow up and his family suffer. Ryan is now 71 years old. Under Dubai law, his ill health and his age are grounds enough to grant his release. The authorities of the UAE and Dubai must hear what we say. Free Cornelius and free him now.
We move to the next author, Mr. Ion O'Riordan, for 1 minute.
Colleagues, we are doing something this Parliament doesn't do often. Speaking with one voice, united, we are united in demanding justice for Ryan Cornelius. Ryan is a 71-year-old British national married to an Irish and EU citizen. He's been locked up in a Dubai prison since 2008 in what the UN has branded as an arbitrary and unlawful detention. Originally sentenced to 10 years, his sentence was cruelly extended by another 20 just before his release, using a law that was applied retroactively. And that's not justice, it's legalised cruelty. Ryan's health has deteriorated badly and he's been denied proper medical treatment. Tonight, we stand in solidarity with Ryan and his wife Heather, who alongside their children have been fighting for years for his release. Their youngest child was 6 when Ryan was jailed. Today, they are 23 years old. He has never known his dad outside a prison cell. Tonight, this Parliament stands together with clear demands. We demand that adequate medical care be provided without delay. We demand compensation and reparations for the profound injustice he has suffered. And above all, we demand Ryan Cornelius' immediate and unconditional release.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Astrovicius for 1 minute.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, dear colleagues, Ryan Cornelius, a British national, was convicted of alleged financial crimes in 2008 and is set to remain in captivity of United Arab Emirates until 2038. In total, he will serve 30 years. Given his dire and unattended health situation, it is unlikely that he will live that long. In 2022, the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention concluded that Mr. Cornelius' detention is unlawful, contravening multiple articles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and recommended his immediate release along with compensation and other reparations. By keeping Mr. Cornelius and his seized assets in captivity, the UAE is confirming that its courts have rightly been accused of bias and of breaching legal procedures and international laws. Imprisoning Mr. Cornelius and causing hardships for his family seriously damages the UAE's international image and set a negative precedent for negotiations on the strategic agreement with the European Union. Thank you. Free Ryan Cornelius.
Thank you very much. Now the next speaker is Mrs. Vieira for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Dear Chair, dear colleagues, the arbitrary and unjust imprisonment of Ryan Cornelius for 17 years in the United Arab Emirates is extremely concerning. He should be immediately and unconditionally released, but I must say he is not the only one. The Emirates have a concerning track record of arbitrary detention, unfair trials, and allegations of torture. So why is it that the EU, and this House too, cannot name Ahmed Mansour as well, and a long list of others who are arbitrarily detained, often in inhumane conditions? Is it perhaps related to our dependency in UAE oil, or perhaps related to the $67 billion of non-oil trade between the EU and the UAE, or perhaps the special partnership partnership and trade agreement that are under negotiation. While it might seem economically convenient to stay silent about human rights abuses by our partners, in the short term, rest assured that we are paying the price in the long term. Our global reputation as promoter of human rights is deteriorating at a rapid pace. We should end the double standards. Free Ryan, yes, and free all the other prisoners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now the next speaker is Mr. Lobotka for 1 minute and a half.
Dear colleagues, as chair of the European Parliament's Delegation for Relations with the Arab Peninsula, I feel compelled to address the ongoing detention of Mr. Ryan Cornelius in the United Arab Emirates. I work for strengthening our relationship, but we have to be honest with our friends in the United Arab Emirates. Mr. Cornelius was convicted in 2008. He served 10 years, a 10-year sentence. However, in 2018, his detention was extended by an additional 20 years unless a substantial sum, over 400 million US dollars, is repaid. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention reviewed the case in 2022 and found that his imprisonment violates international human rights law. It concluded that Mr. Cornelius has been arbitrarily detained and called for immediate release. We recognize the importance of strong and constructive relations between the UAE and the European Union, and I fully respect the independence of judicial systems. But our partnership must also be grounded in core principles, and these are the rule of law and human dignity. I therefore urge the UAE authorities to seriously re-examine Mr. Cornelius' case. We have to continue with the already well-established human rights dialogue between UAE and the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Andrews for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioner, and colleagues. Like other speakers, I came to this issue through the work of Sir Bill Browder. His endorsement of the cause of Ryan Cornelius was very persuasive by itself, given Mr. Browder's track record with the Magnitsky legislation. But when I looked at the detail of the case, I was astonished at the injustice of it. The EU and this Parliament should be clear that cases like this, involving EU citizens and their families, must be resolved before serious progress can be made on improving trade relations with the United